All right. All right. I'm here. Welcome back to day 28 of the Karen Reed trial. And today, it I'm just going to be honest, it's not Mormon Standard Time. I was watching Team Skeptic's new video as I was getting ready and lost track of time. So, yeah, blame Team Skeptic. But Neil, it's good to see you, and Kova, and Painted Bronco, and others as they filter in. So for those of you watching in the future, saying day 28, what happened to day 27 of the trial? 3 cents. And Luna, good to see you too. Great minds think alike. So day 27 was the voir dire of the defense experts, so-called defense experts, supposed defense experts. Casey, good to see you as well. Being a good juror, pretend juror, I didn't watch it, but to keep the numbering straight, we skipped day 27 in the numbering on my streams, just, so that everything matches up. And I always appreciate the algorithmic help, Neil. Go Neil's team. Is today the Scotland versus, can't remember who, because Tuesday it was Czech Republic versus Portugal, right? Can't remember who. I was told Scotland would be playing either yesterday or today, but you can tell I don't follow the Euros. Speaking of Team Skeptic, as I give people a few minutes to get in, I realized, okay, yeah, Scotland versus Switzerland. That's what it was. So I realized after I finished the Team Skeptic stream that that because Vince sent me off to look at that sovereign citizen versus Twitter and Facebook and others, I blame Vince, but I was going to do that anyway, but always blame Vince. Especially since I haven't seen him come into the chat yet today. But I realize I forgot to bring something up, and that is the Texas anti-slap statute, which exists as we've seen in the Janet versus the Gurley's lawsuit. Texas has a protected interest in its citizens' speech. And I say Texas, I really mean 123 Fake Street, because that's where both Team Skeptic and me, we both accept service at 123 Fake Street, both of us, Schlitzenheimer, McGillicuddy. But 123 Fake Street has an interest in protecting our speech. And so the Michigan anti-slap law is not the pertinent one here. It is the 123 Fake Street anti-slap law. All right, I'll put it in the post, Surrender Monkey. It might be rancid by the time it reaches you over on your side of the pond. And so, and just like in the Gurleys, those that live in Georgia are using the Georgia anti-slap law. Lily lives in California, so the California law applies. Becca Day lives in Missouri, which doesn't have one, so she's just relying on, hey, this wasn't defamatory. So there's a organization, can't remember what it's called. You can Google, anti-slap law strength, whatever. And basically they give a letter grade to each state's anti-slap law. Missouri obviously gets an F because they don't have one. California gets an A. It's one of the strongest. 123 Fake Street gets a B. The before 2019, it was stronger. The legislature of Fake Street weakened it slightly because they realized there was some ambiguity, but it still gets a B. So even if Team Skeptic gets served, he could file, an anti-slap special motion to strike, but he, frankly, it's so bad, no claims have been stated. He can just file a motion to dismiss. So anti-slap, it's SLAPP, and that's strategic litigation against public participation. So basically, a slap is suing someone over their free speech. And so the anti-slap special motion to strike is basically to short circuit and say, hey, no, this is protected speech, and now you owe me my attorney's fees. And so, once again, I forgot to mention that talking about Team Skeptic's very frivolous lawsuit that a sovereign citizen has brought against him. So, yeah. But, so switching gears to the actual subject matter for today, we are, as I mentioned, on day 28 of the Karen Read trial. And Monday was an interesting day. And by Monday, I mean Monday in court. We watched it here on Tuesday. And it started off with the completion of the direct examination of Trooper Joe Paul. And his cross-examination was an absolute mess. And I'm not even going to credit Alan Jackson with doing a good cross-examination because, frankly, it wasn't a great cross-examination, I didn't think. It's just Trooper Paul was such a bad witness. Like, literally, I think I could have broken him on cross with a stern look and 3 farts, and he would have told me, whatever I wanted to know, or contradicted himself, or you didn't even have to ask him pointed questions. Now, that being said, Jackson's cross strategy was still a little bit risky, and you may remember, so you don't have a degree in electrical engineering, you don't have a degree in physics, you don't have a degree in, all this stuff, and pointing out all the degrees he doesn't have. Now, that could play poorly to the jury. JT Davis, and that's the thing, though. If he was destroyed, he destroyed himself. But, you know, if there are blue collar workers on the jury, it could smack as elitism from an outsider, from a LA attorney flown in for the big case. And, you know, oh, so you're just a dumb blue collar cop that, you know, that could play poorly. And of course, you know, we've heard reports that the jury skews young, and, you know, my generation, frankly, I'm not saying we're the smartest, but we have the most higher education just by numbers. Like, it's, you know, we millennials were pretty much told, go to school or else you'll fail in life. And all the entry level jobs were requiring a master's degree and 7 years experience. So, you know, we complied, unfortunately. And then, of course, you have Boston. The Boston Metro is, I believe, either the first or second most educated in the US, the DC Metro being the other in the tops. You know, looking at the Boston Metro, they just have all the universities. So, you know, that educational elitism might not play badly to the jury, but if there are blue collar workers on there, it could. But after that, we had a couple of absolutely devastating witnesses for the defense. Ian Whiffen was excellent. And then Trooper Guarno, Italian name, can't remember, has just been absolutely devastating. Reading Karen and John's texts with each other, just absolute brutality. And we ended during the direct examination. So today we will pick up with the continuation of the direct examination of the trooper. I don't know any of the contents of it, but I've seen maybe Yanetti's cross-examination has really sucked. So yeah, it's and that's it. You know, we're sitting here really annoyed by Jackson. Others really like him for some reason. What the jury thinks is anybody's guess. No one knows but the jury. So that being said, let's jump into it.
You may be seated. May I call the case, Your Honor?
Yes, please.
For the record before the court.
And I'm going to put it at 1 1/4 to start.
Is Commonwealth versus Karen Reed, 22A2CR00117. The parties are present. The jury is not present. The counsel is asked to see Judge Canone.
Okay.
Of course.
Did you want to see me at sidebar?
I did if you would sidebar or an open board, up here.
Why don't I see you up here and see?
Of course. It would be real funny if it were Ben Shapiro, but it was actually Robert Shapiro. It would be hilarious, though, if that little weasel, Ben Shapiro, had represented delete laws. That would be really funny. Looks like Paul is ready for the day. Yeah. It's a nice long bench conference to open the day. Guess we'll go to right there.
All right, so
Great.
so moving on to the voir dire motion the other day, or voir dire hearing in response to the Commonwealth's renewed motion for reciprocal discovery and motion to exclude defendant's expert, Dr. Marie Russell. So the Commonwealth was alleging violations of Rule 14's reciprocal discovery requirement, and the Commonwealth asked for exclusion of Dr. Russell. I did find and do find that there was a violation of the reciprocal discovery obligations of the defendants. I was looking for a remedy. You called it a sanction, Mr. Jackson, but I called it a remedy. And I did tell counsel, as you know, at sidebar a couple of times, at least last week, that I did not want to exclude the testimony if I did not have to. So we had the voir dire, and I'm satisfied that the voir dire provided the Commonwealth the information that the defense should have provided the Commonwealth. So I am going to allow Dr. Russell to testify, but her testimony is very limited, and I think you even sort of acknowledged it the other day, Mr. Jackson. So she'll be allowed.
And Dr. Russell, I believe, is the dog bite expert.
Only to opine whether or not.
And if this were the Commonwealth, I'm betting, had the Commonwealth done this, their expert would have been excluded. But, you know, the defendant's right is more protected than the Commonwealth's rights.
The marks on John O'Keefe's arm were the result of an animal attack. I find that she is a medical doctor. She's an experienced ER doctor, albeit, you know, several years ago since she's worked in that capacity, but that she does have specialized knowledge in that field that may assist the jury in this regard. But she can't testify as an expert on police activity. There'll be none of that. And she will not be able to testify as to what the injuries are inconsistent with. She cannot testify that they're inconsistent with having been struck by a vehicle, road rash, scratches from broken glass or taillight matter, or anything else. So that's beyond.
Frankly, she's not an expert in that, and barely an expert in dogs.
On the scope of which she can testify. The second part of the Commonwealth's motion, Commonwealth argued that they were not provided reciprocal discovery regarding the biomechanical engineers and others, but specifically ARCCA, Dr. Wolf, and Dr. Rentschler. And I do find, though I understand why the defense didn't respond, but it is a violation of Rule 14. So we had this voir dire. The Commonwealth was looking to see what each person did, their independent opinion, what their testimony would be, and whether they were qualified to render the opinions that they qualified. So from what I heard the other day, Dr. Wolf can testify to what his involvement. Dr. Rentschler, though, I have some concerns. It's clear to me that in Massachusetts, biomechanical engineers are not qualified to testify as to medical causation of an injury. Only an MD can do that. So I'm going to reserve ruling on the rest of his testimony. There are certain things he can testify, and I'll hear you again before he testifies.
All right. So one of the Fed's witnesses is in, one might not be, not qualified. Interesting.
Next week. Let's just proceed with the trial today. So, okay. So those are my rulings. Are they clear, Mr. Jackson?
Yes, sir.
Are they clear, Mr. Lally?
Yes, Your Honor.
Okay. All right. So are they ready to come in? Thank you. We'll just go right into it. Thank you.
Jurors entering.
Apparently, when you that could be another O'Keefe brother next to Paul in the striped shirt.
All persons have any business before the Honorable Beverly Canoe, Justice of the Norfolk Superior Court, before the County of Gardner, in the attendance shall be heard. God save the Commonwealth of Massachusetts. This court is now open. You may be seated.
All right, good morning again, council, and Ms. Reed. Good morning, jurors. So we appreciate that you were patient, that we got a lot of work done this morning before you came out. It's cool in here now, as long as you're away from the sun from the windows, it should be fine. The county has done a really terrific job of making sure that they got this building nice and cool for us today, so I appreciate what the county's done as well. I do have to ask you those 3 questions. Were you all able to follow my instructions and refrain from discussing this case with anyone since we left on Tuesday?
Yes.
Everyone said yes, nodded affirmatively. Were you also able to follow my instructions and refrain from doing any independent research or investigation into this case?
Yes.
Everyone said yes or nodded affirmatively. Did anyone happen to see, hear, or read anything about this case since we left here on Tuesday? Everyone said no or should. All right, thank you very much. So may we call the witness, please? Trooper Guarino, please.
Same situation, I just be mindful to step up, stay standing.
Do you solemnly swear that the testimony you shall give to the court and the jury in the matter now pending shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
Yes, ma'am.
Thank you.
Good morning.
Morning.
Whenever you're ready, Mr. Lally.
Thank you. Good morning, sir.
Morning.
Taking you back to the other day, I've been showing you, so you had testified about some extraction reports that you had conducted from the various forensic extractions that you had done pertaining to both the defendant's phone and Mr. O'Keefe's phone, correct?
Yes, sir.
And Your Honor, may I approach?
Yes.
This is Trooper Guarino. He's the technology expert for the state troopers. He examined the phones, tried to examine the Lexus software. So yeah, we're looking at Karen's texts. It would be nice if we saw some nice, dirty, shocking words from her, because, you know, I guarantee that Trooper Proctor isn't the only one that uses those words. I think you're onto something, Surrender Monkey.
I'm showing you the document. I supposed to review that with a couple of minutes. Okay.
Okay.
You recognize that, sir?
Yes, it's
What do you recognize that to be?
Karen Reed's phone call logs.
And that's specifically from January 28th and January 29th, is that correct?
Yes, it starts the 28th at 12:33 to, I'm sorry, the 29th at 12:33 to 3:19 p.m. on the 29th.
And just for ease of reference, does it sort of go in descending order as far as the earlier calls are on the last page and then the more recent calls are on the first page?
Yes, that's correct.
May I approach, Your Honor?
Yes.
May we approach, please?
Of course. Of course. Can't let Karen's texts get in, and I thought you already approached on these. That's kind of why we ended on Monday. Like, literally, I thought Monday ended on a discussion about these. Do you need a new discussion? Okay. I mean, the thing is, Anne, the judge at the start of the case swears them all in as jurors. So, you know, and there are call logs, and what he's trying to do is if you recall in the texts, there were several times on the 28th where John basically said, stop calling, I'm not going to answer. And so getting the call logs in is basically just to show, yeah, she was a psycho and called him 27 times that day. It wasn't 27, but it
Yes.
was close.
Showing another document, sir. Do you recognize that?
Yes,
What do you recognize that to be? And
this is Karen Reed and Carrie Roberts' call log.
that's an extraction report that you created from the defendant's phone, is that correct? Yes, sir.
Yes. Sorry.
May I approach again, Your Honor?
Yes.
I'm also introducing the minutes.
Okay.
No objection.
6:34.
May I approach again, Your Honor?
Yes.
Showing another document, sir. Do you recognize that?
Yes,
What do you recognize that to be?
this is the chats from John O'Keefe and Chris Albert.
And again, that's an extraction report that you created from Mr. O'Keefe's phone, is that correct?
Yes, it is.
May I approach again, Your Honor?
Yes.
I'm also introducing the minutes. No objection.
So Larry, you really do need to keep this.
And it is, although by this point you'd think they would have outed themselves by now, because like the cultists are dumb and loud. You'd think they'd have outed themselves. And if one or two did get on the jury, it may be a mistrial. I just don't know. And that's the thing. Jurors take it seriously. You know, the unserious jurors that think it's a hassle, that, you know, how dare you put me on a jury? They're not usually on the jury. Like, you know, it's every citizen's duty to do jury duty. That, you know, that it's in the name, jury duty. But you know, especially for such a long trial, you kind of do weed out the troublemakers. So, and I just, maybe you're more charitable than I am, Anne, in that I think you have to have a sub 70 IQ to be a Turtle Boy cultist. So
6:35.
And may I approach? Oh, I'm sorry. My apologies. May I approach again, Your Honor?
Yes.
Showing you another document, sir. I ask you to look at that. When you finish.
Yes,
Do you recognize that, sir?
yes, this is Karen Reed's, the full chat report of everyone from the 29th on. So,
May I approach, Your Honor?
Yes.
I'm also introducing the minutes and exit. We have no objection.
6:36.
I'm sorry, may I have the last one? May I approach the witness, Your Honor?
Yes.
So returning to you what's now been marked as Exhibit 636. Your Honor, with court's permission, may I call this portion of this to the jury?
Yes.
And sir, I'm going to direct your attention to the
And I don't understand people who can hate watch him that long. Like, I realize I cover some of his legal filings, but that's my absolute limit. Oh,
exhibit before you that's now been marked as Exhibit 636. And Ms. Gilman, if I could, I'm sorry, Guarino and Ms. Gilman, if I could direct your attention to page 3. And do you have that before you, sir?
yes, I do.
And on page 3, who was that a conversation with?
Laura Sullivan?
And that conversation essentially continues from page 3 to page 6. Is that correct?
That starts at 12:45 p.m. Well, yeah, 12:45 p.m. sent, read by Karen at 1:07 p.m. on the 29th. So this is after she's already gathered her belongings from the O'Keefe residence and fled to her parents' house.
Yes, it does.
And so I'm going to ask you, similar to what I asked you the other day, if you could read from that conversation in its entirety, indicating who's speaking, content of what's being said, and the date and time associated with that message.
Yes. First message from Laura Sullivan at 12:45 p.m. on January 29th, 2022. Karen, it's Laura. Please call me. Karen says, hi, Laura, at 1:07 p.m. Karen then says, John passed away, 1:07 p.m. Laura, Karen, I'm shaking. I'm so sorry. At 1:07, Karen says, we found him outside in the snow at 5 a.m., 1:07 p.m. Laura, I can't stop crying, 1:07 p.m. again. Karen, thank you, 1:07. And Laura finally says, why was he out there, 1:07 p.m.
Why
Oh,
was
sorry.
he out there?
Karen replies, he left the party we were at. I don't know what time. I didn't even go in. I went to bed. That's at 1:08 p.m. Laura says, oh my God, 1:08. Karen, my heart breaks for, my heart breaks for everyone at 1:09 p.m.
Thank you. So in those text messages, Ms. Sullivan, in the afternoon of the 29th, she indicates to Ms. Sullivan that they located Mr. O'Keefe around 5 a.m. Is that correct?
Yes, it is.
Now, sir, if I could direct your attention to page 28 to 29 of those messages in the exhibit before you. To page 28 to 29, who's that conversation with?
This is Karen Reed and John O'Keefe.
Yeah, I never watched any of those Surrender Monkey. Just like, yeah.
These are conversations from the early. These conversations on page 28 through 29 of this exhibit occur in the early morning hours of January 29th, correct?
Yes, that's correct.
And if you could, sir, again, please read as far as who's speaking, what they're saying, and what date and time these are being sent.
Yes.
And that's a good point, Casey. I noticed it, didn't say anything, but she said we found him outside in the snow around 5 a.m. She left John's house at 5:07, headed for Jen McCabe's. They didn't arrive as a trio until about 6. Now, you know, what's an hour between friends? Unless you're trying to cover something up. So, and that's a good point. Happy solstice. Of course, as I mentioned, tomorrow would be my opa's 98th birthday. And so, to me, the solstice is always on the 21st, regardless.
So Karen Reed to John O'Keefe at 12:55 a.m. on the 29th. I'm going home. Followed by, see you later. At 1:02 a.m., she texts John again saying, your kids are cucking alone. And at 1:04 a.m., she says, I'm back in Mansfield. The kids are home alone.
And once again, since this is the second time we're seeing these specific texts, well, 12:55, I'm going home. That's 10, 15 minutes after she supposedly left 34 Fairview. But 12:55 to 1:04, I'm back in Mansfield. That's 9 minutes. Driving from Canton to Mansfield, according to Google Maps, is a 21-minute drive. So she completed a 21-minute drive in 9 minutes in a blizzard. To me, and once again, her testimony, well, not her testimony, but what she told Jen and Carrie is, oh, I was being the good babysitter with benefits, and I was up all night on the couch, up worried that Johnny wasn't home, and so based on what she told Carrie and Jen, she was at John's house all night. But the texts, she went home and made that drive in a blizzard in half the time it should have taken. So to me, this is consciousness of guilt. This is setting up an alibi poorly. This goes to second-degree murder. It goes to second-degree murder. I'm not saying she'll be found guilty of second-degree murder, but this is very suspicious. It leads me to think that. And Brandon, it's because I knew you were coming in. But also, it's what Carrie Roberts described Karen Reed as to Jen McCabe. So...
Thank you. May I approach this retreat?
Yes.
Why?
May I have a moment?
Seriously, why the fuck are you smiling here? You psycho bitch. Why are you smiling here? Did you forget the jury is in the room? Did you forget that you're supposed to keep that stony resting bitch face? Like, why are you smiling at these texts? They're damning for you. Is that smile a crisis response? Or are you just, did you forget you're not at Applebee's after court, and so you're yucking it up with little Alan Jackson? And I think it was Pat's Cats in the comments suggested the late Regis Philbin to play little Alan Jackson, and yes, they probably got their shoe lifts at the same place.
Sure.
Yes.
May I approach?
Yes.
And yes, it was Pat's Cats.
I'm showing you two documents. And Mr. Officer, we can put the light. You recognize each of those documents, sir?
Yes, one is Karen Reed call log report. Just want to confirm which one this is. Yeah. For John O'Keefe, and then John O'Keefe's full call log report on the 29th.
Now, sir, if I could direct your attention to the defendant, Ms. Reed's call log reports, and specifically, if I could draw your attention to what's been, they're enumerated as far as certain box numbers, correct? 1 through whatever it goes on the last page.
Yes.
If I could direct your attention to boxes 113 and 114.
Okay.
See those entries, sir?
Yes.
Now, as far as the time related to box 113 and 114, what are the timestamps associated with that?
129/2022 at 12:36 a.m. 41 seconds, and then another one at 12:36 and 10 seconds a.m. on the 29th.
He is, and like I said, I don't know the contents of it, but from what I've seen, he was pretty terrible at this cross. But I don't know.
And is there any indication within that report as far as whether or not those calls are answered, those calls are missed, those calls are rejected? What's listed?
It says answered.
And we'll get to this a little bit more in a moment, but with regards to that 12:36 time, from your review of both the defendant's phone and Mr. O'Keefe's phone, is there a voicemail that the defendant left Mr. O'Keefe at that time frame?
There was a voicemail at 12:37 a.m. These ones here, it looks like they're 3 seconds and 5 seconds long.
And they're listed as answered, is that correct?
That is correct.
Now, sir, if I could turn your attention over to Mr. O'Keefe's call report. And specifically, I'm going to ask you to direct your attention to what's been labeled as box number 134 and then 134 with a 1 in
And
parentheses.
Snickers Dad over on Twitch. Good to see you. Does he have only one ugly tie? He's a cop, so probably.
Call.
Okay.
And do you see those entries, sir?
Yes.
And what is the date and time associated with those entries in Mr. O'Keefe's records?
His records shows number 134 is 12:36, 9 seconds on the 29th, and then 134 with the 1 in the parentheses, 12:36 and 9 seconds as well. But call duration 0 seconds.
And as far as any indication on those calls, as far as whether they're answered, they're missed, they're rejected, or what are they listed as?
There's nothing. Also 133 is the same call. That one says missed, and it's at the same timestamp of 12:36 and 9 seconds.
So the same call around the same time frame shows up in Mr. O'Keefe's report as missed and shows up in the defendant's report as answered, correct?
That is correct.
And that's around the time that the defendant's calling the victim repeatedly and leaving voicemails on Mr. O'Keefe's phone.
Yes, that's correct.
May I approach this to retrieve, Your Honor?
Yes.
He definitely doesn't have the state trooper look we've come to expect from the state troopers who have testified.
Yes.
Now, Trooper Guarino, you conducted an analysis of both the defendant's phone and Mr. O'Keefe's phone, correct?
That's correct.
And from your analysis of that phone, were you able to determine approximately how many calls occurred from the defendant's phone to Mr. O'Keefe's phone from the time period shortly after 12:30 a.m. To the time period shortly after 6 a.m.?
There was over 50. I think it was 53 or 55.
Yes.
And any of those calls from your review of those records indicate any
Evan?
sort of conversation as far as duration, as far as being labeled as answered, anything to that effect?
That Mr. O'Keefe actually picked up the phone and spoke to Ms. Reed?
Yes.
No.
And Karen mostly stayed with John, but she still had her house in Mansfield. That I think the testimony was basically she went back to Mansfield like 2 nights out of the week to prepare for her classes. Because, you know, teaching finance at a college, basically that's what the testimony was.
Now, with regards to those phone calls from the defendant to Mr. O'Keefe, what, if anything, did you find from Mr. O'Keefe's phone in relation to voicemails left by the defendant?
There were 8 voicemails on Mr. O'Keefe's phone from the 29th till the phone was discovered. All from Ms. Reed, no one else.
May I approach, Your Honor?
Yes.
Technically speaking, I think she's a finance lecturer, but
Are you with this, sir? You recognize that?
Yes.
What do you recognize that to be?
It's the John O'Keefe voicemails from Karen Reed on his phone.
From that period that we were just speaking about on January 29th?
Yes, that's correct.
well, once again, I don't think she actually did because, you know, we have contradictory reports that she did stay there all night with worry because he wasn't there, and you know, So she stayed on the couch because she couldn't go home because he wasn't there. Of course, only the niece was there because the nephew was at a sleepover.
Mayor Pro Tem,
Yes.
I'm going to introduce the minutes of the next exhibit. We have no objection. Now, sir, from your review of the defendant's phone, before we get to those, from your review of the defendant's phone, what, if anything, were you able to observe or ascertain that the defendant's phone did at approximately 12:36 a.m.?
So by looking at the timeline in the phone, we're able to see that Miss Reed's phone auto-connected to John O'Keefe's Wi-Fi at his house at 12:36 a.m. We know this because
So basically that's the question. So her texts say she drove to the Mansfield house in 9 minutes in a blizzard, even though Google says that should take 21 minutes. So that leads me to believe that that's complete bullshit. Unless, she's texting and driving while doubling the speed limit in a snowstorm. But when she was with Carrie and Jen that morning, I can't remember which of them testified about it. They said that she said she spent the night on the couch. So, do you go by the texts that look like they're bullshit, trying to set up an alibi after she hit him? Or do you go off of the eyewitness testimony? So it's, to me, I put more credibility with Carrie and Jen. The texts are bullshit. And as JT Davis points out, deleting the Ring camera could be, hey, assuming she deleted it. We don't know how she would have deleted it if she didn't have access to it. But, there's, we don't have the video of her returning at 12:45-ish, but we also don't have a video of her leaving at 12:55 to make that 9-minute drive to Mansfield. So that's 2 missing videos. If she really did make that drive. So where's that video? It didn't happen, is my guess.
it's a password protected access to the phone. So you would have to know the password to get into this Wi-Fi network.
And that would be the home in One Meadows Avenue, correct?
Yes, that's correct.
Your Honor, with the court's permission, if we could publish each of the 8 voicemails to the jury.
Okay. Are we going to hear which time each one is?
Yes, Your Honor. And Trooper Guarino, again, similar.
Do we have testimony that she couldn't get into the bedroom? I thought the insinuation was she fell asleep on the couch because she was on the couch worrying, and just that's where she fell asleep, is kind of how I read it. But mad at John, so she slept on the couch. I don't know that she didn't have access to his room. And as Vince points out, after getting out of the hospital, she did go into his room and presumably fiddle around on the computer. So there is that.
Similar to the other messages, just for point of reference, the earliest of the voicemails is the last in the list, and the most recent is at the top of the list. Is that correct?
Yes,
Now, as far as this first voicemail, what time did this occur?
12:37 a.m.
And with the court's permission, if I could play that for the jury.
Yes.
Ms. Gilman, if you could have the second message.
Okay. Dante, you came in just at the right time. Wow. 12:37. John, I fucking hate you. Wow. Wow. Like, Frank. Wow. I mean, someone else's stream must just be ending with all of you coming in, but you came in to something. That's at 12:37 a.m. on the 29th. Karen's voicemail to John saying, John, I fucking hate you. Screaming, John, I fucking hate you. And it like, that's basically within a minute of when she's supposed to have hit him. You know, if by the other text she's leaving from One Meadows at 12:55. In my head, she's at One Meadows at 1:45. So, 8 minutes later. I don't know why that's in my head. It might be the GPS data. But wow. Yeah. I mean, presumably Proctor hadn't heard these texts within that first 12 hours when he was texting with his friends, but yeah, this is bad for her. Oh, headphone warning, apparently.
Sorry, Ms. Gilman, if you could pause right there, please. I apologize. I just wanted to go by.
Oh, that's fine.
And before Ms.
That
Gilman
hurt.
presses play again, Trooper Garino, what time is the second message?
12:42.
Ms. Gilman, if you could. Now, Trooper Garino, with reference to the third message, what time is that received?
12:59.
Again, when I say received by Mr. O'Keefe's phone, is that correct?
That's the timestamp of the voicemail in his phone, yes.
So second was just rustling. 12:59. Let's see if we hear road noises, because, assuming she's driving double the speed limit through a blizzard, 12:59 would be 4 minutes after she said she's leaving One Meadows. Let's see if we hear road noise.
And Ms. Gilman, if you could, with reference to that third message.
John, I'm telling you, a fucking kid. Nobody knows what the fuck you want, fucking pervert.
Now, the fourth message, Trooper.
Yeah, that wasn't made while driving. That wasn't made while driving. And exactly, if you can say fuck in court, you do it. you take advantage of not being held in contempt. And that's what I heard. John, get your kid, you're fucking pervert or something. I couldn't understand. But it was bad.
Mr. Guarino, what time was that received by Mr. O'Keefe's home?
1:02 a.m.
Ms. Gilman, if you could, when you're ready.
That was it.
So can we just turn the air conditioner off for just a second, please? So you just played it?
Yeah, Your Honor, there was no content. It was just like a 1 second long message.
So that's also while driving, according to Karen's texts. But I don't think. And I don't know that it rises to murder one. I'm still thinking it shows murder two as a possibility. But of course, the intent for murder one can happen at any time. You know, it doesn't have to be you planned it out over a week. It could be, you know, right then and there you say, fuck it, you're dead, and proceed to kill them. That could be enough for murder one, but I think that would be difficult to prove, and that's brutal. Corrections, that's brutal.
And Trooper Guarino, with regard to the fifth message, what time was that received by Mr. O'Keefe's home?
1:11 a.m. Excuse me.
And, Ms. Gilman, if you could.
Yeah, it's 1 in the morning. I'm with your fucking niece and nephew. You fucking pervert. You're a fucking pervert.
1:11 in the morning, I'm with your niece and nephew, you pervert, you fucking pervert. But I thought 2 minutes before that, you texted and said you're back in Mansfield. So you made the 21-minute drive to Mansfield in 9 minutes, texted him, and then turned around and made that same drive back in 2 minutes. Because you're at the house with his niece and nephew. So you know, they must be selling real amazing cars there in Boston, because you know, Allie McCabe is driving a 300-mile-an-hour car. Karen Reed is driving a 300-mile-an-hour car. It's just it's impressive. It's impressive. And you know, one of those has to be false. Either she's with the niece and nephew at 1:11, or wait. Yeah, 1:11. So either she's with the niece and nephew at 1:11, or she's back in Mansfield at 1:05. So that would be a 4-minute drive. Never mind, not 2-minute. But either way, she couldn't make the drive in that time in either direction. So one of those is false. Based on Carrie and Jen's testimony, going to Mansfield is false. She's setting up an alibi, and she did terribly at it because she was drunk.
And the sixth message, sir, what time was that received by Mr. O'Keefe's phone?
1:18 a.m.
Come in if you could.
John, I'm going home. I cannot babysit your niece. I need to go home. You are fucking using me right now. You're fucking another girl, cute, sleeping next to me. You're a fucking loser. Fuck yourself.
The seventh.
So now at 1:18, she's going home because John's a loser sleeping with another girl. Okay.
Message, sir, what time was that received by Mr. O'Keefe's phone?
5:23 a.m.
Gentlemen, if you could. The last and eighth message, sir, what time was that received by Mr. O'Keefe's phone?
6:08 a.m.
Gentlemen, if you could. Gentlemen, if you could pause there for 1 second, I'm sorry. With respect to this message received on Mr. O'Keefe's phone at 6:08 a.m., from your knowledge of the investigation, where was the defendant, who, if anyone, was with or around her at the time of this message at 6:08 a.m.?
Jen McCabe, Kerry Roberts. During the message, you can hear someone on the phone with 911.
Thank you, sir. Ms. Gilman, if you could.
Yes, I just want to make a report. 34 years old, didn't have to make a capital
And that's that rhythmic windshield wiper in the as background noise once again. So, and yeah, I am not a fan of hers.
Weird one. I would keep it terrible.
He already did. They just cut the cameras so he didn't get to watch it, but he already did like first week. We did not hear them, so obviously being pretend jurors, we don't get the complete experience. We don't get to have the exhibits with us that were admitted but not necessarily shown, but the jury got to. It's maxed out Vince or Kevin. It's just thinking the same thing.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Can we turn the air conditioning back on? Thank you very much.
Now, Trooper Guarino, in addition to the 53 phone calls that you've testified about, the defendant made to Mr. O'Keefe from that time frame following 12:30 a.m. to approximately just past 6 a.m. Did you note any other calls to a contact listed within the defendant's phone as mom?
Yes.
And when were those calls placed?
I believe there's one at 1:10-ish in the morning. I forget.
Okay. If there's not an absolute emergency and I'm calling my mom at 1:10 in the morning, I'm getting murdered.
The exact timestamp. There's also one at around 4:40 in the morning, and then at 4:42, right around 4 in the morning. Two of them, the first two weren't answered, and then the third phone call was answered.
Now, with respect to Ms. Reed's phone from that same time period, what, if any, phone calls did you observe to a contact listed in the defendant's phone as dad?
It's the same number. So when I looked at it in one report, it showed as dad, and then when I looked at it in Cellbrite, it came up as mom. So I don't know how it's attributing. Maybe she has it listed twice. I never looked at her actual phone. So this is what the extraction is showing me.
Now, sir, you testified the other day that upon your review of the defendant's extraction reports, you were not able to determine there were no listed GPS locations for the defendant's phone.
Correct. Like routes or anything like that.
And that was because it was turned off in the phone. Is that correct?
That would lead me to believe, yes, that location services are turned off. So,
Objection. Move to strike.
So no gas. What can you tell us about that?
well, if GPS coordinates and location services on, that's what would get us locations in the phone. So they're not there. They could be turned off.
Objection. Move to strike.
Well, about it.
Now, with respect to Mr. O'Keefe's phone,
And if she, like, why would they be turned off? Either that's her standard, turning them off. I mean, frankly, I try to do that, but then, apps I use are like, yeah, so you're going to have a much better time if you turn it on because, like, we can't give you directions if you don't turn it on. So why don't you turn it on? And I'm like, oh, fine. Damn you, Google. So either her standard practice is to have the location services turned off, or like she didn't want anyone to know where she was. If she turned them off at, say, 7 p.m. as she's getting ready to go join John at McCarthy's, that would potentially go to first degree. Because that, like, this is pure speculation on my part. Pure speculation. But if she turned off the location on her phone before she went out for the night, it could be because she was planning on doing something. I'm not saying she was. But if I'm the detective, if I'm the prosecutor, I'm saying, interesting, her location services were turned off. Was that her standard practice? At what point were they turned off? Was it turned off at 8 o'clock? Was it turned off all day? Has it been off for 6 months? And Lisa, good to see you. And no, they cannot. Jeopardy has attached. They have the charges they have. You know, you can't arraign them on new charges during the trial. It just, yeah, that would be due process violations. But yeah, so I like if I were on this prosecution, I'm looking at prior GPS data from her phone. I want to know if it's turned on or off and when, and what her standard practice is. Because if it only went off as she's going out, that's, to me, it's not definitive that she's planning something, but she could be planning something. You know, it could be as simple as, if I'm given an opportunity, I'm going to kill him and don't want to be placed at the scene. So, and that's it. All the phone calls, like, are you calling your mom at 1 a.m. because you had a fight with your boyfriend? Probably not. I mean, once again, I'm looking at their call history. Like, is Mama Reed someone who you regularly call past midnight? But I mean, especially, they've been fighting for at least the past month. Has she called after fights then? Or does she know she hit him? Therefore, she's frantically calling anyone she can to try and get help. It's, and yeah, I can't either, frankly, Kevin. I mean, I can think of times I've definitely driven reckless, but not at 24 in reverse. So, so how did Jeopardy attach? Jeopardy attaches basically at the start of trial. You know, and that's when, if you get a favorable outcome, you can't be tried again because double jeopardy. But there's just, yeah. So, and that's a possibility. That's a possibility. It's just turned off normally. But I'd want to hammer that home. So,
What, if any, analysis with respect to GPS and/or health data? Well, let me ask you this first. From your training experience and your casework with respect to forensic analysis of electronic devices, what is health data in a cell phone? How is that recorded, and what, if anything, can that tell you?
Okay. So in an iPhone, you can have health data. To use that health data, the phone, if you don't have an iWatch paired to it, is basically just a high-tech pedometer. It's just every time you move the phone, it's going to track steps, and that's if you have it turned on. If you have the iWatch on, it'll get beats per minute, and you get a much more robust health data from it.
Now, with respect to the health data and with respect to the GPS location for Mr. O'Keefe's phone, initially, what, if any, sort of analysis did you do with respect to that?
So we checked his native locations. At 12:19, the phone is, well, I should say this, at 12:12 in his location shows that he's at the Waterfall Bar. The next set of locations shows he's at Dedham Street by Cedar Crest. And then
it's a possibility, Frank. Like I've said, I absolutely think, regardless of the outcome, she will be indicted as a co-conspirator with Turtle Boy in the witness tampering. Because if not, it just sets the precedence that in this county you can intimidate witnesses into an acquittal. And yeah,
Waze is activated for 34 Fairview. So, and then it shows me his entire route.
she did pretty quickly, Sinclair. I don't know the exact date, but she did pretty quickly.
To 34 Fairview.
And what is Waze, sir?
Waze is similar to Apple Maps. It is the GPS program that, punch in like a Garmin type thing.
I'd like to take you back just for a moment, just to the health data from the cell extraction that you did. Specifically, you looked at data from 12 a.m. to 1 a.m. on January 29, 2022. Is that correct?
Yes, that's correct.
And as far as the health data was concerned, there was some entries from 12:11 a.m. to 12:32 a.m. Is that correct?
Yes, that's correct.
And can you describe to the jury sort of what you observed and what, if any, significance those entries had to you as far as the health data was concerned?
Yeah, so the health data shows, like I said, the phone is basically a high-tech pedometer. If you're moving it around, it's going to think you're taking steps when you might not actually be walking. His health data show while he's
Did she retain an attorney at 2 a.m. on the 29th? I don't think so. That's when she was seeking daddy's help.
driving, that he's traveling and taking steps.
So I need a foundation.
Verino, over the course of this investigation, your analysis, you became aware of other witness statements, surveillance video, things of that nature, as to Mr. O'Keefe's whereabouts from approximately 12 a.m. to at least 1 a.m. Is that correct?
Yes, that's correct.
You're aware of around the time just past 6 a.m. When it was.
So let's hear the question first.
Cool. That's fine.
Go ahead, Mr. Lawler.
You're aware of the time being just past 6 a.m. that you've already testified to as to when Mr. O'Keefe was discovered and 911 was called.
Yes, that's correct.
So, sir, with respect to, again, that time period starting at 12:11 a.m., what, if anything, did you observe with respect to the health data of Mr. O'Keefe as signified within the phone?
So it marks when he's taking steps, ascending, ascending stairs, and distance traveled.
And so from that period of 12:11 to 12:32, there were essentially
Okay.
4 time periods that you delineated. Is that correct?
Yes, that's correct.
And do you remember the precise times and sort of distance traveled within those time frames?
I don't remember the precisely off the top of my head.
Your Honor, with course permission, may the trooper refer to his report, just those
Yes,
numbers.
we have it with you, Trooper?
Yes, Your Honor. Thank you.
And sir, if you could just list for the jury what you found.
Yes. So at 12:11 and 9 seconds in the morning to 12:21 and 5 seconds on the 29th, it shows that he's taking 170 steps, going 99.6 meters or 326 feet.
That's presumably the walk to the car.
Sorry. At 12:21 and 10 seconds to 12:24 and 22 seconds, it shows 80 steps and 87.74 meters or 287 feet. At 12:21, 14 seconds to 12:24 and 37 seconds, it stated ascending, descending 3 floors. And then at 12:31:56 to 12:32:16 in the morning, 36 steps, 25.46 meters or 85 feet.
Now, sir, with respect to what's listed as steps, does that indicate, from based on your training experience and familiarity with this sort of health data, what, if anything, does that tell you as to whether or not the person with the phone is physically taking steps?
That's not the case.
What is the case?
Like I said, the phone has internal measures. The phone has internal.
So, the Apple Health data, it's vibrations are steps. So you go over a bumpy road and, your Apple Watch will vibrate and record that as steps. He ascended 3 flights of stairs. Well, 34 Fairview doesn't have 3 flights of stairs. At best, you ascend 2 from the basement to the second floor. First floor for you Brits. But, depending on Fairview is quite a hill, but they would have had to drive considerably past 34 Fairview for it to register an elevation change. I don't know that it would register an elevation change so much as this is the type of movement with ascending stairs. So, yeah.
Measures in it. Like I said, it's basically a pedometer. So the movements of the phone, the distance traveled, it's going to register as steps. You don't have to physically be walking and moving the phone for it to register movements. Just waving it around and then could potentially cause it to think you're walking and moving.
And I don't know, Sinclair, that's a good question. That's a good question. And I don't, as I've said, I've got the cheap Motorola. I don't have a pedometer on it. I would assume it knows you're in a car, but once again, they're in a blizzard. Hopefully she's driving slow, and so it might not quite realize. Of course, I don't know. That's just me guessing, me thinking it through out loud.
You mentioned that from your review of Mr. O'Keefe's phone, you indicated there was a Waze search for 34 Fairview Road. Is that correct?
Yes, that's correct.
And if you could just explain to the jury, so what is Waze and what kind of information are you looking at there?
Waze is a GPS program. So you put your address you're looking to go to. It's going to tell you the fastest route, where the police are, etc.
And when that Waze search was conducted, is there a precise time pursuant to your review of Mr. O'Keefe's phone?
I've never used Waze myself. I've mentioned Shmi 150, the British automotive YouTuber, and sorry, excuse me, that came on faster than I could mute. But he loves Waze because it is the best at giving you speed traps and traffic jams and all the fun stuff.
Associated with that Waze search?
Yes, it was at 12:20 in the morning.
And so from all of those steps and everything that you, if Mr. O'Keefe is searching for 34 Fairview Road, inferably he's not at 34 Fairview Road, is that correct?
That is correct.
Now, with respect to the location, can you describe to the jury, are you familiar with the term based on your training experience known as native locations?
Yes.
And can you explain to the jury what that is?
So native locations on an iPhone, the way it pulls GPS data, it uses satellite, Wi-Fi signal, Bluetooth, location services on apps. It takes all that data and uses it to get you the best location.
And that's my guess, Wicket. And they had already been fighting that day. So even though they appeared lovey-dovey at the bar, I think they were putting on a front and they were pissed. And it could be even as soon as they were alone in the car, she laid into him. And the directions from Jen McCabe made it even worse. So
Location of where you are, unlike where you'd have like a handheld car-mounted Garmin GPS that's just using strictly satellite.
Now, from your review of that data, when that Waze search is conducted at approximately 12:20 a.m., where is Mr. O'Keefe physically located at that time?
The vehicle or whatever they're in is by 138 Dedham Street. They had already passed Cedar Crest Road.
And from review of that native location data, what time does the phone arrive in the area of 34 Fairview Road?
12:24 a.m.
Now, the next entry as far as the location data, when is that and where is it indicating that the phone is at that point?
That shows me it's there the entire night, right in between 32, 34 Fairview. So
And 32, 34 Fairview, that sort of intersection of those two residences, if you know, where is that in relation to where Mr. O'Keefe was found just after 6 a.m. in the morning?
I was only going by the photos that Sergeant Good had taken and from the Canton PD cruiser cam, but that area would be within 3 feet, give or take, of the area where the GPS signals all plot for the rest of the night.
Now, Trooper Greeno, you testified the other day to a tool that you use called Axiom, is that correct?
Yes.
And with regard to the location data in the tool of Axiom, what, if anything, can you tell the jury as far as how that works and how accurate it is.
So like Cellbrite, actually will also show the native locations in an iPhone. They're able to display the range of accuracy in meters and then also the speed of the phone in meters per second.
Yeah, it was weird my year in Durham. Like midsummer, getting dark, 11:30, being light at 4. Of course, the winter was really dark.
And were you able to ascertain from using the Axiom tool and the location data from Mr. O'Keefe's phone as far as its speed in meters per second at 12:25:36 a.m.?
I don't remember it off the top of my head.
Now, with court's permission, may the trooper refer to the report for the numbers?
Go ahead.
It's a 0.6346 meters per second and a 16.75 meter lever of accuracy. So it's about 54 feet measure of accuracy.
Now, sir, if you could, just based on your training experience and your use familiarity with this Axiom tool, for the record, that's AXIOM, is that correct?
Yes, that is correct.
So as far as that degree of certainty or accuracy with regard to the measurement, can you speak a little bit about that?
And according to Carrie Roberts, Karen was a babysitter with benefits. Bella's mom was the love of his life.
Explain that to the jury, how that works and what that means.
Yeah. So, as I said, the iPhone tries to use multiple things to get you the best area of location where you're at. I can tell from personal experience that being at 34 Fairview, it's at the bottom. Fairview, where 34 is on Fairview, it's at the bottom of a hill, and it's also at the bottom of Cedar Crest where they sort of intersect. That area there has many hills, so the GPS signal can weaken due to natural landscape, buildings, weather, multiple factors.
And as far as the degree of accuracy, what, if anything, does that tell you in regard to the location of the phone in reference to that degree of accuracy?
So it plots a point where it believes you are, and then the degree of accuracy says you could be in this bubble, but if it's way outside or way far away, it's all going to show by how well the signal strength is to the satellite. So like I said, if it's a poor signal, it's going to blow out. It's going to show you could be in this giant circle. But as it gets better accuracy, it's going to shrink back down. It's going to say, no, you're right about here.
And to that point, or to elucidate that point that you were just speaking on, we'll get to this more in depth in a second, but at some point in 2023, did you go to 34 Fairview Road to conduct some GPS mapping?
Yes, I did.
And when you were in that area of 34 Fairview Road, what, if anything, did you observe with reference to satellite connection, cell phone connection, things of that nature as far as the strength of the signal?
So on my way to work, I actually drive Fairview quite often, and being there in person with my phone, I'll go from 4 or 5 hours of service. When I'm there, it's 1 or 2. So that tells me that strength of signal there is not great.
Now, turning back to this location data from Mr. O'Keefe's phone, you mentioned that you testified that at 12:25:36 a.m., it has a certain accuracy and it was traveling a certain speed, correct?
Yes.
Now, what, if any, speed is recorded in this location data between that 12:25 a.m. and 6:15:36 a.m.?
Your Honor, may I just
Yes.
read? Thank you. What time frame exactly are you looking for?
What I'm asking is, what, if any, speed was recorded by the location data between that first 12:25:36 a.m. and 6:15:36 a.m.?
Oh, I'm sorry. I thought you were asking for before that. No, there's no real speed registered until the phone is found the next morning.
And so that would be at the 6:15:36 a.m. time frame, is that correct?
Yes, that's correct.
And what speed is recorded at that time at 6:15:36 in the morning?
It shows 0.24 meters per second for speed, and then with an accuracy rating of 7.58 meters, which is 24 feet.
Thanks.
Yep, and that's what I said on Monday. Sounds like she had more than just the 9 drinks that we've counted. So, possibly.
Now, sir, if I could turn your attention to May 8th, 2023, where did you go with relation to this investigation on that day?
I went to 34 Fairview.
And who, if anyone, went with you?
Trooper Proctor.
Now,
Uh-oh.
What was the purpose of
Conspiracy.
going to 34 Fairview Road on that date in May of 2023?
We wanted to take measurements of where Officer O'Keefe's body was found, and then basically a diagonal straight line to the door, how the distance that would be.
And what, if any, tools did you bring with you, and what, if anything, did you use in the course of this analysis on this day?
So I loaded in the GPS points into a program that the CERT team uses called StarTopo. It's a GPS mapping program that you can view through an app. So that way I was able to see exactly where I was via the app. We also used one of the big long tape measures that's in like the big thing that would get us, from where we believed his body was to the front door.
And from that, as far as the determination of where Mr. O'Keefe's body was located, what, if anything, did you use to determine that?
As I said before, the photos and video from Sergeant Good of Canton PD and the Canton PD cruiser cam video.
So the cruiser cam video that's from Officer Sarah's cruiser, is that correct?
Yes, that's correct.
The one that shows where Mr. O'Keefe's body is when Officer Sarah arrives on scene, correct?
That is correct.
Now, with regard to those particular GPS points, what time frame did you start as far as your mapping was concerned?
We took the last, we mapped the entire route. So at the waterfall bar and then on from their drive on Dedham Street down to 34 Fairview.
And as far as these locations, how were they measured as far as what kind of measurements were you using in order to plot those points?
We loaded into Google Maps and just able to show it with a KMZ file to show exactly where he went.
And so what I'm asking is, as far as the GPS locations that you were recording, how were those measured as far as longitude, latitude? Is that how they were measured?
Yes, I'm sorry. Yeah, latitude and longitude.
And you started with Mr. O'Keefe at the waterfall bar in Canton. What time was that, if you know?
12 a.m. was the last point.
And then that time frame when Mr. O'Keefe's native locations are putting him in the area.
That's kind of what it sounded like to me, Vince, was I'm going home to have drinks, but that doesn't mean she had drinks. But either way, we know she had a bunch of drinks at McCarthy's.
34 Fairview Roads. When was that first time frame?
The time he arrives?
Yes.
Yeah, about 12:24. I forget the seconds, but 12:24 a.m.
Now, eventually, when you had all of these points as far as the direction of travel, location data, all of those things, what, if anything, were you then able to do with those GPS locations?
I cross-referenced them with his health data and also mapped it out to see exactly where he would be.
Now, with respect to the data that you were able to recover, if you could describe to the jury sort of the path of travel, starting with the waterfall as far as where Mr. O'Keefe's phone was, where it traveled in it, and where you noted it at various time points along that sequence.
Okay. So, as I said, 12:12, it's at the waterfall bar. Then there's a 7-minute break in location data. When the phone comes back up with location data at 12:19, as I said, he's by Dedham Street and Cedar Crest Road. At 138 Dedham Street, right around there, 12:20 a.m., 34 Fairview is put into Waze. He then proceeds down Dedham Street, takes a left onto Oakdale Road. It goes to the end of Oakdale, takes a left onto Maplecroft. As he's going by Maplecroft and Pinecone Road, right around 12:22 and 14 seconds, was a data point listed that he's ascending, descending the stairs. So he's over a half mile away from 34 Fairview at this point. They go down Maplecroft, take a right onto Cedar Crest, all the way down Cedar Crest. They do not turn onto Fairview Road. It goes by Fairview, does a 3-point turn or turns around somehow, and then goes back to Fairview and takes a right, where it finally stops between 34 and 32 Fairview.
So at the time that health data is being recorded, and you cross-reference the GPS data with the health data from Mr. O'Keefe's phone, correct?
Yes, that's correct.
And so at the time that the phone has that recording of the health data descending, and is it ascending or descending, or how does that read in the health data?
I have in my report, and that's what's copied from the thing. It's ascending/descending stairs.
And at that point in time, cross-referencing that health data with the GPS location, where physically is Mr. O'Keefe's phone at that particular time frame?
Maplecroft by Pinecone Road, right at that intersection.
And has Mr. O'Keefe's phone arrived or been in the area as far as the GPS, specifically of 34 Fairview Road?
At that time?
Yes.
No, not at all.
And so from GPS locations that you observed of the defendant's phone, initially the phone passes by Fairview Road and then reverses direction to come back, correct?
Yes, that's correct.
And then as far as between 12:25 a.m. and 6:15 a.m., there's no movement of that phone, correct? Yes. What, if any, movement did you observe following 12:25 a.m. until the period 6:15 a.m.?
None until it was found at 6:15.
Now, you mentioned that you took a tool and you did some measurements as well. Is that correct?
Yes.
And were you able to ascertain then some GPS locations for where Mr. O'Keefe's body was found?
Yes.
And what, if any, measurements, excuse me, the accuracy of those GPS measurements and latitude and longitude, what was the accuracy of that?
Can I read the exact? Okay. All right. So from 12:25 and 30 seconds to about 12:35 and 36 seconds, the GPS accuracy is tight on him for the first few seconds and then blows out and encompasses pretty much the neighborhood. 34 Fairview, 32, 31. I'll read the exact. It's a 12:25 and 30 seconds. It has a 33-meter degree of accuracy, which is about 100 feet. That area encompasses 32, 34, and 31 Fairview. 12:25, 31. It's 200-foot measure of accuracy that hits 31, 32, 34 Fairview. Basically, almost all the houses around. At 32 seconds, it shrinks back down to 95-foot level of accuracy, hitting 32, 34 Fairview and the front yard of 31. At 33 seconds, it's 88 feet, again, shrinking back in as the signal.
I mean, Melanie, that she was smiling at the John, I fucking hate you voicemail. So her emotions don't match up from what I've seen. It's gross. But you see why he has to do the what if any. You know, it was fixing the leading question he had just asked. So
Okay, that's better. Covering 32, 34 Fairview, 72 feet at 34 seconds, 59 feet at 35 seconds, and then 52 feet at 36 seconds. So as I said, signal weakens, it blows out, and then as signal gets stronger, it shrinks back in. The GPS coordinates themselves are all still right where Mr. O'Keefe's body was found.
And so as far as, if I can take it back just for a second, the initial GPS coordinates that you marked as far as where Mr. O'Keefe's body was found, how accurate was that measurement as far as to itself where it was?
From what we had and then where we marked from, we believe we're in about 3 feet because standing there, even with the app, it's not perfect. I'm not getting a direct saying that I'm right on it. So we believe we're within about 3 feet of exactly where he was found.
And from that air distance of within 3 feet of where Mr. O'Keefe's body was found, how far was that, or how far did you measure that to be from the front door of 34 Fairview Road?
In a direct straight line to the front door, that's 72 feet. Not counting the stairs.
Now, from your review of that data that you were talking about from that 12:25 and 12:25 and 30 seconds through 12:25 and 36 seconds when it fluctuates, what time period of that or what time period of any of the times that you observed is it possible that John O'Keefe was actually anywhere near 34 Fairview Road, the house? Objection.
Ask it differently.
Within those fluctuating circles of GPS data that you were talking about, what time periods did those encompass the actual inside of the residence of 34 Fairview Road?
It's about 3 seconds where it actually encompasses the inside of Fairview. That 4th second, it's right on the edge of the corner of the house. And then the 5th and 6th second, they're just showing the front yard.
And that time period, as far as
So with it all within 6 seconds, John ran into the basement, got beat up by Colin and Chloe, and they dragged him back out to almost to the street to dump him on the lawn, all within 6 seconds. Makes total sense. Wait, no, it makes more sense that the signal was fluctuating, trying to focus on his exact location. That's what makes more sense.
that time period, as far as those GPS data from those circles, with reference to the following time periods after those, what, if any, based on your training experience, what, if any, opinions were you able to draw from sort of that data?
So he would have to go from the GPS point that's listed. It would take him, a second and a half to get to the house, and then a second and a half back where his body was found, where his phone was underneath him. He'd have to go about 48 feet a second when I did a velocity calculation, which is about 32 miles an hour, a second to the house, a second back.
Hey, so not only do they have 300-mile-an-hour cars in Canton, Johnny was a 32-mile-an-hour sprinter, and he had the time to get beat to death in between those sprints.
There was no GPS points ever showing inside the home, the backyard of the home. There's no lat and long listed. It's just the degree of accuracy from the GPS signal.
So the 72 feet from where Mr. O'Keefe's body was found to the front door of 34 Fairview Road, in order for him to be inside of 34 Fairview Road during any of those measured timeframes, he would have to travel 72 feet and 1.5.
The objection sustained. The objection sustained.
Sir, again, if I could ask you from Mr. O'Keefe's health data, as far as his specific physical location at the time that it indicates ascending and descending, how far away from 34 Fairview Road was it when it registered that?
It's over a half mile away. So Maplecroft to Pinecone Road.
Whoa, 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 whoa. So when the Free Karen Reed Turtle Boy crowd says, well, obviously he was in the basement because the phone shows him going up and down stairs, but he was half a mile away in a different subdivision. Like, literally, the GPS data shows they took a wrong turn into the wrong subdivision. And it was during that time period that it showed him ascending and descending stairs. Wow. Just wow. Yeah. In a basement, half a mile away, Colin and Chloe and Brian Higgins and Jen McCabe all beat him to death half a mile away on Pinecone Road, and then drove him back to 34 Fairview. And that's what I've been saying since day one, Frank. Like, like everyone knows if you're going to cover up a crime, you don't dump the body on your own front lawn. That's the dumbest thing you can do. And a veteran Boston cop dumping the body on his own front lawn, that's moronic. It, like, literally, if you're going to kill someone and try to cover it up, you move the body. As I've said, I either go dump it in the Uintas or in a mine down by Eureka. I don't know what the equivalent would be in Boston. You know, the ocean, the Charles River, or it is the Charles River, isn't it? Either way, you don't dump it on your own front lawn. Like, it's so stupid, so incredibly stupid that it's not believable. You lose credibility alleging it. That's why I've said from the start, the better defense is it was some Puerto Rican guy hit him with a car and left him to die. Not Karen Reed was framed and yada, 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 because that's dumb. That's dumb. And that's it. Dump him in the ocean. You know, for you, Sinclair, I imagine it's, you know, I say dump him in the Uintas. For you, it's probably dump him in the Sawtooths. Dump him in the Frank Church, you know, point of no return wilderness. Like, here in the West, there's a lot of places to dump a body. But yeah. Step 1, steal underpants. Step 2, Step 3, Karen Reed was framed. The underpants gnomes are the masterminds of this conspiracy. Sure, they're missing a step, but they're always missing step 2, so that's okay. That's okay. It just doesn't make any sense.
In your opinion, sir, at any point in time, from the data that you reviewed, did Mr. O'Keefe enter 34 Fairview Road?
I'll sustain the objection.
Mayor Pro Tem?
Yes.
Yeah, I mean, that's it, Dante. I'm convinced Susan Powell is in a mine shaft down near Eureka. Of course, they did find, you know, those teams that dumped a body in a mine shaft near Eureka. They actually found those ones. Of course, they had an indication of which mine shafts to have the search dogs search. I was actually talking before the trial started with a girl that has a search and rescue dog, and she said, "Oh, searching the mines is far easier than searching the Uintas, but you still have to have an idea of which mines to search." And yeah, I mean, I'm definitely not searching the mines. Of course, you know that there's that whole Nutty Putty Cave incident here in Utah as well, where the guy got stuck and died stuck upside down as they were trying to pull him out, and that's just, yeah, weight him down and dump him in a lake. There's so many other possibilities than just, yeah, dump him on the lawn 60, 70 feet. That's good enough. No one will suspect us. Is the dumbest cover up ever. And why would you incriminate yourself by dumping a body on your own front lawn? It doesn't make sense. Now, the state still has to prove that Karen Reed did it. You know, as I've said from the start, the conspiracy is dumb. And at this point, the conspiracy has been blown out of the water. It was weak to start. It's completely done, unless you're a moron. But the state still has to prove that Karen is the one that did it. Just because the conspiracy is nonsense doesn't mean Karen is automatically guilty. You still have to prove her guilt. So, yeah. And yeah, I like most of those mines you wouldn't get me in. At some point, I should do the tour of the silver mine up by Park City, like Deer Valley area, but it's not as claustrophobic as some of those mines, but it was a proper big operation. Oh.
I'm showing you a series of documents. You can review those. You can look up when you're finished. Okay. You recognize those, sir?
Yes.
And what do you recognize those to be?
These are the plotted points I did through Google Earth, the maps, and then through LexisNexis, the track system, the GPS range and coordinates.
And the LexisNexis track system, if you could explain.
And Sinclair, so chasing squirrels as I do. As you guys know, I like whitewater rafting. My YouTube feed and frankly my Facebook as well gets filled up with videos of whitewater rafting. I'm kind of dumb when it comes to geography. I've been getting a lot of videos of the Loxa River or Loxa, however it's pronounced. And just based on the spelling, I just assumed it was in India coming out of the Himalayas. I didn't realize it was northern Idaho, but that looks like a lot of fun. A lot of fun.
Just a bit to the jury as far as what that is and how it's used to create these documents before.
So that's similar to that StarTopo program I used. It's a desktop-based GPS program. You put the points in, and then it will map them out and create, like I said, a KMZ file for you, so you can load it into Google Earth.
Yeah, bro, John.
Yes.
I'm up to teaching.
Okay,
Okay.
thank you. 6:30.
Yeah, return to the witness, John.
Yes,
The sports commission.
yes.
Are we going to the Fargo wood chipper? Is that where we're going, Surrender Monkey?
Ms. Gilman, if you could take that down. I have a moment, John.
Yes.
In fact, Trooper, if you're more comfortable standing for some of your testimony, you certainly can.
Thank you, Holly.
Gilman, if you could enlarge that just a bit. Now, Trooper, there should be a.
All right, who said we needed a visual aid? I know Vince said the jury's not going to remember all these numbers, but I think it was Kevin that said we needed a visual aid. Here's a visual aid with all the numbers. Frankly, it would be nice if we had the numbers, or it would be nice if the visual aid with the numbers was up while the numbers were being explained. So, but yeah, so 34 Fairview is this bottom set of numbers, like you can see 192. The stairs, Pinecone Road, is over here at the kind of top set of numbers. So, and I haven't either, Grey Duck, to be honest. I know about it, but I've never actually watched the movie Fargo. I realize that's probably a sin, but I haven't.
Pointer up on the stand before you, if you could. First of all, let me just ask you, recognize what's up on the screen now as the next exhibit.
Yes.
And again, if you could just explain to the jury sort of what we're looking at in this slide, and then using that laser pointer to direct the jury's attention to what, if anything, of significance you have in this particular slide.
And Vince, that's one of the things that made me a terrible student. Like I said, I've never been diagnosed with ADD, but it's obviously there. If in class, I could never take notes because taking notes would distract me from the lecture. And I'd be so focused on my notes that I'd miss the lecture. So, but if I just focused on the lecture, I'd start daydreaming. So the best option was, unfortunately, surfing the internet and listening to the lecture. And yeah. And so Kova, good to see you. And I watched Artie's stream yesterday, the replay crew though. I saw you made a comment that made me proud. You made a comment that made me proud in Artie's live chat yesterday. I can't remember what it was, but I think it was something I had said earlier that you commented to Artie, and I appreciated it. And just want to point out, I see all, I know all, and I appreciated it. So
I took an overview of the town of Canton. So this here is the GPS route. And then down over, I can barely see. Let me just look on the map here. So much better.
and that's actually a good point, Kevin. I didn't date sorority girls. I wasn't in a fraternity. But the people I knew in fraternities, they're like, yeah, we have test banks, you know. We know which professors recycle tests, and we have them. In law school, most professors posted prior tests on it was on a password protected site. We all had the password because they gave it to us. And they, you know, they're like, yeah, look at our past tests to study. So you know what to expect. So you're not blindsided because law school tests are different than what you're used to. And but then you know, as an undergrad, generally PowerPoints were posted. Generally, in law school, they all were. So, you know, that was nice. That was nice. We just had to add to the PowerPoints if we needed to. Of course, you know, the secret to law school is you ask the year ahead of you for their outlines for the class because the outline is what you really need.
The waterfall bar is right up.
Yep.
I can't really tell honestly from this, but it's on Washington Street. That's down here. I'm sorry. That's why I included an overview of everything so you could see the full range from the time period with that GPS locations.
And the waterfall is basically right here where the map says Canton. This is Washington Street. Jen McCabe's house is right here at the very top, this Wishbone Tuning Fork Street. One Meadows is right here, basically off on the right-hand side. Canton High School right above where it says Canton. So, yeah.
If I may, if it's possible, I don't know.
Keep your voice up.
I don't know if this is going to work any better, but if I could ask if we could turn the lights back on just so the witness can see
Sure.
beforehand, and then. With the court's permission, I think the map is still viewable to the jury, and now the witness can actually see the exhibit.
Can everybody see it?
And so again, sir, Trooper, I'm sorry. Now with visible before you, if you could just indicate again.
It would be nice, Kevin. It's not in the cards at the moment.
And what we're looking at in this.
Yep. So when you zoomed in, it actually closed it out, but it's down over here is the waterfall bar. There's a couple of points there listed. And then right around here is when the GPS tracks go and their route, once Waze is activated, down to 34 Fairview. There is a zoomed in version of by Fairview.
And Ms. Chairman, if I could have the next slide.
So
What are we looking at in this slide?
Yep. So this is the track. This one shows the 12:22. 12:22 and 14 seconds.
And so the 3 flights of stairs is right around here, close to this right, top, sort of middle right, big blue bubble, big blue circle. So the 3 flights of stairs is right in this area. 34 Fairview is this bottom left circle, blue circle. It might be this box with the arrow at the top, might be where pointing actually to the 3 flights of stairs, because Pinecone Road goes that sort of diagonal, you know, up and to the right diagonally. So when I say the 3 flights of stairs half mile away on Pinecone, it could be either this side or this side. So it could be this is pointing to it. So
GPS point where right here where the little arrow is, that's exactly where
and
they were when the
that has been testified to, JT Davis. This straight line in the woods behind 34 Fairview is the high-speed rail line. I believe it's the Acela corridor. So, you know, better for dumping bodies than your front lawn, but why would Johnny be out getting hit by a train at midnight in a blizzard? So, still not a great place to dump a body, but better than your front lawn, slightly.
phone is registering the ascending, descending stairs like listed in Cellbrite.
Maybe you could, using that laser pointer to illustrate to the jury where that point is in relation to where 34 Fairview Road is.
Yes. So this is where they were with the ascending, descending stairs. They would continue down through this little piece here, take the right onto Cedar Crest, they continue down Cedar Crest, missing Fairview right here, and then turn back around and then come to the house.
Okay, so yeah, I did work it out correctly. This arrow on the box points to the ascending and descending. I can't speak. The stairs, the 3 flights of stairs. And so the Free Karen Reed Turtle Boy crowd claiming, oh, clearly he was in the basement and they dragged him upstairs and back downstairs and out to the front of the house, was half a mile away as they were driving to Fairview. So looks like that theory's well and truly debunked. If you prove something, does that mean it's bunked? Because debunked is other way. So if you prove something, does that mean it's bunked?
And this gentleman, if I could have the next slide.
Ooh,
And Schubert, what do we look?
I get spam on Twitch. Apparently I can get cheap viewers. StreamYard, it would be nice if I could, you know, moderate my Twitch chat from StreamYard. I'm able to moderate my YouTube chat from StreamYard. It would be nice if I could moderate Twitch on StreamYard. Please fix that, Twitch and StreamYard.
Looking at in this slide, specifically, if you could explain to the jury as far as the blue circle with the attached to
If
the
you
Lexus,
could look this way, please.
attached to the LexisNexis tracks, if you could explain to the jury what that is and what that signifies.
Yeah. So as I said, we loaded this in through LexisNexis and it gave us the GPS points for the route. The point is 348. I just want to double check. Yeah. Point 348 is at 12:25 and 30 seconds. The blue circle is the estimated range. So how well the signal for the GPS is. And 34 Fairview is right pretty much by that L.
Ah,
Gentlemen, if I could have the next slide.
and that actually makes sense, because that's kind of what I was thinking was, well, bunk would be nonsense, so remove the nonsense. That makes sense, because debunked versus bunked. Yeah, that makes sense.
Yeah, there we go.
Sure, it's essentially the same image, a little bit closer without the graphic as far as the LexisNexis.
That's correct. Yeah, this is 34 Fairview right here, 32. And then again, this is where all the points are for the duration.
As far as the blue circle that's up on the screen, what does that represent as far as this particular point in time for this GPS point 348 at 12:25 and 30 seconds?
Yes, this is as I said before, the range of accuracy due to satellite strength. So as I said, it blows out as it loses strength and then will come back in as it gets better signal.
Mr. Gilman, if I could have the next slide.
And
Manager, what's up on the screen? What are we looking?
you can actually zoomed in now. It's not just that line through the trees. You can actually see the rail line behind the house in this zoomed up photo. At least on a big screen. Those of you watching on a phone, it's probably still too small, but
Looking at this as far as 1225-31.
Same area where the 348 is. This is plot 351. Again, as you can see, strength of signal blows out and encompasses almost the whole neighborhood. All the houses around.
And Ms. Gilman, if I could have the next slide. Again, sir, is this the same GPS point of 351, number 351 at 1225 and 31 seconds?
Yes, it is.
And you could again just explain to jury.
and all those points are along the road and then right on the property line near the flagpole and fire hydrant, real close to the road. And it's just, he never got close to the house. And my God, LexisNexis is expensive. It really is.
Looking at the slide.
Same thing, just the degree of accuracy and the strength of the satellite signal to Officer O'Keefe's phone.
Ms. Gilman, if I could have the next slide. And again, sir, if you could explain to the jury what we're looking at in this slide, what time frame we're talking about.
Yep, this is point 349, 32 seconds. Again, latitude and longitude, they're all right in the same area. And that's that.
Ms. Gilman, if I could have the next slide. Again, Trooper Carino, is this the same GPS plotting point in the same time frame of 1225, 32 seconds?
Yes, it is.
Again, if you could explain to the jury what we're looking at. And this, in particular, in relation to the earlier slides with reference to the accuracy.
So again, the accuracy blew out as it lost signal, and now it's shrinking back in as accuracy gets better.
Ms. Gilman, if I could have the next slide. And sir, what GPS point or what time frame are we looking at in this particular slide?
It's 1225 and 33 seconds. Again, same area, lat long, right in the yard of 34 Fairview.
And Ms. Gilman, if I could have the next slide. Trooper Carino, is this the same GPS point of number 348 and 1225 and 33 seconds?
That's correct.
And if you could explain to the jury as far as the accuracy and what we're looking at.
Yep. So I believe they actually wasn't that much of a drop off. Yeah. So it went from 88 feet to 72 feet. So the circle still doesn't look like it really shrank much.
Ms. Gilman, if I could have the next slide, please. And again, Trooper, what time frame and what GPS point are we looking at this one?
This is 1225 and 34 seconds. Again, same thing right there, the corner of 34 Fairview and 32 Fairview.
Ms. Gilman, if I could have the next slide, please. Trooper Carino, this is the same GPS point number 350, 1225 and 34 seconds. Is that correct?
That's correct.
And again, using that laser pointer direct your attention to what we're looking at.
Yep. So 34 Fairview's here. So as I said, this point here is the last one where it sort of cuts out the little corner of the house, but everything's still showing directly. This is where it's believed to be.
Ms. Gilman, if I could have the next slide. What GPS point and what time are we looking at in this one, sir?
This one's 35 seconds, 1225, 35 seconds. Same thing. Again, GPS point still saying it's right there where his body was, but again, it dropped from 72 feet of accuracy down to 59 feet. So it's going to show the outside only of the house.
So the signal strength strengthening at that point, is that correct?
That is correct.
If I could have the next slide, Ms. Gilman. Again, sir, same GPS point at number 346, the same time at 1225, 35, is that correct?
That's correct.
Ms. Gilman, if I could have the next slide. Mr. Carino, with regard to this slide, what GPS point is being depicted and what time frame are we looking at?
This is GPS point number 345, and it's 1225 and 36 seconds. Again, showing that the signal strength has, again, grown and gotten better.
As far as growing and gotten better, what accuracy or what degree of accuracy in feet are we looking at?
This is within 52 feet.
Ms. Gilman, lastly, from this group, the next slide. Again, sir, this is the same as the previous slide, GPS point number 345, 1225, 36 seconds.
That's correct.
And again, if you could, using the laser pointer, just to illustrate.
And Kevin, that's why they give us free access to Lexus in law school and Westlaw, trying to get us hooked. And then as like they give us the hard sell all through law school. And then once we're gone, they're like, haha, now pay us all the money, or you have to use the shitty free, search tools that the bar gives you.
Very well looking at.
Yep. As I said, there's no any plotted points anywhere other than right in this area for the rest of the night. This is where it stays, and there's varying degrees of accuracy, but there's nothing ever showing it anywhere else in that neighborhood.
Mayor Pro Tem.
Yes.
You have that last document?
I just gave it back.
If you could take a look at that and look up when you finish.
Yes.
Do you recognize that, sir?
Yes, this is a second map I created with the Cellbrite locations from their native locations. The previous one was from Axiom. So I used both programs to map it.
I mean, JT Davis, I bet what they're going to be parroting is the reasonable doubt is entirely on Trooper Paul. It's, well, they don't know the exact angle that she hit him. They don't know, was it at this exact spot or was it 5 feet down the road? Trooper Paul didn't know, therefore reasonable doubt. And the thing is, the jury could agree with that. I mean, you don't have to have every single exact detail to convict. It's, it is a largely circumstantial case, but the overwhelming body of evidence and having one or two questions within that, you can still convict, even if you don't know, well, was it here or 2 feet down? What, did she strike him at a 30-degree angle or a 32-degree angle? But, the free Karen Reed crowd is going to be shouting, well, even if she hit him, the Trooper Paul couldn't prove exactly how she hit him, therefore reasonable doubt. And that's just not how it works. It could, like, the jury could say, yeah, you haven't convinced me. But they could also say, yeah, all the evidence is there, guilty. So, of course, all the people shouting reasonable doubt from day one were stupid or conflicted.
Why did you use both programs, sir?
As I said, Axiom showed movement and degree of accuracy
Mhm.
where Cellbrite doesn't. It just gives you the native locations. I use two programs so I can corroborate what I'm seeing in one is the same as the other, because if not, then I need to find out why.
We call that the belt and suspenders approach.
And as far as the information from one program to the other program, were they corroborative of each other?
Yes.
May I approach on?
Yes.
I'm going to seek to introduce and admit next exhibit. Go, Chair.
And one.
May I return to witness?
Yes.
If the evidence doesn't fit your conspiracy, shift the conspiracy to fit the evidence.
Was the information made public to the jury?
Yes, with the lights on still?
I think so. Trooper Guarino, starting with the first page that you have before you, first of all, do you recognize what's up on the screen at the first page of that next exhibit?
Yes, sir.
And again, from courts using the basic pointer you have before you, direct the jury's attention to what, if anything, of significance you observe in this first page of this next exhibit.
Yes, again, this is from the Waze app. They're tracked from 234 Fairview, down Cedar Crest again, returning back here. So that's just the bottom half. I just wanted to get a closer view of where the GPS plots were from Cellbrite.
And the next slide is going to. And again, sir, if you could explain to the jury what we're looking at in this slide.
So the purple dots are the GPS points and the route taken. As I said, goes up to, I believe that's 51 Cedar Crest, and then reverses back. And then this is the final point. It's right here. 34 Fairview is right here. There's a little yellow push pin on it.
And yes, sir, I'm sorry, just from the timing of the plotting of the points for the plots that you have there, you could just, using the laser pointer, direct the jury's attention to the path that Mr. O'Keefe's phone takes.
I mean, Edwin, I think the majority of the turtle riders have taken an 8-week break from flat earthing to do the Karen Reed trial, and once the trial's over, they'll go back to flat earth, is my guess. So
In reference, if I could ask you first, if you could just illustrate to the jury this particular line, where is 34 Fairview?
Right here.
And then if I could ask you with the laser pointer to direct the jury's attention to the path of Mr. O'Keefe's phone in sequence, or how it travels and arrives at that location.
Yep. As I shown, goes down Cedar Crest, misses Fairview, goes up to here by the house with the pool, turns around, goes back, takes a right onto Fairview, and then stops ultimately right in between 34 and 32 Fairview, where there's like a flagpole and a fire hydrant right there.
Then if I could have the next slide. And Trooper Guarino, directing your attention to this slide, what are we looking at?
Again, I cross-referenced it with the points. This is Pine Cone Road, and then Maplecroft intersects here. And this is the ascending, descending stairs point.
it's disappointing. Of course, she is a public defender, so it's natural to be skeptical of the prosecution, and of course, I doubt Natalie has watched every minute of the trial. She sees the highlights, and just the same, it's disappointing. At least if she's in on the conspiracy or pushing the conspiracy. Because once again, there's a difference between Karen Reed was framed, it's a conspiracy, and yeah, the prosecution hasn't proved its case. There's a big gulf between that, and I'm just, I don't get it.
In his phone, doing a Google Earth elevation check. There's about a 20-degree dip, and then it goes up.
And the problem is, those aren't going to be good long-term subscribers. Like, it'll be temporary engagement, because once the trial's over, they're not sticking around. They're moving on to flat earth. They're moving on to the next conspiracy. And so, you know, great, it's temporary engagement, but they're not going to be with you long term. So it's oh yeah, he absolutely would. He absolutely would. He'd be there raising muck with all the other muck rakers. And I mean, that's it. I can see being skeptical of the prosecution's case, but just the titles and thumbnails, so much of it, they're watching a different trial than I am. They're watching a different trial than I am. And Alpha, the thing is, when I mentioned a few minutes ago the people shouting right from the start of the trial, there's so much reasonable doubt, there's no way this should have been prosecuted. I was thinking of him specifically, and it's is he in contact with the defense team? Because from what I've seen, they were reaching out to YouTubers, trying to get YouTube lawyers on side, like providing a financial incentive. I absolutely believe Melanie Little and DUI Guy are the spokespeople, the go-to people that they approached. But I have a feeling Kurt might also. So, but yeah, it's, as I've said, I could have 100 times the viewers if I were pushing the conspiracy. But my integrity is more important. My integrity is more important. And I don't know Broken Baker. I don't know him. But, and like, to Emily's credit, I like Emily. I like Runkle. I like Natalie. But to Emily's credit, she does try to be fair. She does try to be objective. She did work in the same office as Jackson. And, being that she's a former prosecutor, she's obviously passionate. She's like, I can see her being a lot more fiery in the courtroom than Lolly. I can see why she'd be frustrated with Lolly. I can see why she'd be frustrated. But because of the conspiracy, what should have been a 5 or 6 day trial has been an 8-week trial. And a lot of that was boring. A lot of it was, fairly dispassionate. But by this point, he hasn't been exciting, but he's put a lot of evidence on the record. He really has. And Frank, I'm still kicking myself for not streaming the Depp Heard trial. Like, I had just started my channel just before that. Only had a few videos out. But I stupidly, like, just watching Law Talk with Mike, right as the trial was about to start, he's like, yeah, I'm gonna be on Legal Bites tomorrow for the Depp Heard trial. And I was like, who cares about that? To me, it looked like it was going to be a waste of time. I couldn't bring myself to care. And about halfway through that trial, I'm like, oh, I should have streamed this. I should have. This was stupid of me. But by that time, I didn't want to jump in halfway through the trial, and it was stupid of me. Of course, who's to say I would have had any viewers for that either? And and that's it. It's Karen and the defense that have burned through a lot of taxpayer money, and that's it. They've forced the conspiracy into the public conscience. The jurors hopefully haven't been fully exposed to it, if they've been honest. So did he really need to disprove the conspiracy? Maybe not, but it was safe. You know, it was playing it safe to disprove the conspiracy first. And Frank, that's exactly where, you know, what I was speaking about was Kevin from Yellow Cottage Tales. You know, Jackson was reaching out to YouTubers trying to get them to push the conspiracy about a year ago and really trying to build it up. And Turtle Boy was all in. Kevin, Yellow Cottage Tales, he's like, well, yeah, I'll cover it, but I'm and at the time he was kind of on the side of the conspiracy, but he hadn't seen the evidence yet. And he's like, yeah, I'll cover it, but I'm going to cover it fairly. I'm not going to be a cheerleader. I'm going to give my opinion on what I see. And so they kind of were like, yeah, okay, no thanks, and moved on. And it really looks to me like they must have approached DUI guy. They must have approached Melanie Little. They, you know, the Glairer, not a YouTube lawyer, but it's just they've approached people and have had them as their cheerleaders. And what's funny is I'd watched a few of Melanie Little's videos a while ago, none on this subject, and had completely forgotten about her because I just didn't find her all that interesting. But it really is to the point where, to me, she has absolutely no credibility. And I was disappointed to see Natalie having her on, but it's yeah. And that's it. Emily did work with Alan Jackson. They worked in the same office. They both LA County prosecutors. And I just, to me, I really don't like his style. I don't see that he's been all that effective. But that's me. So.
And then as you go down Cedar Crest, the hill is about a 50-foot elevation change again. So it's
Are you timing my squirrel chases, Vince?
pretty significant.
And so I'm sorry, sir, as far as the elevation change that you're talking about, how is that measured and how and where is that in reference to what's picked up here?
So again, like I said, in this area here, there's about a 20-foot drop. And then as you go down Cedar Crest, that hill, it's about 50 feet. This spot here is the ascending, descending stairs. So as I said before, he doesn't have an eye watch on, so it's not collecting that great health data. It's still acting as pedometer. So again, whatever movement he's doing is triggering something in the phone as he's ascending and descending these hills. Essentially, it could be tricking the phone into thinking it's stairs.
Let's go if I can have the next slide. Is that Super Marino? What are we looking at in this one?
This timestamp is 12:19 and 32 seconds. That's when the phone initially starts creating the GPS points before Waze is activated with 34 behaviors searched. So this looks to be the time Waze is actually opened up.
And so from the purple dots that are depicted on the screen, as far as where is Disco Keith's phone at 12:19 a.m. in reference to 34 Fairview Road?
12:19 is right here. 34 Fairview's down all the way here. Number, you can't really see, but it's right in the bottom corner.
And the next slide.
Thank you.
This is the same map, but just minus the tracks, graphic.
I'm sorry, Trevor, I lost track of what page we're on. Is there any other pages in that exhibit for you?
No, that's the last one.
May I approach this retriever?
Yes.
Your Honor, may we approach?
Okay.
And as I've said, Dante, to me, it really is unfortunate because, you know, a lot of them I do like. And I mean, I avoid watching them during the trial just because I don't want to be influenced. So it just, it disappoints me. And the thing is, I couldn't have because going in, I knew who Turtle Boy was. You know, having watched.
Reno, we're going to take our morning break. You just have to stick around. You can file out when the jury does. So juries, the lawyers and I have something that we have to do, so it'll be a little bit longer. I hear it's nice and cool back in the jury deliberation room. So we're going to take a half an hour, 45-minute break here.
But yeah, having watched Kate for several years, I knew what a despicable little person Turtle Boy was, and I had, you know, knowing he was the lead cheerleader for Karen Reed, I just couldn't, like, I literally couldn't be on the Free Karen Reed side, knowing that it was Turtle Boy. I just couldn't do it. And so, I mean, Mike definitely has, you know, he curates good clips, and a lot of people prefer the somewhat limited commentary, only speaking up when absolutely necessary. You know, one of the comments on my Team Skeptic stream from Saturday, you know, you should watch more Law Talk with Mike and learn how to do this, because you interrupt too much, and you'd grow a lot bigger if you stopped interrupting. You know, watch Law Talk with Mike and a few others, and it's like, I try to keep things fair use, and you know, if you want to just watch Team Skeptic, you'll just watch Team Skeptic. You come to my channel for my commentary. I'm not a, you know, I don't restream. So, but and yeah. So, and the thing is, I think he does monitor chat quite closely. You know, I'm rarely in the chat. I watch after usually, but if I make a funny comment, it goes up on screen. So he's definitely monitoring chat. But he does, I think, try to limit interruptions, and it very well could be that, you know, you say, I liked it before when he used to interrupt more. It might be that the overwhelming comments were, stop interrupting so much, and he did, and he grew. And So I'm not going to criticize that. And yeah, it's if if Emily's trying to be objective, but all of the comments are the Turtle Boy narrative, it's hard being in an echo chamber. It's hard being in an echo chamber. So, and I've only been in a few of Charlie's lives for a few minutes. I tend to watch the clips he takes out of them, but yeah, I mean, when I've had it, during doing Delete Law's Las Vegas trial, I had 350-ish in the chat, and it wasn't easy to catch up or to keep up with the chat. Charlie with 10 or 20,000 in the chat, it flies by even on slow mode. Mike with 1,500 in the chat, it does fly by. So yeah, and that's exactly what I said from the start, and so people called me a bootlicker and the world's worst attorney because I said from the very start, my inclination is, my gut feeling is, she hit him. I don't know if it was intentional or not, and I dislike her because of her association with Turtle Boy. And recognizing that prejudice apparently made me the world's worst attorney. So it's I just don't get it. Oh, wait, you're Jen McCabe, Taylor? Good to know. What was that in Emily's chat that you were accused? It's wild. If you're not team free Karen Reed, you must be one of the McAlberts. It's you must be a conspirator if you believe Karen is guilty. And Esty, good to see you. So yeah. And I'm close. I'm close on second degree murder. I might even be convinced. I just don't know yet. Well, of course, as I've said, I'm waiting until the defense has had its say as well. So, and what's funny though is the YouTube lawyers started off mostly kind of leaning towards Amber, but by the end, they were uniformly, yeah, Johnny's won. And so the general mainstream media clearly wasn't watching the same trial, but like I was right there with the rest of the YouTube lawyers, from what I'd seen. I went into that thinking Johnny probably had beat Amber or abused her or whatever. And by the end of the trial, I'm like, yeah, Amber Turd is terrible. And it just, but this one, everyone's watching a different trial than I am.
Yes.
You are muted.
All right.
Hey there, Karen.
If I ever do a jump scare like Artie does, I'm going to do the Jesse Weber jumping in as the jump scare. And that's an unflattering pause picture. That's a very unflattering pause of Jesse there. Yes, but apparently they got the air conditioner working better today. So, yeah. So let's zoom through the long break that they have something to argue about during. And I waited through the commotion until the Jesse Weber jump scare because I was wondering if we'd have argument shown, and we didn't. And yeah, that's kind of what I think.
Quarterback in session, may be seated.
All right, so Ms. Giannetti, did that give you enough time?
Oh, I had enough time.
Okay, all right, so Ms. McLaughlin, why don't I hear you just briefly? If you could frame this, or Mr. Lally, whoever wants to.
It would have been nice if they had the exhibit up as they were explaining it to start with. Of course, then it would have been no foundation to put it up. But to me, once they did have the exhibit up, it definitely helped. It definitely helped. So, Kfar, welcome.
Yeah, sure. The Commonwealth is moving to introduce a Google search the defendant conducted at 1:27 p.m. on January 29th.
Oh, a Google search from the defendant. Because Jen McCabe wasn't the only one Googling late at night. And yeah, I blame Kfar because yesterday as I was watching the stream, right about the time you mentioned the big storm in the town next door, I started getting the phantom pains that indicate a storm. So I blamed you, even though it was cloudy outside here, but I blamed you.
2022. The Commonwealth would argue that the probative value of this Google search outweighs any prejudice to the defendant. The search in question is at 1:27 p.m. before the defendant had spoken to law enforcement. She conducted a search for
1:27 p.m. Okay, sorry. 1:27 p.m. Not late night, but still. And I mean, the Commonwealth is arguing more probative than prejudicial. What's the scale in Canton? Well, in Dedham is where the court is, because Trooper Proctor's, like I said, I saw no actual probative value. It's just prejudicial. So to me, if there's any probative value and it's not hearsay, and it's not hearsay because she did it, although it's, well, is it a statement by her or is it a Google search? That's, yeah. So to me, it should come in, I think. And I don't know. I don't know. It could be she does the motions. She's the writer. I just not sure.
DUI attorneys. The Commonwealth thinks that this is appropriate for the jury to hear as it rebuts the voting defense that the defendant has laid out. Not that she did not intend to commit John O'Keefe. The defense has been that the defendant is essentially what's been represented in opening court was framed that she had no intent or opportunity to commit these crimes. Further, that she was not intoxicated at the time. So the Commonwealth feels that the probative value significantly outweighs the prejudicial value. It goes to her state of mind at the time that the search was conducted. Further, it also rebuts that there was any impropriety in the police investigation, or that, as the defendant has put it, that the police did not search any or investigate any other potential culprits. It also would go to the defendant's consciousness of guilt at that time. This statement is before she voluntarily gave an interview with law enforcement. It goes to her state of mind prior to that interview. And so for all those reasons, the Commonwealth would suggest that that Google search is appropriate, and it's not a typical case where it's an invocation of counsel, where law enforcement had not engaged her, and it goes to her state of mind at that time prior to any police involvement, and further to rebut that there was any improprieties in the police investigation, or that they should have investigated anyone else.
All right, and I appreciate, Mr. Lally, you bringing this to our attention to give us time to look at it. Ms. McLaughlin, I appreciate that you provided a very strong limiting instruction proposal. I'll hear you, Ms. Gianetti.
Thank you.
Do we know what the Google search was? Because that could play, is she searching defense lawyers, Boston?
You had asked us if I could use proof of the phone call from Michael Clark.
Oh, I didn't say proof. No, I asked if that was coming into evidence.
Okay, well, I'd like this mark for identification for the purpose of this argument, if I could.
Sure.
Show counsel.
And that obviously, having an attorney is a constitutional right. The prosecution can't comment on her pleading the fifth and not testifying. They can't comment, look, she had 3 high-priced defense attorneys in court this whole trial, therefore she knows she's guilty. That's consciousness of guilt. An innocent person would represent themselves. Can't do that. But showing the consciousness of guilt that before she's even spoken to law enforcement, really, she's Googling DUI attorneys before they've even questioned her. Is that consciousness of guilt that, hey, I was driving drunk last night and maybe hit him, and this is not good. But they haven't interviewed her yet. So, and it could be searching Boston criminal defense attorneys wouldn't be relevant at all. Whereas specifically searching DUI attorneys, that, she's not just trying to protect herself, but she's trying to protect herself against a DUI, against DUI manslaughter. It's that consciousness of guilt that, hey, not only do I need an attorney, I need a DUI attorney. I need a DUI attorney. That's evidence she knew she was driving drunk at the very least. So the contents of the search might actually be probative. It might be relevant. From my understanding, that's why she hired Attorney Little first, is she's a DUI attorney. And then shit got real, so they added Yannetti and Jackson. So when they realized it wasn't just a DUI case.
It's been redacted.
Okay. So let's have it marked for ID before I hear you any further. So Madam Court Reporter needs to mark it. All right, and if I may have that. Thank you very much. Just give me a minute, Ms. Giannetti. All right, so this is just that a call occurred, right?
That a call was made from Michael Proctor's personal cell phone number. You can see the last 4 digits there, to my client at 1:19 p.m. on January 29th.
Okay.
Some 8 minutes before she calls to investigate potential DUI attorney.
Okay, so focus on the law for me and tell me why I should exclude this.
Of course, yes. With regard to the cases that the Commonwealth has cited, I think the court has seen, one of them is an unpublished opinion, the other is a homicide case. They couldn't be more distinguishable from this case. With regard to the unpublished opinion, that appears to have been a gun charge where the defendant in that case did a search for a 9mm handgun on his cell phone. He did not ask for Google or search in Google for a handgun attorney. He made a specific inculpatory search that the court ruled was relevant and was not outweighed by the danger of unfair prejudice. In this case, we have a person being contacted by the police and then doing what a citizen has every right to do, which is to look for an attorney for representation. There's zero probative value to that, other than she's presumed to be innocent and she's seeking an attorney to defend that presumption of innocence. That's it. There's zero probative value. But there's
and that's it. To me, if there's probative value, it's because it was specifically for a DUI attorney. Because I agree with Yannetti that exercising your rights isn't suspicious. But specifically searching for a DUI attorney might be. In that it shows that consciousness of guilt. So if it's just searching for an attorney, no way I say it should come in. Where I get hung up is searching DUI attorney. And I don't know that I'd let it in or not, but that makes it a closer call. That makes it a closer call. Of course, you know, so much of what the defense has brought has been just rank speculation. And, you know, like I said, I don't think Proctor's private texts should have come in. They just, there was no probative value. And to me, they were obtained through corruption. They shouldn't have come in. I'm not saying, well, the balance for that is letting this in. But if that's the standard, that's the standard. So, and that's also a good point. You know, they're trying to say, well, you're just guessing that she was drunk, but if she's, before questioning, Googling a DUI attorney, she knows she was drinking before she got home. It takes away that defense of, well, I was driving sober. I drank a bottle of vodka when I got back to John's house because I was upset we were fighting. It takes that away. And hmm. And he very well could. He very well could. So it's just, to me, searching the DUI attorney, it's consciousness that she knows what kind of defense she needs to put on. And so it's just the specificity of it. And I agree, Naven. It's exercising a constitutional right isn't evidence of guilt. It's just the specificity of it that makes me even question that it might come in, because it's consciousness of her knowing what type of defense she needs to put on before she's even been interviewed by the investigators. And I'm not saying it should come in. I'm just saying maybe it should. And only based on the specificity. So.
Extreme and unfair prejudice in this case. Your Honor, the limited instruction that the Commonwealth has provided asks this court to instruct the jury whether her action in doing an internet search for an attorney indicates feelings of guilt by a defendant. I can't even believe that argument.
So let's just focus on the law.
I'm trying to, Your Honor. I'm flabbergasted.
So what I'm going to do then is I'm going to stop you. So in the balancing act that I have to do, I find that the probative value is outweighed by the prejudicial impact. All right. So I'm not going to allow it in, Mr. Lally, in your case in chief. Now, if you feel that through this witness or through any other witness, Mr. Lally, that it then is admissible, I just ask that you come to sidebar beforehand.
Absolutely, Your Honor.
Okay. All right. Let's bring Trooper Green.
So can't come in now, but the door might be opened to making it more probative.
Back in, please. Yes, please.
So the admissibility of evidence is a question of law. So judges get to decide admissibility.
Trooper, if you have a bad back and you need to stand, just stand at any time.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Okay.
Well, as I often say, shut the fuck up and get a lawyer. So getting a lawyer isn't consciousness of guilt, it's being smart. Of course, the defense has tried to insinuate that the Alberts all having lawyers, well, that's suspicious. So to me, those questions shouldn't have been allowed because, they have the Fifth Amendment right every bit as much as Karen Reed. Now, they weren't facing legal jeopardy, but just the same, shut the fuck up and get a lawyer. So she knew she was going to be questioned, so having a lawyer is not suspicious in the slightest. Like, even if she thought it was an accident, even if she thought she had nothing to do with it, if you're going to be questioned, get a lawyer. That's period. But it's just the specificity of it that even causes the question. So it's gross. Absolutely gross. She's the main character. It's poor put on Karen, but everyone else is fair game. It's, you know, people have compared her to Scientology because the fair game doctrine within Scientology, it's we can ruin anyone else's life to keep her out of prison. But looking at her texts, that's an invasion of privacy. And that's why it shouldn't have been allowed. No, this was at 1:27 p.m. So I accidentally said middle of the night, but it was 1:27 p.m. So she was already back at her parents' house.
Hey, be seated, put back to.
Mr. Lally?
Thank you, Your Honor. No further questions for this witness, Your Honor.
All right, Mr. Yannetti?
Thank you, Your Honor.
CJ5.
Mr. Lally, you left your material here.
Thank you.
Trooper Guarino, you've testified that you disagree in many respects with the findings of the defense expert, Rick Green, which he outlined in his affidavit submitted in connection with this case, correct?
Yes, that's correct.
I'd like to ask you some questions about your training and education and your qualifications in the area of computer forensics. You graduated from Westfield State University in 2003.
Yes, that's correct.
You majored in criminal justice and mass communications, correct?
Yes, I double majored.
You chose not to major in computer science, correct?
Yes, that's correct.
2 years after graduating, you became a patrolman in Norwood, correct?
Yes, that's right.
The town of Norwood is right next to Canton, is it not?
Yes, it is.
You stayed as a patrolman in Norwood for 10 years with the Norwood Police Department, correct?
Minus a stint in the National Guard, but yes.
You then became a Massachusetts state trooper in 2015,
Yes, I did.
and you spent 4 years
Norwood is next to Canton, therefore conspiracy.
in the patrol division of the Mass State Police, correct?
Yes, I did.
And that was until 2019?
Correct.
And 2019 was the first time that you took a forensic computer course. Would you agree with that?
No, that's not true.
Would you agree with me that since then, your training has mainly consisted of online courses and webinars?
That is also not true.
Okay, well, you list, with regard to your training, some in-person trainings, sir, but you list 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, actually, over 20 online courses, do you not?
Yes, that was during COVID.
Yeah. Well, 2019 was not during COVID, was it?
2020 was
All right.
when I took most of them.
I got you, but you say 2019 to 2020 in terms of your online courses and webinars, correct?
There's quite a few, yes.
And with regard to some of the courses that you were taking during that time period, would you agree with me that one of them was Introduction to Computer Networks?
So that course was through the NW3C. Uh,
I didn't know where it was from. I asked you whether one of the courses that you took was called Introduction to Computer Networks.
That's correct.
And another course that you took was Introduction to Cell Phone
Oh, no, he took introductory courses. You've got to start somewhere.
Investigations, correct?
Yes.
Introduction to Previewing, correct?
Yes.
You hold no degrees in the field of computer forensics, do you?
I hold certifications,
You hold no degrees in the field of computer forensics or computer science, correct?
like college degree.
Correct.
Yeah, correct.
You have no publications in the field of computer forensics, do you?
No, not yet.
And you've never taught
Karen smirking. Huh, dumbass doesn't even have degrees in this.
a course of computer forensics, have you?
No.
All right. Well, as a Norwood police officer for 10 years and a Massachusetts state trooper for 9 years, you would agree that you've written a lot of police reports over the years, have you not?
Yeah, you can say that.
Prior to becoming a Norwood police officer back in 2005, you attended a police academy, right?
Yes, I did.
And at the academy, one area of focus was the proper way to write a police report, was it not?
Amongst others.
You were taught that it's important to write police reports close in time to the events in question while they're still fresh in your memory, correct?
That's not necessarily the case.
Okay, so is it your testimony before this jury that it's preferable to wait months before you submit a police report on something that happened months ago, sir?
Well, it depends on the data that I'm using. If I can't get into a phone, then yeah, I have to wait months.
But once the information is received that you need to write a police report, would you agree with me that it's important to record it in a report as soon as you can?
No, I stand by my previous statement that as soon as the data is available that I can do it, I will. And if, things come up, then, I do it when it's able.
So I think you just answered my question. You said as soon as the data is available and you've completed your investigation.
I never said I completed. I said if the data is available.
Well,
then
let's say you've completed
can't.
your investigation, sir. Are you going to argue with me that it's preferable not to wait to record that data in a report?
Objection.
Ask it differently, Mr. Yannetti.
You were also taught that it's important to include all the important details in your police report, correct?
Again, it depends on the report I'm writing.
Okay, so in other words, there are times when you're writing a police report when you intentionally leave out important details, Trooper. Is that your testimony before this jury?
Objection.
I'll allow that question. Is that what you do, Trooper?
No, ma'am.
Okay.
Your Honor.
So you would agree with me, going back to my question, that it is important to include all the important details in your report, is it not?
Again, it depends on the report that I'm writing. There's some data that goes in, there's some that doesn't. I can't have everything in.
Okay, no personal attacks, you guys. And Grandpa Monster, Vince isn't pro Karen Reed by any stretch, but no personal attacks.
Again, for phone, I'm speaking to technically phone reports or cell phones, computers. I can't include everything. That's why we have the program that if I need to add something via Cellbrite or Axiom, I can create a report through that. If I did a handwritten report for everything, they'd be thousands of pages for the amount of data in these devices.
One purpose of writing a police report is to share information with your fellow investigators, is it not?
I suppose so.
Another purpose of writing a police report is to be fair to the people that you're investigating by explaining as best you can what happened, correct?
I don't understand that question.
Okay. The fact is you did write some early police reports in this case dated February 4th, 2022, just 6 days after John O'Keefe was found mortally wounded on Brian Albert's front lawn, correct?
That is correct.
When you wrote those police reports, you knew this was a homicide investigation, correct?
I was told that it was believed to be yes.
So that underscored the importance of being accurate and truthful, correct? Especially in a homicide investigation?
I write my reports, no matter what the investigation is, the same exact way.
And the purpose of one of your February 4th, 2022 reports was to explain how you came into possession of John O'Keefe's cell phone and to note the extraction that you did on the phone. Do you recall that report?
Yes, I do.
And before writing that particular report, you spoke with Trooper Michael Proctor, did you not?
I received the phone from him, but
I'm sorry?
Thank
I received
you.
the phone from him originally, yes.
And when you
Oh no, he spoke to Michael Proctor. Conspiracy. Did Trooper Proctor use naughty words when you spoke with him?
received the phone, the two of you did not remain mute, right? The two of you chatted,
I don't remember the exact conversation.
but there was a conversation, correct?
I'm sure there was.
And you recorded what Michael Proctor told you about that cell phone in your February 4th, 2022 report, did you not?
No, I didn't.
Michael Proctor told you that on Saturday, January 29th of 2022, he and Sergeant Buchanan had responded to 34 Fairview Road in Canton, did he not?
Objection.
I'll allow that.
No, he didn't.
Well, you wrote in your
Well,
very first sentence in that report the following, quote, on Saturday, January 29th,
Objection.
2022, Trooper Michael Proctor and Sergeant Yuri Buchanan of the Norfolk County District Attorney's Office responded to the unattended death of John O'Keefe at 34 Fairview Road in Canton. Those were your words, were they not?
All right, so the objection sustained, you can ask it differently.
Did Michael Proctor tell you that he had received or retrieved John O'Keefe's cell phone from 34 Fairview Road in Canton?
Objection.
I'm going to allow that.
No, I didn't know where it was retrieved from.
You didn't know where it was retrieved from?
Correct.
All right.
I assume we will. Corrections.
But you did include in your report that while Proctor and Buchanan were on scene, they retrieved the cell phone of John O'Keefe, correct?
At some point during the day, they did. I don't know where from. So there's multiple.
Yeah, I'm asking about your report, but you know I'm questioning you about your report.
Fuck you.
No, I understand. I'm explaining. I don't know what
You don't get to
scene.
explain, sir, most respectfully, until Mr. Lally questions you.
No, he does get to explain. He does get to answer your questions the way he sees fit. So fuck you. You don't get to explain. Yes, he does. He can answer the question any way he wants. Stop interrupting, you douche nozzle.
Okay, so no comments. I think to speed things along, do you have your report with you?
I do, Your Honor.
I think it'll make it easier,
Oh,
Mr.
can you read the
Yannetti.
first two lines? of that?
Let him grab it.
Can you read the first two lines to the jury, please?
Yep. On Saturday, January 29th, 2022, Trooper Michael Proctor and Sergeant Yuri Buchanan of the Norfolk District Attorney's Office responded to the unattended death of John O'Keefe at 34 Fairview Road in Canton. Through his investigation, it was found O'Keefe was a victim of a motor vehicle homicide. While on scene, Trooper Proctor secured O'Keefe's phone and brought it to the Norfolk DA's office for forensic analysis.
Okay, so you'd agree with me that you included that clause. While on scene, they secured his phone, did you not?
I did write that.
Okay. And that was back on February 4th of 2022, correct?
Yes, it was.
Within 6 days of John O'Keefe being found mortally wounded on Albert's Lawn, correct?
Yes, sir.
And at that time, you knew that the crime scene was 34 Fairview Road, correct?
No,
Yet you put in your report while on scene, did you not?
yes, I don't know what scene they recovered from. I know they went multiple places on the 29th. They didn't get back to me till 7:30 that night almost
Okay.
when I first got the
Well,
phone.
you'd agree with me that the Canton Police Department wasn't the crime scene, correct?
I never said crime scene in my report. I wrote scene.
Okay. Well, Canton Police Department was not the scene of any crime, was it?
I don't know. I don't believe so.
You don't know if the Canton Police Department was the scene of a crime.
I don't think it was.
You don't think it is? Okay. Now, in that report, you were trying to establish the chain of custody of that phone, right? Because you described where it was found, where it was taken, and who had possession of it, correct?
I said it never said where it was taken. I said the phone was recovered on scene by Trooper Proctor. Again, I don't know where it was recovered from. I did find out later it was at Canton PD.
Well, hold on a second. Again, we're focusing on your report.
I know, I'm reading it.
As opposed to details you want to fill in now, okay?
Okay.
With regard to, you just testified, you never said where
Once again, fuck you. He gets to answer your questions how he sees fit.
it was taken, yet previously you said it was taken to you, was it not?
No, I said recovered from, like the scene location.
Did Trooper Proctor take the phone to you and
Yes.
hand it to you?
Yes, he did.
Okay, so it was taken to you, correct?
That is correct.
All right. So you described in your report where it was found because you said while on scene, correct?
Correct.
And where it was taken to you, correct?
Yes, sir.
And who had possession of it, which was initially Trooper Proctor in terms of your observations, and then you, correct?
That is who brought me the phone to the DA's office. Yes.
And you would agree with me that chain of custody of a piece of evidence is an important detail in any criminal investigation, isn't it?
Yes.
Back to the chain of custody, that with a witness whose job isn't to track the chain of custody, it's his job to know where it is while it's in his custody. But Lieutenant Tully is in charge of the chain of custody. So chain of custody is important. You don't know the entire chain of custody, therefore conspiracy. But it's not his job to know the entire chain of custody before he gets it. Once again, the defense, oh, so you only did your job, not everyone else's job? How very suspicious of you.
Would you agree with me that someone reading your report or listening to it as the jury listened today would understand you to be saying that Michael Proctor seized John O'Keefe's cell phone at 34 Road in Canton.
Objection.
Sustained.
All right. I'd like to ask you some questions about the extraction that you discussed in that same February 4th, 2022 report, the very same report. In that report, after you name the tools that you use to extract data from the phone,
Yep, he seized it off of the lawn underneath John O'Keefe. Yeah.
you indicated that a copy of that cell phone extraction was placed on a state police server, or was it a DA's office server?
DA's office server.
Okay, on a server so that it could be accessed there, correct?
That is correct.
But that extraction you placed on the server did not include all the potential data on John O'Keefe's phone, did it?
How do you mean?
Well, didn't you indicate in your report that the extraction was not inclusive of all potential data contained within the device?
No, that's not true.
Well, the extraction that you did contained communications, iOS messages, phone calls, social media communications between John O'Keefe and Karen Reed, correct?
Yes, that's correct.
And it contained communications between John O'Keefe and Jennifer McCabe.
Yes, that's true.
It contained communications between John O'Keefe and Kerry Roberts.
I can't recall.
All right. But it did not include any communications between John O'Keefe and Julie Albert, did it?
Again, I can't recall.
And again, I'm talking about that initial extraction. That initial one didn't include any communications between John O'Keefe and Chris Albert, did it?
I only created one extraction of John O'Keefe's phone.
That extraction report also did not include any location data, did it?
No, it did.
You didn't note any location data in that initial report, did you?
In the February 4th report,
Correct.
I didn't go through the data at that point.
All right.
This is just my extraction report saying that I got the phone.
How dare you not complete your entire analysis day one? How dare you write a report before you're finished? Conspiracy, conspiracy, conspiracy.
Phone. It was extracted and placed onto the server. And then I wrote, this report is not inclusive of all potential evidence, potential data contained within this evidence.
What was the
Oh, so it's the report is not inclusive of all data, not the extraction is not inclusive of all data. Was David Yannetti being intentionally misleading, or is he a dumbass? Because that was pretty easy to follow. This report is not inclusive of all data, meaning I haven't gone through everything yet. This report is a lot different than this extraction. Big difference. Huge difference. I mean, yeah, he can be a dishonest dumbass, intentionally misleading dumbass, but oof.
first time that you reported on location data in this case?
I don't remember.
Wasn't until April of 2023, correct?
Oh, there was a reason for that.
Well, I didn't ask you if there was a reason for it, sir. You understood my question.
Fuck
didn't you?
off.
That's correct. My first report regarding was in January.
And
Fuck off with the commentary. I didn't ask you if there was a reason for that. Fuck off. Stop with the commentary. You trying to emulate little Alan Jackson here?
we're talking about John O'Keefe's phone now here.
Yeah.
You did not report on the location data on John O'Keefe's phone until April of 2023, correct?
I didn't look at the extraction initially.
And you also did not report on any Apple Health data until the spring of 2023, correct?
Again, I didn't look at the phone extraction. Trooper Proctor would have looked at it. I would have loaded it and given it to him.
Okay, so Trooper Proctor had access to the phone first, and then you took care of it, correct?
He had access to the extraction that I would load onto Cellbrite for him to look at, where you can't change the data. That is correct.
Okay. And you would agree with me that you didn't address.
I like that. He would have had it in Cellbrite form where you can't change the data. So this whole line of questioning, oh, so Trooper Proctor had it, therefore conspiracy. Trooper Proctor couldn't change the data. Uh-oh.
John O'Keefe's health or location data in any formal report until that April 23 report, correct?
That is correct. I never went through it.
Right, and you submitted your report in April of 2023 after you became aware of an affidavit filed by the defense expert, Rick Green, in which Mr. Green extracted and analyzed John O'Keefe's location data and his movements according to Apple Health data. Isn't that correct?
Yes, that is correct.
Before Rick Green submitted that affidavit, no member of the state police homicide investigation team, including you, had ever looked at or at least reported on the location data for anyone present at 34 Fairview, correct?
For the devices that we had, sir?
For John O'Keefe's device,
Yeah.
For Jennifer McCabe's device, etc.
I can't speak to that. I don't know.
All right, but you didn't, correct?
Again, I didn't look at the extractions until later.
Right. So you hadn't looked at John O'Keefe's location data in particular prior to Richard Green pointing out the location data in his affidavit, correct?
Again, I don't know. I wasn't asked to look for that data when I did look at it.
On it, correct?
Yes, there's no report until then.
Right. Same with Jennifer McCabe's location data. You didn't report on that either, correct?
I didn't look at Jen McCabe's phone.
You didn't report on Brian Alberts or Colin Alberts or Brian Higgins' location data. Would you agree with that?
I didn't have any of their phone.
They didn't turn their phones over because, once again, there was no probable cause to seize their phone. Jen McCabe, unfortunately, was too trusting and handed her phone over.
Extractions to get that data. So I wouldn't be able to anyways.
But when you finally did check the location data, I want to ask you about your testimony on direct examination that you believe that at a certain point, with regard to John O'Keefe's phone, the accuracy of the GPS points was within 3 feet. Do you remember that testimony?
Yes, sir.
All right. Can you show me where in any of your reports you specify that the GPS points are accurate within 3 feet?
I don't know. I don't have it in front of me. In my reports or the action report?
Yeah, no, any reports that you have in front of you or any that you reviewed, where is that?
What do you, that I wrote?
Is it in writing anywhere, sir?
Yes, I wrote in my report that we believe we were within 3 feet of the latitude and longitude points that were mapped in Sartopo when we went to see. That is the second report that I did, sir.
Interrupting. Let him finish, you douche.
Report?
May 9th, 2023.
All right. Now, let me just have a moment.
Yep. It's page.
Yeah, Trooper Guarino definitely isn't Trooper Paul.
It'll be page 4 or 5. It should be in the top there. Paragraph 9. Can read it if you'd like.
Hang on. Would you agree with me in paragraph 9? There is nothing that mentions that the accuracy is within 3 feet?
From the program?
No, I'm asking you about a report that you just mentioned to this jury.
It's in paragraph
Now,
12. I'm sorry. It says trooper Proctor and I began to measure.
I'm sorry.
Oh, sorry. I'm sorry. I wrote trooper Proctor and I began measuring the approximate
I'm not
location.
asking you to read it.
Okay.
You're mentioning paragraph 12 and
Yes, sir.
you're talking about one particular spot in that, correct?
Yes, that is the spot that we
All right.
pointed on our
Now, with
location.
regard to John O'Keefe's phone, would you agree with me that it's important to properly handle and secure a cell phone that is seized in connection with a homicide investigation?
Yes.
Was it important in this investigation to properly handle and secure John O'Keefe's cell phone since he was the homicide victim?
I mean, it was. We locked it in a secure evidence lab.
All right. Well, you testified that the first time you reported on in your investigation or your evaluation of the location data, that was in your April 24th, 2023 report, correct?
Yes, sir.
And in that report, you revealed that you looked at his location data using Axiom software, correct?
Yes, sir.
And Axiom is a competitor of Celebrate?
Did you say that? Yeah.
And Axiom is relied on by law enforcement across the country?
I believe so.
And you relied on it here in terms of this issue of the location data, did you not?
I used multiple programs, but yes, I use Axiom as well.
And Dante, I was actually commenting on that, like, right at the start of the stream. I know you came in later, but like, I was commenting about Trooper Paul specifically and the demeaning opening of Alan Jackson's cross-examination of Trooper Paul. You don't have this degree, you don't have that degree. If there are blue-collar workers on that jury, it might have rubbed them the wrong way. And you know, he would have been better off. So, what's your highest level of education? So you don't have a degree? Well, then what training did you get? You know, better than, oh, so you never studied nuclear engineering? What a dumbass. And that just doesn't look good. It really doesn't look good. And he does kind of look like Darren Stevens on Bewitched. He's aged really well. You know, he'd be pushing 90 by now, I assume. And that's it. It's, you know, especially in technology, you don't even have to be blue collar. You can be an IT professional with no degree, because it's a field that moves so fast. A degree might be irrelevant by the time you graduate. That on-the-job training is what matters. And so it might not just be blue collar workers. Of course, you know, my uncle's a plumber. He's got 5 years of education to be a plumber. We tease him that, you know, 2 more years he'd be a doctor. He says, well, plumbers are practically doctors. You know, we both work on pipes that are full of shit. So, yeah. Yeah. I mean, I won't say law school was easy. It was a lot of work. Like, I know pretty dumb people that went through law school. I know very smart people that went through law school. If you do the work, you can get through law school. Mostly.
Regarding the location data that you examined with regard to John O'Keefe's phone, you noticed, or you noted, I should say, that after a period of no speed having been registered for a period of time, John O'Keefe's cell phone started registering movement at...
Clearly, the second Darren was the best. Just like, I mean, I think second Becky was the best, but that could just be yeah. Second Becky, of course, is the one that was on Scrubs later. Second Becky. On Scrubs, I can't think of the actress's name, but she was the lead actress in Scrubs. She was the second Becky on Roseanne. And so her nickname on the Scrubs set was Second Becky.
At 6:04 or 6:15 a.m.?
6:15 a.m.
6:15 a.m., and that's actually 6:15 and 36 seconds, correct?
I don't have it in front of me, but I believe that's correct.
Sounds right.
Yeah.
And at that point, his phone registered...
Kfar, snarky and sarcastic works in law school.
speed of 0.0484 meters per second.
Just want to confirm.
Sure.
Is that the second report or the first report? I'm sorry. There it is. Yeah. 0.0484.
0.0484 meters per second.
Yes.
And that's at 6:15 and 36 seconds?
Yes, it is.
All right. So now, as you were examining that data, sir, you certainly knew from this investigation by that point that when the phone was moving, according to that data, at 6:15 and 36 seconds on January 29th of 2022, John O'Keefe had already been found mortally wounded and incapacitated, correct?
From the voicemail message, that's how I was able to. I don't know the exact time frames that he was found and transported, but I know 6:08 from Ms. Reed's voicemail that the 911 call is made, and they're on scene.
I think we're talking over each other
Yeah.
here, because what I'm asking is, you knew that
Well, yeah, so stop talking over him, you douche.
by 6:15 and 30 seconds in the morning on January 29th, John O'Keefe had already been incapacitated and mortally wounded. That was my question.
Oh, yes, that's sorry. I misunderstood.
So you knew from your investigation that meant it could not have been John O'Keefe moving with his phone at 6:15 and 36 seconds, correct?
That is correct.
It had to be somebody else, correct?
Like maybe the first responders at 6:15. Like, literally, what are you trying to prove here? What is the interrupting ogre trying to prove? Oh, so the phone didn't move between 12:30 and 6:15? First responders arrived at 6:15. Like, what are you trying to prove? It's the whole, it didn't move between that period that's relevant. What are you trying to prove?
Yes.
Would you agree with me that once investigators took possession of John O'Keefe's phone, any movement of his phone after that would not help in your homicide investigation, would it?
I don't understand. So,
So in other words, John O'Keefe's been incapacitated.
yes.
Somebody from law enforcement seizes his phone. Would it help your investigation or the investigation of the Norfolk detectives?
It just shows when the phone was found. It just shows when law enforcement shows up. Like, other than that, no, it doesn't help. But, like, he didn't talk about after. He literally talked about the movements from Waterfall to 34 Fairview, and then it stopped, and then it started again at 6:15, and he described like 2 minutes of that, and like he didn't talk about the GPS data from January 30th because it's irrelevant. Why are you questioning about this? It's ridiculous. It's a waste. It's a waste. Yeah. Look at the silly monkey. Because literally the most relevant evidence is he never went in the house, and the time it stopped moving is about the time he was probably hit. You know, give or take a few seconds to, fly through the air, skid to a landing, crawl to his eventual resting place, roll over and die. But literally, so there is slight evidentiary value in the 6:15 movement. It shows that's when first aid was being rendered. That's when they lifted him out, and because it's possible, Carrie attempting first aid and Karen laying on top of him, lifting up his shirt, didn't cause any movement to the phone because it was under him on the ground. So that first aid possibly didn't move the phone. But the phone moving at 6:15 shows, along with, of course, the dash cam videos and the eyewitness testimony and the ambulance and, everything else. It shows, hey, he was lifted off the ground at about 6:15, and that's when the phone was uncovered and picked up. So showing the phone movement at 6:15, there's that bit of evidentiary value because it validates some of the story about, the time of the rescue, attempted rescue. Now, it's very slight evidentiary value because we have the 911 calls, we have the body dash cam video, we have the testimony, we have the phone calls. So it's very slight, but why are you so fixated on this? Drawing attention to it doesn't really add anything. It doesn't do anything for you. So, Yeah.
unit to track and record location data on that phone after 6:15 a.m.
Well, it's there. I did look at it. It goes to Canton PD and then later comes to the
I
office.
asked. I didn't ask if it's there. I know it's there. I'm
Look
asking
up
you.
with the
does that help you in
commentary.
your investigation of a potential of a homicide to track the phone and have that location data recorded on the phone after John O'Keefe could not have been the one moving with it?
No, not necessarily.
In fact, if the phone is manipulated in some way after investigators take possession of it, that could potentially harm an investigation, couldn't it?
Objection.
Sustained.
What?
Well,
What do you
to
mean by
preserve the integrity of the
manipulated?
data on the phone as it existed before the police took custody of the phone, there is a way to stop the phone from recording location data, again, after the police take custody of the
Like, before police take custody of the phone, they wouldn't be able to turn it off. Or are you trying to insinuate, well, it stopped with the location data because the McAlberts turned it off and then they turned it back on at 6:15? Is at the exact same place, mind you. Is that what you're trying to insinuate? But you're also trying to insinuate, well, the added location data in transit with the police somehow corrupts the existing location data? That's just dumb.
phone, isn't there?
Yes, if you can, place it into airplane mode.
Yes, yeah, you mentioned on direct examination that it could be accomplished by putting the phone into airplane mode, correct?
That is correct, sir.
But when that phone was seized, no investigator put the plane into airplane mode that early morning because you know that location data was.
Why would you put a plane in airplane mode? The plane is always in airplane mode. Is Delta now in on the conspiracy? Did they seize a airplane? He said no one put the plane in airplane mode. Did they seize an airplane? Like, what kind of evidence bag do you use for an airplane?
Found on that phone, correct?
I don't know when it was placed in airplane mode,
But you
but
know it wasn't by 6:15 a.m.
that is correct.
It wasn't put in airplane mode until 6:15 a.m. when it was fucking found. So no one put it in airplane mode before they found it, you moron. That is the stupidest thing. Yeah, maybe John O'Keefe was a Boeing whistleblower before Boeing whistleblowing was a thing.
There's also another way to prevent any signal from entering or exiting the phone. You'd agree with that?
Yes, there is.
During your direct examination, you mentioned the concept of a Faraday bag.
That is correct, sir.
A Faraday bag has special fabric that blocks electromagnetic signals entirely, does it not?
Yes, sir.
So putting the phone into a Faraday bag would be another way to stop the phone from recording location data while the phone's in police custody, correct?
Yes, sir.
And you'd agree with me that during that early morning hours, as of 6:15 a.m. and thereafter, no investigator in this case put that phone into a Faraday bag on January 29th, correct?
Not to my knowledge.
In fact, after John O'Keefe's cell phone started registering movement at 6:15 and 36 seconds in the morning on January 29th, it continued to record location data the rest of the morning until 11:56 and 1 second a.m. on January 29th.
You don't carry Faraday bags with you to the scene of a crime? Oh, shocking.
Correct?
I don't know the exact end time, but I know it does have GPS data points throughout the day.
So you would agree with me that for several hours after the police had the phone, it was not put in a Faraday bag and it was not put into airplane mode, correct?
That is correct.
All right. Now, with regard to the voicemails that you previously testified to and that the jury has heard and they've been introduced into evidence, you had testified on direct examination that Karen Reed's phone connected to the Wi-Fi at One Meadows Ave at approximately 12:36 in the morning.
Yes, sir.
So you can testify based on that by 12:36 in the morning, Karen Reed was not at 34 Fairview, correct?
That's correct.
And that was the first of those voicemails that you testified to, correct? That was the I hate you voicemail?
Yes, that's 12:37, correct.
Okay. And that voicemail and every other voicemail that the jury heard was left after Karen had left 34 Fairview, correct?
Yes, sir.
And except for the one at, after 6 in the morning, the 4-minute one when she went back, we heard that one. But all the other ones were apparently left when she was at One Meadows, correct?
I can't speak to where she was, but
But she wasn't at 34 Fairview.
yes, that's correct. She wasn't at 34.
And you would agree with me, based on those voicemails and what you know about them and what we've just discussed, that no one
I will never agree with you, David Yannetti.
at 34 Fairview, including Jennifer McCabe, could have witnessed Karen Reed outside that residence at 12:45 a.m., correct?
No, I don't believe so.
So you would agree with me? No one could have, including Jennifer McCabe, could have seen her at 12:45 at 34 Fairview?
That's what he just fucking said. Asked and answered. Asked and answered. And once again, 12:45. She was there at 12:20, 12:30. She was there for a while.
As I said, she auto connects to the Wi-Fi at 12:36. So no, she wouldn't have been there.
All right. Now, we've talked about the findings of, or the fact that you reviewed the findings of Rick Green by reading the affidavit that he submitted, correct?
Yes, sir.
And you learned in that affidavit that Rick Green was able to track not only when John O'Keefe arrived at 34 Fairview, but also the route that he and Ms. Reed took to get there on January 29th, correct?
I don't recall his report fully, but
You learned that he was able to accomplish that by examining the data from the app Waze that you spoke of, correct?
yes, I did find that myself.
All right. And Waze is spelled W-A-Z-E, correct?
Yes.
All right. And you've previously testified it's a commonly used app for driving directions and navigation.
Yes, sir.
And regarding your analysis of the phone, you learned that there was Apple Health data from John O'Keefe's phone on January 29th of 2022, correct?
That is correct.
And Apple Health data can reveal a number of steps that a person has taken during a given time period, as well as whether that person is going up or downstairs, correct?
Yes.
And on John O'Keefe's phone,
It can, but it's not foolproof.
you learned that there was Apple Health data that tracked his steps from the time he's seen on surveillance video leaving the Waterfall Bar and Grill and moving forward after that, correct?
I don't know anything about the Waterfall Bar video. I just have the timestamp from the phone showing it at around 12:12
Okay.
at the waterfall.
And it actually was between 12:11 and 9 seconds, and then the ending period of that first time period was 12:21 and 5 seconds. And then you.
Oh, yes, from the health. Thank you. Yes, yeah.
Okay, from the Apple Health. And the data showed that he took a total of 107.
It can be very lucrative, Kevin, working for a startup that gets bought out or goes public. Like every Google employee pretty much became millionaires overnight when Google went public.
70 steps between that time period, correct?
That's what the phone registered, yes.
All right. And regarding those 170 steps, isn't it true that this data from Apple Health signifies that 170 steps took place at some point during that 10-minute approximate time period?
No.
So is it your understanding that those 170 steps all took place at 12:11?
No. Again, like I said, the phone is a high-tech pedometer. It doesn't mean that steps were taken. It means the phone was manipulated in a way that it believed it was moving and taking steps.
Oh, I see your objection. Okay, so
Sorry.
Yeah, let's assume there were steps for the purpose of this
No.
discussion.
No.
Okay? Because there could have been steps, correct?
They could have been, yes. But
Objection calls for speculation. Fuck you.
All right, so let's assume that for now.
Okay.
Assuming there were 170 steps taken, that could have meant that John O'Keefe took 170 steps beginning at 12:11 within that time period, correct?
it's saying that again, the time frame that it gave me is 12:11 to 12:21.
Right, yeah, so in other words, he could have started walking at 12:11, correct?
Yes.
All right, but he also could have taken that 170 steps closer in time to 12:21, correct?
Well, at that point, he's in the car.
I'm not asking about where he was.
Could not have
in your
been,
testimony.
no.
I'm just asking about with what the data shows.
And I would say no.
If it shows 170 steps between 12:11 and 12:21, then strictly based on the data, you don't know where those 170 steps took place within that 10 minutes, correct?
To a degree, yes.
Okay. And it's possible it could have been toward the beginning, toward the end, or maybe fairly evenly spaced, right? You just know that there were 170 steps that were taken in that 10-minute time frame, correct?
Again, that's assuming that they are steps.
Right. And again, I'm asking you from the data itself.
Again, the phone says it's steps, doesn't mean they are.
All right. Well, the Apple Health data also showed a total of 80 steps between 12:21 and 12:24.
Correct.
As part of your investigation of this case, were you aware that there was a 12:23 text message from Ryan Nagel to Julie Nagel in which Ryan texted his sister Julie he had arrived at 34 Fairview?
Objection.
Sustained, you can ask it differently.
In any case, you would agree with me that 12:23 is between 12:21 and 12:24, correct?
That is correct.
And that is the 12:21 to 12:24 time frame where the Apple Health data showed that the user of John O'Keefe's phone took 80 steps, correct?
Yes.
All right. Now, John O'Keefe's Apple Health data also showed that he climbed up or down 3 flights of stairs between 12:21 and 12:24, correct?
Yes.
And that's the same period in which the data reflects 80 steps, correct?
It's off by about 12 seconds. 12:22, 22. That's right. 12:24 and 22 seconds was the ending for the stamps, but 12:24 and 37 seconds.
Okay, but
Yeah.
approximately.
Approximately, yes.
All right. And regarding going up and down those 3 floors, Apple does not provide data precise enough to determine when within that range the 3 floors were transverse, correct?
No. There was a second point at 12:22 and 14 seconds that said specifically on stairs.
Okay. And you would agree with me that, and again, assuming that they were stairs as Apple Health data reflects, those stairs could have been ascended or descended toward the beginning, toward the end, or throughout that 3-minute time period, correct?
In this case, no, because there's a set point that's in the Cellbrite report that shows it's 12:22 and 14 seconds.
All right. Finally, his Apple Health data also showed a total of 36 steps between 12:31:56 and 12:32:16, correct?
Yes, that is correct.
So I would like to direct your attention to your May 9th, 2023 report, which was the second report that you wrote that we've already referenced.
Yes, sir.
Specifically paragraph 15.
Okay.
You wrote that O'Keefe's health data in Celebrite shows him ascending, descending 3 flights of stairs at 12:22 and 14 seconds. Did I read that accurately?
Yes, sir.
And the native locations in Celebrite and the cached locations in Axiom both show O'Keefe's phone location by the intersection of Oakdale Road and Pinecone Road, which is in front of 36 Oakdale, and which is approximately a little over a half mile from 34 Fairview. Did I read that
And that's what he testified to on direct.
essentially correct?
Yes, sir.
Do you stand by the statement that he ascended and descended 3 flights of stairs precisely at 12:22 and 14 seconds?
I'm going by what Cellbrite has given me from that time point, and that's what I used.
Isn't it true that what the Apple Health data actually state is that John O'Keefe's phone went up and down 3 flights of stairs sometime within the time period that began at 12:22:14 and ended at 12:24:37?
I can't speak to it. I don't know. This is what, again, I'm looking at the report. This is what the information that is parsed out of the phone is giving me.
Right. I'm just asking about the data itself. It gives you that time period and tells you.
So let's say the Apple Health data is more broad, but the Cellbrite data is more narrow. You take the narrow data and say, well, this is where it happened. That's why you look at all of the data sources, combine them, overlay them, and say, yep, narrows down to right there.
3 flights of stairs, correct?
Yes, that is correct.
So, assuming that those 3 flights of stairs were ascended or descended closer in time to 12:22:14, which was within that time period, that would still give him time to arrive at 34 Fairview within a couple minutes later, would it not?
I'm sorry, the time.
Yeah, so we have a time period that you've agreed with, which is 12:24:14, ending at 12:24:37, right? A little over a couple of minutes, like 2 minutes and 23 seconds.
Yeah, about that.
All right. So the 3 flights of stairs, again, just according to the data, could have been ascended or descended at the start of that time period, correct?
No. I'm confused what you're trying to say. So you're saying that he's at the house already at
I'm not asking
12:22?
about the house. I'm asking about the data.
No, I know, but I'm asking about that when you're saying he arrives in that data range.
No, what I'm
I'm confused.
I'm strictly asking.
When you're saying he arrives, you don't know, the witness doesn't know where you're saying he's arrived. Has he arrived at the intersection of Pinecone? Are you saying he's arrived at 34 Fairview? He doesn't know what your question is. Ask better questions, you muppet. Don't argue because you're asking shitty questions.
Just to look at the data.
Yeah.
And you agree with me, whenever there's a time period and Apple Health turns either steps or stairs, you can't pinpoint just from the data when they occurred within that time period, correct?
Objection. Your Honor, maybe helpful if counsel could refer to which data he's talking about and not just keep saying. All I'm hearing is data.
You didn't. You didn't. You aren't specific. You're not specific. Your question was, the data says this. Which data? You're not specific.
Mr. Yanetti's referring to specifically.
I'm slightly confused. I know you said that time frame that I wrote in my report for that 1221 to 1224. And then, as I stated before, Celebrate shows a specific time point of 12:22 and 14 seconds when the stairs are ascended, descended. So that's why I'm confused.
Right, we're going to get to that, but
Okay.
I'm not asking you about that. I'm asking you about the fact that there's a time period and you can't place where within that time period, just based on that data itself.
Yeah,
What
that's what's recorded and shown to
data?
me. So again,
What
that's what's shown.
data?
I can't say otherwise.
Your conclusion was that John O'Keefe could not have been at 34 Fairview Road at 12:22 and 14 seconds because Waze put him on Oakdale Road about a half mile away, correct?
12, yes, correct.
All right. And that caused you to disregard the Apple Health data or to attribute it not to steps or to stairs because he was a half mile away between that 12:22 and 12:24 time period, correct?
Yes, I attribute it to movements.
All right. So I want you to assume for a moment.
No, I will
Trooper,
not
that John O'Keefe's
assume.
phone location actually showed him on Oakdale Road 3 minutes earlier at 12:19 a.m. Okay, if you have that in mind.
You okay?
All right. With that assumption, would you agree with me that the Apple Health data about him taking 80 steps and climbing up or down 3 floors at 34 Fairview Road would make more sense?
Objection.
Sustained.
May we approach, Your Honor?
Sure.
When's the trial over again? And that's it. He's trying to confuse him because he's been an excellent witness. So ask convoluted, confusing questions, non-specific questions to try and confuse him. And when he says, "What are you asking?" Well, you're a moron. You should know how to answer. But it's just both Jackson and Yannetti seem to take great offense to being asked to clarify questions. And it's not a witness problem. It's a defense attorney problem. Ask better questions and the witness can answer.
Sir, are you aware that apps on an iPhone may pull data from 3 different clocks when they're timestamping location data?
You mean like Mac absolute time or Apple
I'm
Coca-Cola
asking
time?
you. Are you aware?
Multiple
He's
timestamps that are in an
asking
iPhone, correct.
you
Correct.
to clarify. Fuck you. I'm asking you. Then the answer is no. I don't know what you're talking about. If you won't clarify my question so that I can answer specifically, no, I don't know what you're talking about. Move on. Next question.
Not my question. My question was, are you aware that an app on an iPhone may pull data by choosing from 3 different clocks when it timestamps location data?
Yes.
What are those 3 separate clocks?
Depends on the program. It could be the Mac absolute time. It could be the Unix epoch time. And sorry, there's like 2 others. I don't remember them all off the top of my
With
head.
regard to John O'Keefe's actual iPhone, did you research what clocks were available for apps to pull data from?
No, I didn't.
Are you aware that those 3 clocks can vary in time?
Yes.
sometimes for a matter of seconds.
What do you mean? So
In other words, the three clocks could be seconds apart, correct?
I would have to see the data.
And you would agree with me that sometimes the clocks could be off by 3 minutes, correct?
No, again, I would have to see the data.
May I approach?
Yes. Mr. Lally, did you get a chance to look at that?
This sounds like it's outside the witness's knowledge. He can't testify to it. We all are. We're all over the BS. Exactly. He's trying to argue garbage in, garbage out, therefore our garbage is good.
So I'm going to place this before you and ask you to review it, directing your attention specifically to what is marked process 3434.
Okay. Okay.
Do you see the process 3434 highlighted in blue on what I've placed before you?
Yes, sir.
And with regard to the right side of that exhibit, do you also see process 3434 with more information?
Also, don't answer yes, sir. Don't be polite. Don't be polite to this douche nozzle, to this leaky balloon knot.
On the right side.
Yes.
And do you see the three different clocks that are listed on that printout?
I do.
What are those three different clocks?
So it's capillary monotonic date time, baseband date time, and then display date time.
And looking at that, and by the way, do you recognize that as being information that was available from John O'Keefe's phone from the extraction?
Yes.
I would offer that as an exhibit, Your Honor.
Any objection, Mr. Lally?
No, Your Honor.
What are we going to call that, Mr. Yannetti? How are we going to refer to that?
It could be called,
A load of
you know, a
bollocks.
printout regarding 3434.
Okay.
Or printout from John O'Keefe's phone.
Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you. Now you have exhibit 640 in front of you, sir. Looking at 640, is it clear to you that those three clocks were not in sync regarding that one process number?
Yes.
In fact, the monotonic clock regarding this particular Waze artifact from John O'Keefe's phone says 2:22 a.m., while the baseband and display clocks have timestamps 3 minutes earlier, correct?
Yes.
So if there's a 3-minute difference between the clocks, well, strike that. Do you know, with regard to that,
The defense is going to be calling delete laws as an atomic clock expert.
2:22 a.m. location data on Waze, do you know which clock Waze was using for that? Or the iPhone was using with Waze?
I don't. I didn't look through Axiom. I was using Cellbrite for that.
Okay. But certainly that would have been available to you had you looked at it, correct?
Well, but the artifact you show me is from the power log. It has nothing to do with the GPS, so it's not correct.
You could have looked at that exhibit, right?
Yes,
The
and I'm-
information in that exhibit to see the three different clocks?
He's trying to answer your
Yes, but
fucking
I can explain
question.
why this is incorrect.
All right, maybe Mr. Lally will ask you.
Sounds
All right.
good.
But you would agree with me if there's a 3-minute difference between the clocks and you don't know which clock was used to put John O'Keefe's phone on Oakdale Road at 2:22 a.m., that could explain, let me tell you. It's not 2:22.
No, I know what you meant.
Mr. Jackson, thank you. I'm sure everybody else did. With regard to the 3-minute discrepancy between the clocks, and you said you don't know which clock Waze was using to put John O'Keefe's phone on Oakdale Road at 12:22 a.m. That could explain the discrepancy between the Apple Health data and the Waze data, could it not?
No.
But as you sit here today, you don't know whether Waze was relying on the baseband display or monotonic clock, correct?
Again, that's not can be used for that.
Now, you're aware that Jennifer McCabe signed a consent form on February 2nd of 2022 for her cell phone to be imaged,
Yes.
and a full forensic extraction was performed on that phone sometime
Once again, repeat with me. Fuck you. Get a warrant.
shortly after February 2nd of 2022.
I don't remember the exact date. I didn't download her phone.
But in any case, you generated a Celebrite full file system extraction report on May 31st of 2022, correct?
Yes,
And you were aware that that Celebrite report was the one that was turned over to the defense in this case, correct?
that is correct.
But you'd agree with me that that extraction report didn't contain anything close to the full file system, despite the name on it, correct?
It did.
Well, that report was filtered to return only Jen McCabe's communications with Karen Reed, Kerry Roberts, John O'Keefe, and Kaylee Furbridge, correct?
That is not correct.
Did Michael Proctor instruct you to pull only those communications?
Objection.
You didn't seek to obtain any of Jennifer McCabe's communications with her sister, Nicole Albert, did you?
I didn't go through, like I said, didn't go through Jen McCabe's info.
And you didn't seek to obtain any of her communications with her daughter,
He did the extraction, or
Allie Albert, did you? I'm sorry, Allie McCabe.
Objection, may we approach?
Sure.
once again, so you didn't do someone else's job, did you? How suspicious. And once again, fuck you, get a warrant. Don't give up your phone. Never give up your phone. If it's subpoenaed, motion to quash. Fight the subpoena. Don't give it up. If you think you have useful data, you extract it and only give that. I already told you, Kevin, it's over extracted or overdrawn. Ugh. Exactly. He's not investigating, he's doing data analysis.
You would agree with me that the full forensic image of Jennifer McCabe's phone was not shared with the defense until it was requested by us in October of 2022, sir?
That is not true.
When you wrote your report on April 24th of 2023, in response to an affidavit provided by Rick Green, the defense forensic computer expert, it was in that report that you finally disclosed for the first time the existence of 3 Google searches by Jennifer McCabe, correct?
Objection.
All right, so ask that differently.
Prior to April 24th of 2023, you had not reported in any formal manner with anything that was shared with the defense about the existence of 3 Google searches.
Why would he report those? Why would he report those if he didn't think they were relevant? He wouldn't put them in a report. They were in the extraction. You obviously were able to find them. You're just mad he didn't do your job for you. Is that it? It's his job to look through the data for you?
By Jennifer McCabe, correct?
I never looked at Jennifer McCabe's phone.
And so was there anybody else from your unit or anybody else that you worked on that provided that material to us?
Not that I know of.
Page 2, I mean, someone.
And once again, with Ian Whiffen and the previous witness, that whole, Jen McCabe's searches Huss long to die in cold is well and truly debunked. It's like, how suspicious you didn't bring this up. It's debunked. It's debunked. Why even bring it up now? It's embarrassing.
Your Honor, we don't have a printout, but I have it on a.
So don't approach the witness with that? Okay, show it to Mr. Lally first.
So I'm going to place this before you without destroying the computer.
Yep.
Sorry. You take a moment to familiarize yourself with that. Do you understand, or can you tell the jury what that is?
Yep. This is she could put in a PDF. This isn't one I gave to you. This is a PDF version of the UFED reader report that I gave. So I gave a portable Cellbrite version to you. This is a copy of it, and I will not testify that anything in this is correct, because this could have been filtered.
But your name is on there, is it not?
Yes, it is.
And what's the date?
May 31st, 2022.
Thank you.
So, yeah, I liked that answer. Well, this is a PDF that was extracted from Cellbrite. I provided you with Cellbrite. I'm not going to even opine on the authenticity of this PDF because you could have manipulated it. I don't know how you created this PDF. Therefore, fuck you. I can't do it. I liked that response. And we're back up into hot days here in Salt Lake. We had a couple day respite, but it's hot again. Luckily, swamp cooler's working now.
Okay. You'd agree with me with regard to that April 24th of 2023 report. On page 2, you state, quote, in my initial Celebrate You Fed Reader report, and then you put version 7.53.0.29, that was created on May 4th of 2022, the search history for Jennifer McCabe's phone had 2 Google searches in Safari, correct?
Yes,
And you list out how long TI die in CIKD at 6:23:51 and Hoslong to die in cold at 6:24:37, correct?
that is correct.
And by the way, with regard to the timing of those 2 particular searches, you are aware, are you not, that Jennifer McCabe placed a call to Brian Albert at 6:23 and 0 seconds?
I don't have it in front of me. I don't.
Can I approach you?
Yes.
Thanks.
All right, sir, I placed before you a document. Could you familiarize yourself with that and then tell the jury if you recognize what it depicts?
Have a call log that says 20888 with no.
The computer says 87 right now for me, Dante. I'd expect a 5-degree difference between you and me, generally.
No name at 6:23. That's incomplete because there should be 3 other records accounting for this call.
Okay, but that record itself reflects a call from Jennifer McCabe's phone at 6:23 and 0 seconds?
I don't know. There's no number on here, so I can't tell. It just says it's a call log with 1 call that's not answered at 6:23 in the morning with, doesn't say who it's from or who it's going to.
Okay.
It also is incomplete because there should be 2 other records with this. This is from the,
Oh, I really like this witness. You're trying to be deceptive, Yannetti, and I'm not going to put up with it. I'm going to call you out in the nicest way possible and say, yeah, I can't testify about this because it's incomplete and deceptive. I like this witness.
call history store data wall marked as deleted.
It's marked as deleted. Does it give a duration?
It just says duration 0 seconds.
Okay, and does it reflect that it was unanswered? Okay. May I have that mark for identification, please?
Okay. Thank you.
Did you investigate whether a call was placed from Jennifer McCabe to Brian Albert at 6:23 in the morning and 0 seconds?
I didn't look at any specific calls that morning. I created a Celebrate report. That's about it.
Did you ask either Ian Whiffen or Jessica Hyde to look into that issue?
Objection.
Sustained.
You would agree with me that that call and the record of that deletion of that call is nowhere in your April 24th report, correct?
I believe it's in my May 9th report.
All right, but I asked you about your April 24th report, sir?
I didn't address anything regarding phone calls in my April 24th report.
All right, now going back.
So you didn't address that call in your April 24th report. You waited until your report addressing phone calls. Like you don't have precognition? How dare you? How dare you not speculate about calls you might come across before analyzing the calls? How dare you write your reports as you complete tasks? How dare you only write your reports on the task you just completed as opposed to future tasks? Like, there's a certain R word that would get me canceled that I really want to use right now, for David Yannetti. Because he's being frustrating.
Back to when you began your examination around May 4th of 2022, you were looking for information on, did you look on Jennifer McCabe's phone back in May 4th of 2022?
Did I physically open the phone or did it
Did you review the data at all?
I'm confused, on a cell phone itself or from the report?
Either way.
No, her phone was returned to her and then we had the extraction. I did not utilize the extraction at all.
You never included the two searches that we discussed, the, how long TI die in CIKD and how long to die in cold.
No, it's a 2-syllable R word.
In the full file system extraction that was turned over to the defense, did you?
They were included.
Well, page 6 of your April 24th, 2023 report goes on to state that when you switch to a new version of Celebrite, and
Sorry.
dropped.
Yeah, it was the phone call, the Paul log.
Page 6 of your April 24th, 2023 report says that when you switch to a new version of Celebrite Physical Analyzer, which was version 7.61.0.12, you found an artifact from the browser state DB wall file for a global search of Hoslong dying cold at 2:27 and 40 seconds, correct?
Yes.
Something like that, Wicket.
Yes.
But I won't say it because it'll get me canceled.
So I'm placing before you what has been marked as Exhibit 99. Do you recognize that?
Yes.
And what is that?
It's the searches that were done at 6:23.
It depends which form you use it in, Wicket. As a noun, it's 2 syllables.
Regarding the misspelled how long to die in the cold.
Okay, and it's actually Hoslong to dying cold,
Yes.
right? HOS?
Yep, that was,
That was marked by Celebrite as deleted, was it not?
yes.
And your April 24th, 2023 report goes on.
Stupid leaky balloon knot motherfucker. That's the word I'll use instead.
To mention 2 deleted calls to Jen McCabe's sister, Nicole, who was saved as Coco in her phone, correct?
I'd have to see it, but I believe so.
Okay, may I approach?
Yes.
Thank you.
Showing you what's been marked Y for identification. If you familiarize yourself with that and look up at me when you're done.
Okay.
Does that show the 2 deleted calls to Jen McCabe's sister, Nicole, who was saved as Coco in her phone?
Exactly. It's been completely debunked. Like Ian Whiffen completely debunked it. His analysis showed that the window was still on Hockomock Sports at 6:40, whenever, 6:37. It was still on Hockomock Sports. And then How Long to Die in Cold, Hoslong to Die in Cold. It's so thoroughly debunked that only a dishonest asshole doesn't think it is. And to me, you lose credibility after it's been fully debunked to keep bringing it up and harping on it. The jury should be thinking, why are we wasting time on this again? Why are you wasting my time going over this when it's been so fully debunked? But, and that's the thing, asked and answered is an objection, but that's been debunked isn't.
I don't know who it's coming from, but it does say it's going to Coco, and then again coming from wall files. Correct.
All right. And your report doesn't mention it, but what was the duration of those 2 calls according to that log?
On this sheet here, it says 9 seconds for the first one and then 7 seconds for the other.
All right. And those calls, both of them, which actually had durations, were marked answered by Celebrate, correct?
Yes.
May I offer that, Your Honor?
Do you need
An
both?
objection?
I believe it's already in, but
I'm sorry?
I believe it's already,
Apply for identification.
no, I understand. I believe Ms. McCabe's phone calls and all of that is already marked as an exhibit months ago.
Your Honor, I don't think there's any harm in marking this, and I want to display it.
All right, I'll let you display it if it's already in evidence. I just don't want duplicates.
I understand.
So what I'll do is I'll let you display it, and then, Mr. Lally, at some point,
I mean, yeah, you don't want duplicate exhibits. If it's already in, it's already in. Just publish the fucker.
we find where this is, and we will mark this like A to whatever whatever the number is.
Thank you. All right, Mr. Bates, if you could display what was marked Wi-Fi identification.
Yep.
And
Yep, she did. Ian Whiffen did. It's just, it's debunked.
with regard to what is displayed on the screen now, is that consistent with what I had just handed to you?
Yes, it is.
All right. And with regard to the first entry there, you had stated that it doesn't say, you said it doesn't say who was making the call. Was that your testimony?
Yes, just says right here.
Yep.
Two. I'm guessing that's the last four of the number, since the rest is blurred, and then, yeah, that's it.
Okay. And you know that 0204 last four digits, that is to somebody who was listed as Coco in the phone, right?
I don't know any of these phone numbers or people.
Is this Jen's phone? Is this Karen's phone? Is Jen supposedly making phone calls at 6:07 a.m. a conspiracy? Like, she's on scene where someone fucking died. Making phone calls is a conspiracy?
Testify these two calls with somebody who was named Coco in the phone.
Oh, yeah, from the sheet you gave me that shows it.
And the time of the first call was 6:07:42, is that right?
That's correct.
And you testified that that's the one that had the duration of 9 seconds,
Yes.
listed as answered
Correct.
and deleted, correct?
Yes and no, and I can explain if you'd like.
It's listed as deleted, is it not?
There's a reason why.
Is it listed as deleted?
It is, but there's a reason why.
With regard to the second call, that appears to be to the same number, or at least the same last four digits.
Yes.
And in the sheet in front of you, that's also to Coco, correct?
Yes,
And that has a timestamp of 6:08 and 17 seconds, correct?
that is correct.
That also has a duration, and that's of 7 seconds,
Yes.
also listed as answered,
Yes.
and also marked deleted, correct?
Yes, and there's a reason.
And are you aware that Ms. McCabe made other calls that morning, which were in fact marked unanswered by Celebrate?
Shocking.
Again, I'd have to see what you're referring to.
So as you testified to here today, you have no memory as to whether or not she made a number of other calls that were marked deleted, sir?
There are a number of calls that morning. I have not memorized all of them.
And again, Your Honor, if I may.
And once again, you're at the scene where you find a friend dead in the snow, you make calls. Like, I don't know who this Coco is, but you make calls. Because, you know, number one, you want to tell people. Number two, there are arrangements, even just as a friend, like, hey, can you maybe watch the kids today? Because I'm going to be busy with the death of a friend. Could be as simple as that, not knowing who Coco is. But, yeah, of course, she's calling people. It's not a conspiracy. It's not a conspiracy.
Approach to show something that's on a computer screen?
Thank you. Got it.
Okay. I've placed before you what appears to be a PDF document on a computer screen. If you familiarize yourself with it and look up at me when you're done.
Okay.
What does that appear to be, sir?
An incomplete PDF of the call logs from whoever's call log this is.
Okay. And do you see in that PDF that there were a number of calls that were marked unanswered by Celebrate?
Again, I can't testify to any of this because I can't confirm that where this data came from. There's no source file. This is completely, it's incomplete. So I do see what you're talking about in that column, but I don't know what any of this data is from or who made this.
Is your name on it?
At the very top?
You could have put his name on it. If he doesn't recognize what it is, his name being on it is irrelevant. You could have put his name on it. That's kind of what he's getting at. He can't authenticate the veracity of this data because it's clearly been manipulated. If it's clearly been manipulated, you could have manipulated his name onto it.
It would show my name no matter what because I created the UFED and the extraction. I did not create this PDF.
So the answer to my question is your name is on that document, correct?
It is, but I didn't create it.
Right. And with regard to the calls that were marked unanswered, would you agree with me that Celebrate had them with durations of 0 seconds?
Objection.
That is a 2-syllable R word, so I will go with it. I'll go with it. That one won't get me canceled though, so I'll definitely go with it.
Can you agree with that? Can you answer that question? Ken, please answer it.
With the data given here, I can't because, like I said, I don't know where they got this from, Your Honor.
So who created that document?
I don't know.
So are you testifying that nobody in law enforcement created that document or nobody, no forensic expert for the Commonwealth created that document?
I created the extraction and made a UFED reader report, which is basically a portable Celebrate version that I use at the office. I gave that to defense. I don't know who created this PDF version of data with specific things. I did not.
Was it Michael Proctor?
No.
I did not play the voir dire because I'm a good juror. I haven't watched it either. I assume you're talking about the Tuesday voir dire.
As I said, I was the only one that created any Celebrate related reports in this case.
Well, I'd like to ask you some questions about my client's cell phone, sir.
Okay.
On Tuesday, when Mr. Lally was questioning you, he had you point out and read some text messages that were on her phone between John O'Keefe and her, correct?
No.
Those messages were taken from John O'Keefe.
No, because he didn't testify on Tuesday. He testified on Monday. Tuesday was the circus with your voir dire of your supposed experts. So, no, he didn't testify about anything on Tuesday.
Phone.
Okay. Would you agree with me when he was pointing out those text messages to you, he skipped about 40 pages of messages at one point?
I don't know. I believe the text messages went back all the way to 2020 or something ridiculous
Right.
in his phone.
He started reading them and he skipped ahead about 40 pages, did he not?
I have no idea.
Michael Proctor seized my client's phone on January 29th of 2022, did he not?
He did.
And you would agree with me that certainly as of 6 days later, your February 4th report, you had not yet been able to access the content of the phone, correct?
That's not true.
At some point, you were able to access the content of the phone, correct?
Yes, on January 31st.
Of 2022.
Yes.
All right. You later became aware that Michael Proctor was searching through my client's phone in August of 22, correct?
The actual device itself? Or the extraction report?
Either one, sir.
I have, I'm sorry, Ms. Reed's phone?
Yeah.
Oh, yeah, we didn't.
Hey, John O'Keefe's phone?
Yes, that's what I was
I
confused. Sorry.
apologize. I'm not trying to confuse
Yeah.
you.
Yes, you
With
are.
regard to my
Fuck you.
client's phone, which is where we started.
Yeah.
You're aware that Michael Proctor was searching through her phone in August of 2022.
Of the extraction report created, correct.
Were you made aware that on January 1st of 2023, the defense requested a full forensic image of Karen Reed's phone, which was in your possession?
I don't know the date, but a request was made for the phone extraction, yes.
And have you seen a forensic image or Celebrate a report of the forensic image from Karen Reed's phone?
The redacted version that I received back from the AG's office, yes.
Okay. And would you please tell the
And presumably it's redacted due to certain attorney-client privileged communications.
jurors how many phone calls were deleted from Karen Reed's phone from January 29th of 2022?
None.
And if you please tell the jurors,
Oh, Karen didn't delete any phone calls, but Jen McCabe, that mastermind did, even though she didn't. And there's, as he said, an explanation. It's a technical thing. She didn't do it. But Karen, whose phone was seized by the time she sobered up, didn't have time to delete it. Therefore, Karen didn't do it because she didn't delete phone calls. Once again, fuck you, get a warrant, you can't have my phone. Repeat after me.
Other than to John O'Keefe, to whom did Ms. Reed place phone calls between 12 a.m. and 4:30 a.m. on January 29th?
Her parents twice. There 2 or 3 times there's calls to her parents, and that's it.
And how many Google searches did she do from 12?
I doubt it, Sinclair. But, you know, working at a university, you probably wouldn't get a work phone.
12 a.m. until 5 a.m.
I don't believe there were any.
And how many Google searches were deleted by Ms. Reed at any point on January 29th of 2022?
I can't speak to that because we got a redacted version of the report, so I don't know what was taken out by the AG's office. I don't know what files they went in to remove, so I only have what I was given.
Leaving that aside, sir, with regard to all of the data that was provided to you,
Mhm.
how many Google searches did you see or find that Karen Reed deleted from January 29th of 2022?
A few.
During what time period?
About, I think, 9:10-ish a.m.
The afternoon. But again, there was artifacts that I found that weren't date timestamps, and there were some that were with corresponding timestamps, but I can't say for sure when that was done.
Okay. But you saw no deleted calls, correct?
No, not that I know of.
I may have a moment.
Yes.
Sorry. No further questions. Thank you.
Okay.
Yes.
Okay. So that cross-examination was terrible. The witness ate him alive. That was a waste of the jury's time, of the court's time. That was god awful. It was terrible.
Okay, thank you.
Mr. Pedrino, you were asked about your qualifications as far as certifications that you received and prior trainings, correct?
Yes.
What are some of the areas that you received certifications?
Cell phone report creation, extraction, cell phone repair, the Berlin Motor Vehicle Forensics, advanced database, the class called CASA, but it's a Cellbrite made class that goes.
I mean, my cousin started an iPhone repair shop like right after the first iPhone came out. He never really worked in it, just, you know, as the owner, hired his friend and a few others to work it. But really what he did is he went out and bought a couple iPhones, a bunch of repair parts, and said, figure out how to fix it. And opened a shop, and that was literally, you know, at the time when to get an iPhone fixed, you had to send it into Apple. There were no manuals, there were no guides, and they had an entire business fixing iPhones off of trial and error. Figure it out. So once again, and my cousin is an accountant, his roommate is barely a high school grad. He was the roommate at the time. Barely a high school grad, smoked more weed than studied, and like no degrees, no official training. You can get it fixed. You don't need a degree. These trainings are more than my cousin opened his business with. So Okay. Thank you, Frank. Makes sense. 6:07, call twice, and then go in to wake her up. Call at 6:07. John's body is here on your lawn. Wake the fuck up, and then go in.
Deeper into the database searching, SQLite programming to write code to do your own searches, things of that nature.
Now, at any point,
I didn't, but I can tell you a lot of weed is smoked in law school. Not by me. Not by me. But a lot of weed gets smoked in law school. Law school parties are grown-up teens.
time did Trooper Proctor ever tell you that he retrieved Mr. O'Keefe's cell phone directly from 34 Fairview Road?
No, he didn't.
Is it your understanding, or subsequently did you learn that Kerry Roberts actually recovered the phone from under Mr. O'Keefe's body, from the grass under his body at 34 Fairview Road when he was placed onto a scoop stretcher?
I don't know who recovered the phone that morning, but I know.
I'll allow it.
I don't
Your
know.
answer is you don't know who recovered it?
No, I just know that it was found underneath his body and then taken to Canton PD.
Now, with regard to that, as far as the location data post.
I didn't witness any of that, Grey Duck. Lots of alcohol, lots of weed. I can't think of witnessing any others.
6:15 a.m. What, if anything, did you observe in reference to that?
There was some intermittent native locations that showed at the Canton PD. It's there for a handful of different points, and then it shows it back at our office when I put it into the digital evidence lab, powered on to plug in.
You received the phone from Trooper Proctor with that either in airplane mode or Faraday bag?
Kevin, only a little of this hair existed during law school. But no, I've never smoked weed. Like, if any is contained, it's all secondhand. Like, the only drugs I've taken have been prescription. And frankly, for pain relief, I'd rather use cannabis than the prescribed stuff. But I live in Utah, and while we do have medicinal marijuana here, it's very limited and very expensive and a total pain in the ass.
I don't remember offhand.
There were no locations or GPS locations that you observed from the phone from that approximately 11 something a.m. until you retrieved it or received it, excuse me, at 7:30 p.m. on the 29th?
There's, like I said, there's only a handful that showed at Canton PD, and then when it's back at the office that night. And then if it wasn't in airplane mode, it would have been something I would have done. So I don't remember if Proctor did it before he gave it to me or if I did it after.
Now,
See, I'm the type of person that my politics are one thing, but my personal life, I actually do live pretty conservatively. I just don't like forcing others to. So, and I've never done ketamine. That's actually one of the possible treatments for phantom pain is a ketamine infusion. The problem is it's expensive, not always covered by insurance, and temporary. As I've mentioned, I have had fentanyl, but that was as a sedative administered by my doctor to do a lumbar sympathetic nerve block. And I can tell you from experience, I didn't like that. I didn't like that. I basically don't understand. Like, I can understand people getting addicted to it, but I can't understand enjoying it. Have fun, Kfar. I'll probably watch it after you're done. But I really am a pretty terrible hippie. I even shower more than once a month.
The troopers in your unit, in the detective unit with the Norfolk DA's office, are they as well versed on cell phone extractions and cell phone data as you are?
No.
And so again, how many people within your specific unit actually perform data extractions or forensic analysis of cell phone?
Myself, Trooper Connor Keefe, and everyone has been trained in how to use Cellbrite and to do these extractions. They all just sort of dump them on my desk and say, do this phone for me. So.
Now, as far as what you provide to
Delegation. Specialists.
one of the investigating troopers, such as Trooper Proctor, can you explain to the jury sort of that process of how you, what if any differences there are between what you're looking at as far as the device when you're extracting the information and what you provide to the trooper?
So when I plug into Graykey or Cellbrite or whatever tool I'm using to extract the data, it creates that zip file, and then I open it up in Cellbrite or Axiom. The guys are only trained in Cellbrite, so that's what I open the extractions initially in for them. If there's something that we find that they don't understand and that I want to look more into, I'll load into Axiom as well. But that's normally how it would go.
Now, is there any way from the version or the extraction that you provide to the trooper, is there any way for that or any trooper to change or manipulate that data from what is initially contained on the phone?
Well, in essence, you could, but you'd have to go in. So once I create like that UFED reader, which is the portable case, you would have to go into the folders and then delete stuff, which would change all of the data. And then when I would load it up later, it probably wouldn't work right. But that's why we save the encrypted extraction onto the server. So if anything ever messes up, we can go back and reload it, and I can create whatever reports I need with it.
And so from your review of the data in the phones in this case.
So basically, even if the trooper manipulated the data he got, hey, I've got the original on the server. And it would be obvious if it had been manipulated, you know, if the trooper were even, you know, technologically savvy enough to manipulate it, it would be obvious.
What, if anything, did you observe in regard to any manipulation of data or deletion of data or removal of data from what you observed?
From the encrypted files that we have, none. And then we didn't have passcodes for the phones for John O'Keefe's until the 31st. And then again for Miss Reed's until, like I said, August, once the program was able to open it.
Now, you were asking questions about Mr. Green's affidavit. Following your review of Mr. Green's affidavit, what, if any, steps did you take?
My friends have a campaign slogan for RFK Jr., brainworms for president.
In relation to what was indicated in there?
So as I said, I didn't really go through the phones much when we first got them. I don't know everything about the cases the investigators do. So I got his report and I went through it and basically just went step by step. So he says, this happened.
And I know politics is, I'm not a politics channel. Politics isn't allowed in the chat. But my personal opinion is Robert Kennedy's assassination was a greater tragedy than John Kennedy's assassination.
I went to confirm it. If it didn't, then I need to find out why he was either incorrect or slightly off and either just completely wrong or just misinterpreted the data. And that was it.
And in addition to yourself going through some of the data, who, if anyone, did you contact to assist or to also, in addition, go through data specifically as it related to the search of sophistication?
So initially, when I first found it, I spoke with Chris Vance of Magnet Forensics. He's their head technical guy for Axiom. He's like their forensic specialist. So he was at the cybercrime conference. I brought him.
I'm going to allow this.
I brought the extraction there and I said, hey, this is what I'm seeing. This is what it parsed out. Why are we seeing it marked this way? And he goes, well, first off, you have to look exactly where it's coming from. The browser state.
So I'll strike that last part, what he told you.
That's hearsay.
Reviewing the data, we saw that it came from the browser state DB file and .wall file, I should say, at the end. So it set off a lot of red flags. And then from there, we contacted Cellbrite and ultimately Jessica Hyde.
And ultimately, Mr. Whiffen as well, is that correct?
Yes, he came in.
And Jessica Hyde was the genius with the head covering.
Cellbrite, I reached out to them and they escalated it up and he reached out to us to help us.
Now, with respect to the health data that you were asked about, again, if you could explain to the jury when something in there in the health data says steps, what exactly does steps mean?
As I said before, the phone is seeing movement. Doesn't necessarily mean you're taking steps. If you have the iWatch paired to it, you're going to get a greater level of accuracy. And I would be more apt to believe that steps are being taken because it's going to also bring your heart rate. So if you're taking a large amount of steps, it's going to correspond.
Of course, let's say a heated argument could elevate your heart rate and create a false positive for steps.
Now, you were asked a lot of questions on cross-examination about just the health data and just the health data. Why is it that you would look beyond just the health?
Well, you have the GPS points as well as the health data. We're trying to look at everything together as a whole. You take one artifact and say, well, this means this, but you could have 5 others that disclaim it. So that's why we look at all of this stuff.
Now, from that same information as far as the GPS data, that indicated that Mr. O'Keefe's phone arrived at 34 Fairview Road at 12:25 a.m., correct?
Yes.
Now, as far as the clocks or the 3 different clocks that was presented to you, that's now been marked for identification, you indicated that those were not accurate. Is that correct?
Well, the file that it's coming from is not accurate. So it came from a power log file that's the database it pulled from. So that it's telling you the power of the phone. So when I looked at that, that also shows the battery level. And that's how I was able to show that, or see, I should say, that John O'Keefe's phone never turned off. It dropped down to about 17% battery level from being under his body. It was actually saved it from dying overnight. Then it also shows the timestamps of when it gets plugged in and as it goes up.
So being under his body saved it from dying overnight. Batteries drain faster in the cold. That's one of the criticisms of electric cars is, hey, they lose range in the cold. A lot of the world lives in the cold. In fact, the wealthiest parts of the world have cold weather. So the phone being underneath John means it didn't get as cold because it was insulated. It had body heat, residual body heat. So
that has 3 different timestamps. That's what that is from. That is not when Waze is started. That is not when the address is put in. That is strictly for the power log. It has nothing to do with anything else.
And so, sort of to that point, what if any connection to those timestamps in the the document marked for identification Mr. Genetti showed you, what if any relationship does that have to the timestamps contained within either the Waze or GPS native locations or anything else that you were testifying about before?
It's literally showing that Waze has been opened and that it's pulling power from the phone, and that is it. That is nothing else.
So it doesn't show anything that Waze is doing. It just shows that's what time the power log shows Waze was pulling power.
With regard to, you were asked some questions about Ms. McCabe signing consent for extraction on February 2nd, 2022, correct?
Yes.
And Ms. Kerry Roberts, she did the same on the same date. Is that also correct?
Yes, I believe so.
Now, the entirety of those extractions from both Ms. McCabe's phone and Ms. Roberts' phones, those were both provided well in advance of the dates the council was indicated, correct?
That is correct.
Now, in regard to the Celebrite extraction, in regard to
it didn't save the data, Giovanna. It just meant the battery didn't go dead, because the battery going dead wouldn't wipe the data. They just have to charge it, and they would have charged it anyway. So nothing to do with saving the data. It just meant that they had a charge on the phone. Therefore, well, let's just say, had the phone gone dead at 6:15 when Kerry Roberts picked it up to provide to law enforcement, that location data wouldn't have been recorded because it would have been dead. That's literally the only difference it would have actually made. So,
Mr. Green's affidavit, Celebrite has periodically updates the versions of their software, correct?
That is correct.
And if you could speak a bit about sort of the update in those versions and how that pertains to this case and specifically Ms. McCabe's searches.
So the initial report that I created with version 7.53 did not have that item to be able to be taken out. I was told by Celebrite that 7.55 was the version that was enabled. Mr. Green used version 7.61. So that's why it presented itself then.
Can I just stop there for 1 second? The version that Mr. Green used, was that available at the time that you did the initial extraction?
No, it wasn't available for like a year later. It was like 10 upgrades later.
Sorry, sir, continue.
So again, he did the extract.
So Cellbrite is in on the conspiracy. They didn't update their software fast enough. Therefore, conspiracy.
Actually looked at it, finds this artifact that's parsed out, and then I had to go back in and scramble to say, well, why didn't I see it the first time when that report, why didn't it pull? So I reloaded the 7.53 version. It's not there. And then when I loaded into 7.61, it is. So there's just an issue with the software at the time.
So, sir, with regard to those Google searches, what, if any, opinion do you have as to when those Google searches were conducted?
When Ms. McCabe told us that it happened at 6:23 and 6:24. And then there was a third one later at 10:35 that, again, if she reopened that browser window, it's going to reload the search. And then that was it. Those are the 3 times that I saw in the phone extraction that were real searches.
Just like it reloaded the Hockomock Sports at 6:23 right before she searched How Long to Die in Cold.
And why is it that it's your opinion that they occurred at 6:23 and 6:24 in the morning and not 2:27?
Well, it's just physically impossible to search 2 things at once. Her phone, she's searching the daughter's basketball at 2:27, and then she's searching It's Raining Men and a few other things on her phone, listening to music. And I think then she goes to bed a few hours later. So I was told as the defendant asked her to search for those terms, that's when we believed that they were done.
Now, as far as all files are write-ahead log, having things listed as deleted, if you could just speak a little bit more about that as far as why would something be listed as deleted in the wall file, and what does that mean?
Again, the user has no input on how a wall file is deleted. It's an automated thing that the database does to clean up. It auto deletes after either programs are closed, it reaches a max data allotment for that page. That is it.
And that would include any sort of call log history that was contained in the write-ahead log of the wall file as well?
That is correct.
And so what, if any, opinion do you have as to those phone calls that you showed in relation to the contact listed in Ms. McCabe's phone as Coco, as far as whether or not they were user deleted?
Well, again, what the defense showed me was a limited thing. I know should be 2 other locations that phone call was listed from looking at it myself. So I don't know why they gave me just the 2 deleted things, but there should be other spots in the database for that.
I don't know why the defense gave me a misleading report, is what he just said. He used more words. He was kinder about it, but I don't know why the defense was trying to get me to co-sign their lies, is what it boils down to. I like this witness.
Phone call was there, so I don't believe that it was user initiated. It was phone initiated.
And that's in reference to the write-ahead log.
Therefore, Apple is involved in the conspiracy, as well as Verizon.
Sort of first in, first out as far as data that comes in, is that correct?
That's correct.
Now, again, as far as your unit was concerned, you were the only one who created any Cellbrite reports in relation to any of the phones, in this case, with the exception of the defendant's phone that was created by the Attorney General's office following their extraction of privileged material, correct?
Okay. So objection is sustained as to the form. This seems a good place to stop. So jurors, we'll take the luncheon break. There is a chance that we may be able to go a full day tomorrow. So just think about that at lunch. If there's any emergency that would prevent you from being able to go a full day.
Sir, it's closing it up, we'll leave on the chairs. All right, well, all right.
Yes, so Mac has.
And yeah, I absolutely think, like, I kept saying, wait until the real substantive.
You are muted.
The real substantive witnesses and testimony. And like I've said, I don't necessarily agree with the order he went in, but I also don't disagree with the order he went in, because I still do think in order to get everything in, this is the order he had to go in, or at least this is the order he thought he had to go in. But he's absolutely got the evidence in. Once again, Trooper Paul sucked. I wish he would have got an actual expert for that, but he's he really has done a good job, and in spite of Trooper Paul, I'm really not seeing much doubt, like, if any. It just, all the evidence I've seen points in her direction. And hopefully some of the jurors made plans for tomorrow afternoon, resulting in a half day. And the thing is, Anne, his recross is very limited in scope because it's limited to the redirect. So the scope is very limited.
Hey, please be seated, close to this.
All right, so jurors. when
And
we're
you'll
doing-
notice, even, sorry for the quick pause, all rise for the jury, even the judge stands for the jury, because everyone stands for the jury.
Scheduling, and I know scheduling has changed a lot in this case, but my main goal is to get this case to you folks by next week, when we all want the case to you by next week. So originally on the 21st, we were either going to do a whole day and then we couldn't do it a whole day, and there was all of this back and forth, and it was a half a day, and it was because I had something scheduled in this courthouse that was not going to be continued. Through forces that we weren't aware of, it is going to be continued tomorrow. So in light of that, I would like us, and we will be doing a whole day. I understand that for one of you, you planned on an earlier stop to the weekend or a vacation day or something from the afternoon on. But really, all I'm asking of you is to go from, instead of a 1 o'clock stop, to a 4 o'clock stop. And where I guess 14 of you are able to do that, we're going to do that. So tomorrow will be a full day. Okay, I don't know who I'm inconveniencing, but I apologize for that. Because when I said emergency, an early start for the weekend is not an emergency.
All right,
But I've
can we call
already
witness
bought
back,
plane
please?
tickets.
True, the same thing.
The thing is, a good defense, you get most of it in through cross-examination. So,
Can you remain on?
No, it's-
All right, Mr. Lally.
Thank you, Your Honor. Good afternoon, sir.
Good afternoon.
So with reference to this case, this investigation,
if Karen doesn't testify, it very well could be those three experts and then they're done. It really could be they completely relied on their cross-examination and think they've done it. Think the prosecution hasn't proved its case. If that is the case, they could be in for a nasty surprise.
who, if anyone besides you, created any Cellbrite reports or extractions from any of the phones involved in this case?
Other than the AG's office, it was just myself.
And now you had mentioned that there was some deleted material from the defendant's phone from the afternoon of January 29th, 2022. Is that correct?
Yes, that's correct.
And what was that was deleted?
There were some search items that were not there in the phone, but found cookies related to said searches and websites visited.
So as far
I hope she does, Casey. She would be stupid to. Of course, one of the critical comments I received, let's see, well, the most recent, there's no way that I'm an attorney, maybe an ambulance chaser. And ambulance chasing is a dignified profession. Thank you very much. Frankly, for all the hate ambulance chasers get, the economics are, it's a very high reward, but also very high risk. But let's see. I don't think Karen's testimony would be as funny as the prosecution case and chief. I assume they meant to say case in chief, not case and chief, but maybe there's a funny chief involved. So I don't think Karen's testimony would be as funny as the prosecution case and chief. It might not be funny, but it like the cross-examination of Karen Reed would be devastating. I do not think she could handle it. I do not think she could keep her composure. I do think even Lolly, he'd break her. There's a reason you don't put defendants on the stand. Cross-examination is brutal. It is vicious. You break, and you give one little opening and they'll pounce. And it's possible, we say Lolly can be tough on cross, but what if it's McLaughlin on cross if Karen Reed testifies? Because here's the thing. To the jury, if Lolly cross-examines Karen Reed and is vicious, he could come across as a bully. You put McLaughlin on the cross-examination and you have her be as vicious as possible. And to the jury, it's just girls being mean. It's normal. Like, there is strategy in who you have question witnesses. Like I've said, I really try to avoid sex crime defense. If I have to defend someone accused of, the one syllable R word, there's a good chance I get co-counsel and say, yeah, so you're doing this trial with me because I need you to cross-examine the alleged victim. Number one, I don't want to do it. As I've said, that's the reason I don't. But you like, there is a strategy. Look at the very few witnesses that the defense has used Attorney Little to cross-examine. I think that was strategic. They were women and they were, potentially sympathetic. So it's bad. Cross-examining would be terrible. And yeah, I think she would be absolutely terrible. And yeah, the jury can. Lolly just can't point it out. The jury can hold anything against her they want. They like without Lolly pointing it out, the jury can take it personal and say, hey, I wish that bitch would have testified. She's the one that knows what happens. It's just Lolly can't say, isn't it funny that the one person that knows what really happened pled the fifth and didn't testify? Isn't that suspicious? Whereas the defense, you know, isn't it suspicious that the McAlberts got attorneys and the Alberts didn't hand over their phones and yada, yada, yada. And yeah, he was bad on the stand. It really is a skill that most people don't have, testifying. And if you're being accused of something, you take it personally, and that makes you an even worse witness on cross-examination. And no, because the thing is, if you take the stand, you waive the fifth. You can't just, you know, tell your story on direct, and then as soon as cross-examination starts, yeah, so now I'm going to plead the fifth. You waive it. You waive it. You plead the fifth. You're going to take an adverse inference on cross-examination because you waived it. You can't testify and then duck out of cross-examination. The system breaks down. There's a reason. You know, if you could just plead the fifth on cross-examination, every defense attorney would put their client on the stand because there's no risk, or at least very little risk. If they go off script, that's the risk. But the risk is cross-examination, and that's why you keep them off the stand. That's why you only have them testify if you absolutely have to. Only if they absolutely have to. And who knows, they might be at that point now. They might think, yeah, we have to. So.
Our search terms or web history, were those the areas that were deleted?
Yes, that's correct.
I have nothing further.
Oh, okay. Okay, so we brought you back for that, Trooper. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
All right.
Thank you.
Went to lunch about 2
Your
minutes
next
too
witness, Mr.
early.
Lally.
Yes, Your Honor, I'm about to call Dr. Renee Stonebridge to the stand.
Okay.
All right. Dr. Renee Stonebridge. When I was setting up the stream, she was testifying, and I assumed she was the medical examiner. So she said something about like 81 degrees. I assumed that's his body temperature when he was found. Apparently, Artie's trying to infect me with Comcasting. My connection, I don't think, has been particularly good today, but that's the first that it cut out on me. So, sorry about that.
You solemnly swear that the testimony you shall give to the court and the jury in the matter now pending shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God. Yes. Thank you.
Great. So once you sit, I'm going to tell you that you have to keep your voice up.
Uh-oh. She's got a skull tattoo on her shoulder. We can't take anything she takes seriously, or anything she says seriously.
want to keep our air conditioning on, so just if you'd speak loudly into the microphone, that would be great. Yes, thank you. Go ahead, Mr. Lally.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
Could you please state your name and spell your last name for the jury?
Yes, my name is Renee Stonebridge, last name Stonebridge, Stonebridge.
And what do you do for work?
I am employed through the Chief Medical Examiner's Office at Boston as Director of Cardiac and Neuropathology and Medical Examiner.
Now, if I could ask you just a few questions about sort of your educational and work history background, if that's all right.
Yes.
Starting with your bachelor's degree.
Yeah, that K tattoo on her right shoulder area. K for Karen, part of the conspiracy. Part of the conspiracy.
Where did you go and what, if any, areas did you receive a degree in?
So I went to SUNY at Stony Brook in New York. I was a double major in biology and Germanic languages and literature. I graduated with a bachelor's of science degree. After that, I went to the American University of Antigua for medical school, and I graduated with honors, magna cum laude. After that, I did a 4-year combined anatomic and clinical pathology residency program at NYU Winthrop Hospital in Long Island, New York. After that, I did a 1-year forensic pathology fellowship at the Boston office of the Chief Medical Examiner. And after that, I did a 2-year neuropathology fellowship program through Brown University at Rhode Island Hospital.
And doctor, are you board certified?
Yes, I am board certified in anatomic pathology, clinical pathology, forensic pathology.
I mean, she is very attractive. I assume the Chad and Lon crime lost their minds about how can we take her seriously? She's not got any sleeves. She's got tattoos. She da 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 da. When her appearance really has nothing to do with her smarts, with her analysis, with her education. Like I said, the amount of weed I saw smoked in law school was very high. The number of classmates that have tattoos all the way down their arms that are completely covered by a long sleeve shirt. There are lots of tattoos that you will never see in court. Doesn't make them any less smart. You know, one of my classmates, a year ahead of me, he plays in a punk band. He's got an entire sleeve of tattoos. He's a public defender. Real smart. Frankly, I would think the ladies and not ladies would say he's quite attractive, and he knows it. You know, doesn't impact the brain.
And neuropathology.
And if you could just explain to the jury a little bit about what does board certified mean?
Board certification means that every medical specialty has their own board. So for example, the American Board of Pathology dictates whether or not you can be board certified based on certain criteria. So you have to meet certain criteria, meaning that you have to complete a certain number of surgical specimens, a certain number of autopsies. And then once you meet that criteria, you can take an exam.
No tattoos. Well, my only tattoo is of a robot leg. My tattoo artist took it a little too seriously. I said, give me a robot leg. And he said, yep, here you go.
Exam, which if you pass, leads to your board certification.
Now, if I could ask you just a couple, and your board certification is up to date at this point, is that correct?
Yes.
In each of those areas that you just spoke of?
Yes.
Now, if I could ask you some general terms as far as if you could define them for the jury. First of all, what is pathology in a general sense?
Pathology is essentially the study of any sort of disease or abnormal state of the body tissues. So anything that can go wrong in the body and any of the body systems is essentially the study of pathology.
And now starting with anatomic pathology, what is anatomic pathology more specifically?
Anatomic pathology consists of the study of surgical specimens. So for example, if someone goes to the hospital to have a tumor removed, that specimen will go to pathology. The pathologist will look at it, cut it, look at specimens under the microscope, order any ancillary tests if necessary, and then make a diagnosis, which is then conveyed to the clinician. Anatomic pathology also consists of cytopathology, which is looking at individual cells, and then it also consists of autopsy pathology.
And as far as clinical pathology, what is that?
Clinical pathology is anything that is lab related in pathology. So if you have to get blood drawn and then the results come back, that is clinical pathology. If there's any sort of blood work that needs to be done, for example, if you're going to have a surgery and they have to cross match and type you in case of a blood transfusion, that's considered clinical pathology. Also microbiology, so anything infectious. So essentially anything that goes through a lab is clinical pathology.
And what is forensic pathology?
Forensic pathology is the study of autopsies in a medical legal sense. It doesn't necessarily mean that it's always going to be something that is legal. Sometimes it may be just a person who has not seen a doctor in many years, dies at home. There's no physician that is willing to sign a death certificate. So we work on those types of cases plus anything that is non-natural.
Now, neuropathology, what is that?
Neuropathology is the study of the brain, spinal cord, eyes, muscles, and nerves.
And if you could, just again, in general terms, as far as casework is concerned, related to your work as a director of neuropathology, can you explain to the jury sort of what it is that you do with respect to neuropathology?
Yes, so my job primarily entails me to be a consultant for the medical examiners. So the medical examiners have a certain set of criteria that they follow in order to determine whether or not a brain needs to be saved for a neuropathologic analysis. So upon following that criteria, if the brain is saved, it gets put into formalin, which essentially fixes the brain so it firms it up, so it makes it easier to analyze. So after the brain has been...
The brain is kind of mushy and squishy and gross. In order to examine it, you want to bake it in the oven. It's like dough becomes bread.
Fixed, I usually let them fix about 2 weeks. Sometimes it could be a little more, a little less, depending on circumstances. I will then look at the brain, take photographs of it from all sides, and then cut the brain, take photographs, document any sort of abnormalities. And then if I feel the need to take sections to look at under the microscope, then I will take those sections. They will be processed through histology. I will look at the slides. Sometimes you may have to add in additional testing, for example, immunohistochemistry, to see if there's anything in particular that you cannot maybe diagnose solely on.
Immunohistochemistry. I'm sure the jury understood that word. Immunohistochemistry.
Looking at the histology, and then once that is done, I will issue a report to the medical examiner, and then they use it in terms of determining their cause and manner of death, if necessary.
Now, as far as that
Dumb it down a
formalin
little.
process, as far as the solution is concerned, is there a typical time period that the brain would have to be in that solution prior to you examining it or cutting it or any of those other things?
Usually about 2 weeks, give or take maybe a few days here and there, but I usually try to let them fix at least 10 days minimum.
And again, in general terms, with respect to the types of cases that are referred to you, what types of cases are typically referred to you?
So part of the criteria that we use is that any cases for children or babies under the age of 2 years, those always come to me. Also, if there is any cases that have blunt head trauma that may be suspicious or homicidal in nature, those will typically come to me as well. Some of the other cases...
Wait, didn't someone here have a blunt head trauma? John O. something had blunt head trauma?
Is maybe just a difficult neuropathologic entity that a non-neuropath trained medical examiner may not be able to really diagnose. And then sometimes there's cases that are just surprise cases where the medical examiner opens up the head and they see something interesting or abnormal, and they decide to save that case for me to look at further.
Now,
you talking about ignorance and gullibility? Question mark, Yannetti? Or is that squishy brains? Question mark, Yannetti.
with respect to the cases that you do see.
Or was that open head trauma or closed head trauma, David Yannetti? Question mark.
At some point did you become involved in analysis or testing of a brain belonging to?
Because all three of those work for David Yannetti.
But John.
Yes.
And who was the doctor that was the medical examiner that made that referral in this case?
It was Dr. Irini Scordi-Bello.
And with respect to your analysis here, obviously you looked at the brain. What, if any, other sources of information did you review or did you look at in ultimately formulating your opinion in this case?
So at the time when I was able to cut the brain of Mr. O'Keefe, I had information that was relayed to us from our intake department. So when a case gets called into the medical examiner, it gets taken by the intake department and they're given kind of just a rough summary of the case. I also had the police report, I had the EMS report, I had the medical records from when Mr. O'Keefe was in the hospital. I also had medical records from the primary care physician. I had autopsy photos, and I also had, I believe just refer to my notes here because I had a lot of notes. I also had the inventory and tracking sheets, which are notes created by.
I'm assuming they were primarily, they aged out of being PTA moms and they had to put that energy somewhere. And this is what it became. It's the show Weeds. What's the blonde Karen's name? So not Nancy, but her sort of frenemy. Because she's what I imagined the Turtle Boy cultist, Free Karen Reed protester to be. She aged out of the PTA. She'd be the exact profile here.
The medical examiner and the neuropath request itself.
Now, are you familiar with some terms in relation to injuries that you would observe as far as from a neuropathological perspective, as far as injuries being acute, subacute, or remote?
Yes.
And can you explain to the jury sort of what those are and what those mean?
So it depends on circumstances. Acute generally is something that it happened within a very short time frame. So when I refer to something as being acute, I usually refer to that as something that's occurring.
Celia Hodes, that's the character from Weeds, aged out of PTA into being, she's the mean PTA mom, now the mean Free Karen Reed turtle rider.
From the time of an injury to maybe a day or so afterwards. As I said, it's variable, dependent on circumstances. Subacute is something that has not happened within the last few minutes, few hours, maybe even a day, and maybe something that is now in the process of healing. And then chronic is usually something that has happened a while ago in the past. You may see some sort of evidence of some type of injury in a chronic state. You may also not see any evidence because it may have completely healed by that point.
And so from your analysis in this case, how did you characterize, in your opinion, from everything that you reviewed as far as the injuries you observed in Mr. O'Keefe's mind?
The injuries.
So it's completely irrelevant, but just her explanation of acute, subacute, chronic, completely healed. It's like, obviously, I have chronic pain from an injury. That injury is completely healed. Like, I don't think there's any question that it's completely healed. It's just completely healed in a entirely different state than it was pre-injury. But like, other than the absence of a leg, like I have less scarring than some of you might have that broke a leg but kept it. So what is this? It's not acute anymore, is it? But it's not a chronic condition. It's just completely healed but different. So like I'm curious, in her continuum that she was describing, how she'd like where it fits in.
As I observed were acute injuries, meaning that they probably occurred minutes to hours.
Now, if I could turn your attention to your findings as far as when you conducted your analysis and your testing in this particular case, what, if anything, did you find as far as injuries to Mr. O'Keefe's?
So when I look at the brain, what I do is I look at all surfaces from all sides. And one of the things that I look for is anything grossly obvious, meaning anything I can look at the brain and see that there's something there that shouldn't be there. So one of the first things I noticed was a subarachnoid hemorrhage. And subarachnoid hemorrhage is something that occurs when you have bleeding within the leptomeninges. The leptomeninges are a very thin membrane that encase the brain and the spinal cord, and there should not be blood freely floating within the leptomeninges. So if you have a subarachnoid hemorrhage, most of the time the causes are either a ruptured aneurysm, which is something I would see upon cutting the brain, or some type of trauma. So that was the first finding.
Can I stop you there just for a second? Of those taking notes and for our court reporter, could you spell the type of hemorrhage and the membrane?
Yes, subarachnoid is SUBARACHNOID.
And in the, I can't remember the acronym I was taught for the layers of the meninges, but I do remember it was explained to me the reason the arachnoid layer was named arachnoid is it looks like a spider web. It's web-like, and therefore it's named arachnoid, spider-like. And this is the subarachnoid. So, and the thing is, it is chronic pain, but the injury is fully healed. It's just, you know, it's healed in a different state.
And leptomeninges, LEPTOMENINGES.
Thank you very much.
It's a spelling bee.
Now, with regard to anything related to the aneurysm that you indicated that you would have seen, what, if anything, did you see during the course of your review or testing or analysis of Mr. O'Keefe's brain?
So aneurysms are typically seen in the cerebral vessels that sit around the base of the brain. So there's something called the circle of Willis.
True. There's a very good chance we see disturbing stuff. There's a very good chance that from here the stream gets demonetized. And I remember learning about the circle of Willis, but it's been so long I can't remember what it is.
Which is the main arterial supply. It sits around the base of the brain, and it's kind of shaped like a circle that has vessels that come off that extend to other areas of the brain. So typically, if there is an aneurysm that is ruptured, it's going to be located somewhere in one of those vessels. So upon observing those vessels, I did not see any evidence of any aneurysm or any sort of natural disease state that might have led to a rupture in one of these vessels. Also, sometimes these vessels, since they do go deep into the brain, you may only see the rupture upon cutting the brain. And I did not see any evidence of any rupture.
So I can't remember what the P layer is. Arachnoid dura. The acronym I learned takes into account the spaces between. Every day, some Arab cells D. No. Okay, yeah. Yeah, I can't remember the acronym. But I think maybe it's reversed. Every day, some Arab sells pottery, and it's in reverse. I think that's the acronym I learned, but that was 20 years ago.
Rupture of any of these vessels anywhere in the brain.
Now, as far as the subarachnoid hemorrhage that you observed, where was that located within the brain, if you could?
So the subarachnoid hemorrhage was on the frontal poles, which is essentially right here in the front of the brain. So the frontal lobes obviously sit in the front, and then the poles are the very frontmost portion of the brain. So it was on the frontal poles. It was also on the left temporal pole. So the temporal region is right here in the temporal region. And because of the way that the temporal lobe is shaped, it kind of has a little loop right in the front. So it has a pole as well. So it was on the left temporal pole. And then it was also in the left lateral fissure. So you have a frontal pole here. You have the temporal lobe right here. And then the lateral fissure goes kind of in between the temporal and the frontal lobes. So you have the hemorrhage here, and then hemorrhage right there. So it's kind of all concentrated almost in one area. But then there was also hemorrhage of the posterior surface of the right temporal as well. So on this side.
Now, doctor, I'm probably going to butcher this horribly, but just as far as the bilateral unci, are you familiar with that?
Yes. So the unci are the medial portion of the temporal lobes. So the brain is essentially oriented in a way that each hemisphere, the right and left hemisphere, are the same. The unci are the most inner portion of the temporal lobes. So the unci sit just next to the brainstem. So if you have anything that causes herniation of these unci, they start to push inwards onto the brainstem. So say this is the brainstem here, the
What's that one for, Wicket?
unci, they start to push in. And because the brain is within the skull is hard, you have no room for any sort of expansion of the brain. If there is herniation, it will start to push in that area because the brainstem turns into the spinal cord and goes out of the skull through the foramen magnum. So you have this hole about this big or so at the base of the skull where the brain.
And for those of you wondering, foramen magnum translated into English means big hole, big opening.
Stem turns to the spinal cord, then comes out. So that's one of the only areas in which the brain can actually move because it's encased in the hard skull. So if you have herniation, it'll start to push and then push downwards.
Could I ask you to spell
UNCI.
And with reference to this bilateral unci area, what, if any, herniation did you observe?
So when the unci herniate, it can be subtle. Sometimes if it's herniated enough, you may see hemorrhages in the brainstem. And this happens because this tissue is now pushing on the brainstem and it's essentially being compressed. So there was herniation noted, and then there was hemorrhage within the brainstem.
Now, if I could ask you, doctor, just to be familiar with the term or medical term known as a contusion.
Yes.
And can you explain just in general terms to the jury what you understand that term to be?
Yeah.
So a contusion is essentially a bruise. It's blood that's coming out from a blood vessel. It's a blood vessel that has been broken in some way, and now there's blood coming out.
Now, you're also familiar with another term, part of that term, known as a punctate contusion?
Yes, so punctate is essentially just a way to describe the size of a contusion. When I say punctate, I mean something that's very, very tiny, almost just like a dot.
And with respect to punctate contusion, what, if anything, did you observe in Mr. O'Keefe's brain, and where was it located?
So there were punctate contusions in the frontal and temporal cortices. So frontal, once again, is the front portion right here. Temporal is kind of right behind it in this area. And the cortex is the gray matter of the brain. So it's a thin strip that kind of just goes around the brain. And then the white matter is underneath all that. So in traumatic injuries, you can see punctate contusions or even larger contusions in the cortex. It usually indicates that the brain has been pushed against something, which is now causing these little blood vessels to rupture, hence seeing the contusions because the blood is no longer contained in the blood vessels.
Now, doctor, with regard to the subarachnoid hemorrhage.
Punctate. But yeah, pancake contusion from a waffling. His bacon was well and truly burnt.
Is there anything that you're able to do as far as measuring that?
It's hard to measure because it's usually pretty vague. It's not usually something that is a well circumscribed, meaning I could say it starts here and ends here. A lot of times with subarachnoid hemorrhage, because it's sitting in this space that it's not supposed to be in, it can spread. So it may be thicker in one area, thinner in another. So you may have some that may appear just as a very faint hemorrhage, and then some that might be very thick, which you can physically measure. So I usually just give an area where it is and say it's here, it's there, because it's almost like measuring something that has blurred edges. You can't really get a completely accurate measurement.
And what, if anything, were you able to observe or measure with regard to the subarachnoid hemorrhage in the area of the left prefrontal lobe?
So it appeared thicker in that area, meaning that as opposed to it looking just like a faint red color that should not be that color, it was actually thick enough that it was obscuring the underlying brain parenchyma.
Turn your attention, doctor, just back for a moment to the punctate contusions that you were testifying about before.
Parenchyma. I'm surprised the court reporter didn't ask how to spell that.
As far as your observations of those, was that one or more than one, or what? How many did you observe?
So there were multiple. There were multiple contusions to the point where it's not something that you can count. I mean, you could count it, but it would probably take a very long time. If it had been...
And William, sometimes it can be both. It can be there's nothing to cross. There's all they can do is hurt. Sometimes it is they don't want to draw attention to something. It's like, this witness was so terrible and brought absolutely nothing, so we don't need to even cross. So sometimes that's the case. It can be strategic. It can be they've got nothing. Like literally, they don't even have pounding the table left. So,
something like 1 or 2, 3, 4, maybe a handful, it would probably be something I would say there are 3 here, 4 there, but there were so many that it didn't serve a purpose to count.
And the number of those, what, if any, significance did that have in regards to your analysis, your observations, or your opinion?
So given that there's multiple, it means that there's enough pressure in the brain that there were many surfaces that were pressing on the bony prominences of the skull, which was leading to a lot of blood vessels rupturing, causing these contusions.
Now, I think you've talked a little bit, but just in general terms, if you could describe for the jury, what is a hemorrhage?
So a hemorrhage is essentially blood that's coming out from a vessel. So it's like a bruise. Hemorrhage, bruise, contusion, they're fairly similar. Some people use them interchangeably.
Grey Duck asks the great questions. Is it work related? That's a good question.
But it's essentially blood that's no longer contained in a blood vessel.
When something is termed medically, based on your training experience, as a diffuse hemorrhage, what does that mean?
So diffuse means it's over a very large area. It's not something that's just a tiny little area. You could say, okay, I'm looking at this person's, let's say, liver, and there's a 2 by 2 centimeter hemorrhage sitting right there in the right lobe of the liver. Diffuse would mean there's hemorrhage throughout nearly the entirety of the liver.
Now, with regard to, you made a note as far as there being a diffuse hemorrhage within the pons, P-O-N-S, is that correct?
Yes.
Can you explain to the jury sort of what that means and where is that located within the brain?
So the pons is part of the brainstem. So the brainstem starts right in the middle of the brain, and you have the midbrain, the pons, the medulla, and then it turns into the spinal cord. So the pons is kind of in the middle of the brainstem. And when you have hemorrhage in the pons, in this circumstance, it was because there was the herniation of those inside, which began moving closer and closer towards the pons, pressing on it, causing hemorrhage, because now the tissue is compressed, the blood is not going to be able to flow in and out freely, therefore hemorrhage.
Now, with regard to the totality of what you reviewed in this case in regard to Mr. O'Keefe, were you able to form any opinions to a reasonable degree of medical certainty in regards to the injuries that you observed to Mr. O'Keefe's brain?
I was able to determine that these are acute traumatic injuries. I know that based on what I observed and in combination with the autopsy findings, that this is due to some type of trauma.
If I could ask, as far as you have certain findings as far as the intraventricular hemorrhage and occipital forms of the lateral ventricles, correct?
Yes.
If you could please explain to the jury what exactly does that mean?
Yes. So the ventricles are almost like a tunnel system of the brain in which the cerebrospinal fluid flows through. So the cerebrospinal fluid serves as a fluid that nourishes the brain. It provides a flow of nutrients, oxygen, things like that. And it starts in the frontal portion of the brain, and then it goes backwards towards the occipital, which is the back. And it also flows downward through the brainstem and then into the spinal cord as well. So the occipital horns of the lateral ventricles are in the back of the head, and having hemorrhage in those areas, in any area of the ventricular system, is usually indicative of some type of trauma. So there should not be blood freely flowing within the ventricular system.
Now, Dr. Stonebridge, with regard to your findings,
Yeah, bloody CSF is, you're generally going to have a bad time.
you mentioned that your findings were that the injuries were acute and that the injuries were the result of trauma, correct?
Yes.
What, if anything, can you say or can you opine as to the mechanism for those acute traumatic injuries?
It was something that required some type of force, given that there were skull fractures. I can't say what type of force or how much force, but it was definitely something that caused some type of force, which led to the skull fractures and then the subsequent brain findings.
And the brain findings in particular that you made, were those consistent with the fall?
They can be, yes.
Can they also be consistent with being struck by a vehicle and then going to the ground?
Yes, they can be.
Thank you, doctor. I have no further questions. Your Honor.
You're welcome.
Cross-examination?
Now that I think of it, I think it was actually the next witness that I came in on setting up the stream, because she really was limited to, yep, damaged his brain. So I think it was actually an older, that witness that pulls up on the next video. So yeah, I think that's who I saw setting up the stream. Oh, and we get Little. Hey, it's been a couple weeks since we've heard from Little.
No questions, thank you.
You're welcome.
Doctor, thank you very much.
Hey,
Little.
and Little earning her keep again. Little earning her keep again. I say sarcastically, but, you know, I'm sure she is working hard. Like, I'm not saying that to demean her in any way. I'm sure she is working hard. You just don't see it because, yeah.
Okay. Thank you.
Michael, step down. Thank you.
All right, Mr. Lally, your next witness.
Yes, Your Honor, the Commonwealth called Dr. Irene Scorti Bello to the stand.
Okay.
And Your Honor, as she's coming in, may we approach briefly?
Sure.
Ah. Well, what have you been doing in here? If you're testifying next. Although, of course, you've been done for several hours by now. Assuming you finished and aren't sequestered. Person behind Paul O'Keefe reminds me of something, but I don't know who. He's just playing peekaboo, though. Can't think who he reminds me of. That had to be rough on Paul. Like, we're complaining. Why isn't this over yet? He's sat there for 8 weeks, as has his wife, taking off work, being a representative for his brother. And yeah, Paul, it's going to sound crass, but it looks like he's been hit by a truck. It just, it takes a toll as a crime victim, showing up to court day in and day out. I hope, I really hope this county has a good victim advocate and that they've been taking care of the victims. Like, especially you consider it's not just the McAlberts that have been harassed by the Turtle Boy crowd. The O'Keefes have been harassed. And I really hope that there's a support network that they get home from court and dinner is on the table waiting for them every single day. Not just for Paul and Aaron, but for the parents as well. Like, I'll tell you, if they were in Utah and Mormon, the Relief Society, the old ladies in church, would have dinner on the table every single day for them. Frankly, even if they weren't Mormon, if they lived in the neighborhood and were decent people, the Relief Society probably would have stepped in with something like this. And yeah, they were booed walking into hearings. But the thing is, like, I have a lot of criticism for the Mormon Church, but they take care of their own. Like, they do. You go to a Mormon funeral and you know what you're going to be fed, but you know there will be a lot of it. You know the Relief Society has you taken care of. So yeah. You just, you know you're getting food. You know the lawn is getting mowed. And and that's it, Alpha. Here in Utah, some of the worst people I have met have also been Mormon, but lots of the best people as well. And you know, I count my mom and her sister as the best people. But they really will take care of you. And I'm hoping that, you know, whether it's, I'm assuming the O'Keefes are Catholic, Irish Catholic, you know, have I seen the Saint medals on any of the O'Keefes, or was that just on Karen that I saw that? But whether it's the Catholic Church, the Fraternal Order of Police, the, you know, something, I do hope that there's a community taking care of them right now. Because having to go home for 8 weeks and cook and clean and do yard work and, you know, help the kids with their homework, you're already so drained. You literally might only have the energy to eat and collapse in front of the TV, or, you know, try not to drown yourself in the bath or whatever. And that is true. A lot, you know, even if they're not practicing Catholics, they're cops, and within the police community, there's that superstition about the Saint Michael medallion. And And yeah, sometimes it's the people who need care are still the ones caring for others. You know, I mention my aunt as one of the best people on the planet, and she has MS, she struggles, but she's, you know, she's the first one to make sure others are cared for. And it's, you know, we're seeing with the Turtle Boy crowd the worst of humanity, frankly. And sometimes the worst of humanity is what is loudest and gets the most attention. So I'm hoping that the best of humanity is stepping up to the plate, even if it is in the background, even if it is not acknowledged. You know, for all the vilification that Kate Peter gets, you know, she's reached out to the McAlberts, to the Reed family. She's talked to them. She's listened to them as the victims they are. And, you know, Kate will be the first to admit she's an asshole. She's a dumpster fire of a human being. But she still has empathy to listen and care for these people. And, you know, she might actually be able to say on her stream, yeah, I've heard, you know, from the O'Keefes, people are taking care of her, you know, of them. And but as Anne points out, Karen is the real victim here. She's the main character. It's why are they invading my privacy? I can invade everyone else's privacy. I can sick the mob after them, but why are you invading my privacy? And Sinclair, luckily Mormons have discovered the disposable aluminum casserole dishes. So like after my amputation when I got home, it wasn't just the Relief Society, it was my mom's home teacher, so male, brought the fattiest pot roast I've ever eaten, but in a aluminum casserole dish. Well, roasting pan, I guess, because it was deep. But you bring like my mom is in the Relief Society presidency here, in her congregation in her ward. When she brings lasagna, she doesn't bring it in Pyrex. She brings it in disposable aluminum casserole dish. So there is that. There is that. And generally not. And Frank, thanks for joining today, and sweet dreams. Sweet dreams. So yeah. Yeah, it just I definitely, as this tangent has shown, I definitely have a lot of feelings for the O'Keefe family.
So, Madam Court Reporter, what was previously marked SS for identification is now the next exhibit in evidence.
No, but the funeral potatoes were what I was referring to. You absolutely know at a Mormon funeral, you're getting served funeral potatoes. And what's funny is there are different variations of funeral potatoes within the same concept. So you never know what funeral potatoes you're going to get. But my grandma hated the name funeral potatoes. So her recipe was titled party potatoes, because in my family, we don't just have them for funerals. They get served with Christmas dinner, god damn it. What's funny though is I think it was Ore-Ida Potatoes started selling funeral potatoes, and so about that time you started getting pictures on Facebook, funeral potatoes, what the hell? And it's like, ask your Mormon friends, they know. And then Heinz selling Mayo Chup, which is just a dumb name when there's already the perfectly good name fry sauce. So funeral potatoes are a wonderful Mormon invention where you take grated potatoes, mix in Campbell's cream of chicken soup, some onion, maybe a little cheese, and then you top it with cornflakes, buttered cornflakes, so that they get all crispy, and they're good. They really are good, and they're kind of scalloped, but and they may have invaded the Midwest. I don't actually know the origination, but every Mormon funeral you go to, it's funeral potatoes. Every Mormon funeral, it's funeral potatoes. And that it really is the ultimate comfort food after a funeral. Generally, at a Mormon funeral, it's served with ham. But it hasn't been 15 minutes, Vince, because I did press play for like 2 seconds before I was distracted again. So, and yeah, it's not just Mormon funerals. It's any potluck you're going to have, even if it's not at the church. If it's a family potluck, like I said, it gets served on Christmas dinner. It's good.
Thank you.
Kind of. My cousin's wife actually makes the best funeral potatoes.
All right. So are you looking for my instruction now, Mr. Lally?
Yes, please, Your Honor.
All right. So jurors, I gave you a similar instruction before about photographs. So the Commonwealth intends to introduce into evidence through the next witness certain photographs showing Mr. O'Keefe post-mortem. You'll have those photographs with you in connection with this case. I understand that they will.
So now we need the trigger warning. We're probably going to have disturbing photos.
Some of them will be shown up on the screen, and that's why I want to sort of give you a warning that will happen. When they come to you as exhibits, they'll be placed in an envelope. You can, look at them briefly. They'll be covered, is what I'm saying to you. So the photographs are not pleasant. They can be described as graphic, and I instruct you that your verdict must not in any way be influenced by the fact that these photographs will be unpleasant, perhaps sad and graphic. The defendant's entitled to a verdict based solely on the evidence and not one based on pity or sympathy for Mr. O'Keefe, which might be occasioned by the photographs. So please consider those photographs only as they draw your attention to a clinical, medical status or to the nature of Mr. O'Keefe's injury or to the nature of the incident.
Yes, Kova. You can even use dehydrated grated potatoes. It's going to be best grated fresh, but generally you're going to use frozen. That's it. if you see Ore-Ida funeral potatoes in the store, that's what they're selling, is basically hash browns prepared for funeral potatoes.
So, okay. All right. Now your next witness, please, Mr. Lally.
Yes.
This one they might have to.
Step up.
And the Napoleon Dynamite in Preston, Idaho. Preston, Idaho may as well be
Do you solemnly swear that the
Utah.
testimony you shall give to the court and the jury in the matter now pending shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
And Dante can attest to Preston, Idaho being North Utah.
I do. Thank you.
Good afternoon, Doctor.
Good afternoon.
All right, Mr. Lally, whenever you're ready.
Good afternoon, Doctor.
Good afternoon.
Could you please state your name and spell your last name for the jury?
My name is Irene Scorribello. My last name is spelled Scordi-Bello.
And how are you
She's
employed, ma'am?
Italian.
I am employed as a medical examiner.
And for whom are you employed?
I'm employed by the Office of the Chief Medical Examiner for the Commonwealth of Massachusetts.
And how long has it been that you've been medical examiner for the Office of the Chief Medical Examiner in Massachusetts?
I have been with OCME in Massachusetts since December of 2016.
Now, ma'am, if I
And just for you, Vince, I slowed it down for a minute. That's definitely an Italian accent I'm picking up. So counteracting all these damned Irish, there's a genuine Italian for you on the stand.
could take it back and just ask you a few questions regarding your educational background, work history a little bit prior to working at the OCME in Massachusetts.
No idea.
If I could start with your undergraduate work as far
As I've said, I don't actually follow the frauditing community. They're just jackasses on a power trip. Nothing interesting to me. I cover delete laws just because of the legal aspect. Sovereign citizens, it's the pathology that I find interesting. But I really don't follow the frauditors, so I have no idea if anything or what happened to Amagansett Press.
as where did you go and what, if anything, did you receive a degree?
I completed a bachelor's degree in microbiology at the University of California.
And after receiving that degree, where did you go from?
I went on to the University of Miami, where I completed my doctorate degree in immunology. And following that, I moved up to New York City, where I went to medical school. I completed 4 years of medical school at the Mount Sinai School of Medicine. And following
Very good
medical
med school.
I completed 3 years of pathology residency at the Mount Sinai Hospital.
Mount Sinai,
And
excellent
then following
hospital.
your residency at Mount Sinai, where did you go from there?
And from there, I went downtown in New
Nope. She spent 4 years in med school at the University of Miami, never went to a beach.
York City, and I completed a 1-year fellowship in forensic pathology at the Office of the Chief Medical Examiner for the City of New York.
And following that 1-year fellowship there, where did you go from there?
I worked in New York City until 2016 when I moved here to Massachusetts.
Now, are you board certified?
Yes, I am.
What are you board certified in?
I'm board certified in anatomic pathology and forensic pathology.
And if you could explain to the jury just briefly, what does it mean to be board certified and sort of what is entailed in that process?
Yeah, did you do Trooper Paul's analysis for him?
Board certification is actually a voluntary process that a physician decides to go through. It involves completing an accredited program in the specialty of choice. In my case, it was pathology and forensic pathology, and then completing a number of requirements as well as taking and successfully passing exams, and then being able to say that you're board certified.
And is that certification at this time, is that up to date?
Yes.
Now, with regard to the time that you've been working as a forensic pathologist.
Are you a Rocky Mountain Power customer? How would you like to get paid to put a backup battery in your home?
Apparently, ad block stopped working. It's real annoying. And this isn't even a skippable ad. It's a 3 minute and 3 second unskippable. That, yeah, it's definitely a conspiracy. I think the free Karen Reed crowd snuck it in. And this should be illegal, a 3 minute unskippable ad. I think YouTube should give streamers free YouTube Premium. And yep. But Rocky Mountain Power does have a monopoly here in Salt Lake, because little known fact, monopolies aren't illegal. Illegal monopolies are illegal. And the state can grant a monopoly. So power companies are typically granted a monopoly by the state, as are water companies if they're private, and hospitals might be granted a monopoly by the state. Cities, if I remember, so subdivisions of the state, municipalities can't grant monopoly power. Only the state can grant monopoly power. They can be arbitrary about it, about what industries deserve monopoly power, but like it's yeah. One of the more interesting monopoly cases was actually about the Aspen ski resorts, because technically there's 4 resorts within Aspen. Oh, now I can skip. Oh, fuck off. That's why it skipped. It took me all the way back to the beginning. Vince, I blame you. I blame Vince, because I didn't touch anything to do that. I didn't touch anything to do that. It's Vince's fault. Conspiracy. But yeah, so Aspen has 4 ski resorts, and they're all sold as one combined ticket. And so someone sued saying this is a monopoly, yeah, da, 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 da. And basically it was allowed, because it's like, well, if you don't like this, like it, I'm thinking, it's been a while, but I think the analysis was basically it's not a monopoly because they don't have market power. Like, drive 10 miles down I-70 and ski at Breckenridge if you don't want to buy that combined ticket. And so in order to have an illegal monopoly, you have to have market power, and Vail might be approaching market power. Vail Resorts, not Vail Resort. But yeah, the big monopoly that is allowed to flourish is the NCAA, college sports. So we'll try right here.
Mr. Lally, whenever you're ready.
Good afternoon, Josh.
Good afternoon.
And what is forensic pathology?
Forensic pathology looks at disease processes and injuries
Only for
in the
you,
human
Vince. I will be done well before midnight.
body and tries to determine the cause of death in deceased individuals.
And as far as anatomic pathology, what exactly is it?
Anatomic pathology, as opposed to clinical pathology, is it has to do with any organ that is in the body versus clinical pathology that deals with fluids and blood analysis and things like that. So anatomic pathology, a lot of anatomic pathologists are surgical pathologists. That's another term that you will hear. These are pathologists in the hospital that look at tissues under the microscope and they come to a diagnosis, whether something is benign or malignant. And forensic pathology takes anatomic pathology to another step, to another level by looking at the whole body and trying to determine the cause of death instead of organ specific. Instead of just looking at one organ, forensic pathology looks at the whole body.
Now, you're also familiar through your work and training experience in regard to forensic pathology with a term called autopsy?
Yes.
And is that something that typically you would do in the case of sort of your investigation and your analysis in regard to pathological analysis when it came to a body or a patient that comes in?
Yes, an autopsy is a procedure that we do to determine the cause and manner of death.
And so, doctor, with respect to an autopsy, maybe a term that's pretty well understood, but if you could explain in general terms as far as when a body or a patient comes in to the OCME, as far as what is an autopsy, what is involved in it, and sort of what does that consist of?
Yes. When a case, a death is first reported to the medical examiner's office, we make a determination as to whether that death falls under our jurisdiction. Cases that fall under the jurisdiction of the medical examiner include all violent deaths, all deaths that are due to not natural causes, all accidents, intoxications, deaths of babies and children, and deaths in individuals that were not under the care of a physician when the death occurred. So once a case is accepted, and it falls under our jurisdiction, it is given a numerical number, and then the body is transported from either the location of the death or the hospital to our facilities. We have 3 facilities in the state of Massachusetts. Once the body comes to our facility, then there are a number of steps that are taken. The body is processed. What that means is that there pictures are taken, a weight is taken, a height is taken, everything is input into our computer system, and then a determination is made as to whether an autopsy is required in order for us to determine the cause and manner of death. If the answer is yes, then we proceed with the autopsy.
Now, as far as an autopsy is concerned, there are 2 sort of primary components of that as far as an external examination and an internal examination. Is that correct?
Yes.
And can you describe to the jury, in general terms, sort of what the process is in reference to both external and internal?
Yes. So the autopsy or the postmortem examination has 2 main parts. The first one is the external exam, and it is basically what it sounds like. We do a very thorough exam of the outside of the body. We document physical characteristics, eye color, hair color. We document any scars or tattoos that may be on the body. We take pictures, we make notes, we look for any signs of disease and any signs of injury. All that is, as I mentioned, documented. And once we're, during the external examination, sometimes we will take evidence. We will collect hair and nails from the body we think that is necessary or warranted. And once the external examination is done, then we proceed to the internal examination. That involves making surgical type cuts on the body, what's known as the Y incision that goes from shoulder to shoulder and down the middle of the body, and the organs of the neck, the chest, the abdomen are examined thoroughly, again, looking for and documenting signs of disease or signs of injury. We do the same thing with the head. The head is open, the brain is removed, and we document any disease or injury.
Now, turning your attention to January 31st, 2022, did you have occasion to perform an autopsy in regard to a patient or a body of John O'Keefe?
I did.
And do you recall which of, you mentioned there were 3 different offices of the chief medical examiner within the state of Massachusetts, correct?
Yes, it was in the Cape Cod office.
Is that the office that you typically work out of?
No, that's not the office I typically work out of. My permanent position is in the Westfield office in Western Massachusetts. I was covering the office that day because we were short-staffed.
And in the reference to the autopsy that you performed with regard to Mr. O'Keefe, was that in conformity with what you were speaking about just before, generally as far as how you conduct autopsies?
Yes.
Now, during the course of the autopsy that you performed in reference to Mr. O'Keefe, during the course of the external examination, what, if anything, did you note in reference to that external examination of Mr. O'Keefe?
First, I noted that there was evidence of medical intervention. Mr. O'Keefe's body was transported to our facility from the hospital, and he had evidence of attempted resuscitation. After I documented that, I proceeded to document some injuries that I saw on Mr. O'Keefe's body.
And before we turn to that, if I could just ask you a couple more general questions. You've made some mention earlier in your testimony as far as the cause and manner of death in general. That's two things that you're trying to determine during any sort of forensic pathological examination, correct?
Yes.
And what I'm going to ask you first is just in reference to manner of death. Can you describe for the jury sort of what are the different types of manner of death and how are they sort of classified from a perspective from your office?
Okay. Yes. So the manner of death are the circumstances that led to the cause of death. The cause of death being the disease or the injury that initiated the sequence that led to the fatal events. So the manner of death is circumstance dependent. There are 5 general manners of death or 5 umbrellas. The first one is natural. When we determine manner of death to be natural, it means that the death was caused exclusively by natural disease. That would be heart disease, liver disease, cancer, aging, Alzheimer's, dementia, etc. The second manner of death is accident. That means that the
Did you test for alien abduction?
cause of death was due to an injury or due to an intoxication, either a physical injury or a chemical injury. But the circumstances show little or no evidence that intoxication or that injury was intentional. So most motor vehicle accidents, most drug overdoses, most elderly falls are classified as accidents. The fatal outcome was not intentional. Homicide is a manner of death when there is injury inflicted by another person, but there is evidence that there was intent to cause fear, harm, or death to the other individual. And suicide is due to either an injury or an intoxication. And again, the circumstances and the evidence suggest or point strongly to the fact that that was a self-inflicted, intentional act on behalf of the person with
if you're a good juror, you are.
The intent to cause harm to themselves or cause death to themselves. So most hangings, intentional overdoses by prescription medications are classified as suicides. And then we have, one more manner that
Undetermined.
we call undetermined. Some jurisdictions, they call it could not be determined. That means that evidence pointing towards one set of circumstances or one manner is no more compelling than evidence pointing towards another manner of death. So if we don't have enough information to know whether something, or to be able to determine the circumstances, then we are left with an undetermined manner of death.
Now, am I correct in stating that the cause of death is something that's more like a medical determination? Is that correct?
Yes, the cause.
So watch the leading questions, Mr. Lowry. It's the same.
How would you characterize the determination that you make in regard to a cause of death?
The cause of death is based on my findings at the time of autopsy, along with any medical information that I may have on that deceased individual.
Sounds like Little is earning her keep again. She'll do this cross.
Now, as far as the manner of death, how are you making that determination?
The manner of death, as I mentioned, is circumstance dependent. I make that determination based on investigative information that is provided to me by law enforcement, by the people who did the investigation.
And what, if any, legal determination are you making as far as when you classify something as either of those 5 categories in a manner of death?
I'm not making a legal determination. I'm making a medical determination.
And so as far as the medical determination is manner of death.
So if basically, that's a big statement. I'm not making a legal determination. I'm making a medical determination. So she determined it was undetermined, meaning she couldn't tell if it was accidental or homicide based on her examination of John. So, but that's a medical determination. The jury gets to make the legal determination, the factual legal determination of homicide or not a homicide. That's for the jury to decide. Just like if she decides homicide is the medical cause of death, the jury can still say, well, it was justifiable homicide, so not guilty, or it was manslaughter, not murder. It's basically, yeah, undetermined isn't important here, because even the conspiracy is, well, yeah, it was a homicide. It's just all those dirty McAlberts and Chloe the dog did it. That would still be a homicide. And the thing is, one way or another, it wasn't natural. It wasn't natural. You had a healthy 42-year-old Boston cop found dead in the snow. There was some intervening factor that caused his death. And it's just, undetermined sometimes is the question, is the answer. It's like with the flat earth crowd, sometimes the correct answer is, I don't know. Let me look into that.
And specifically when I'm talking about something that could be ruled or listed as manner of death as accident, is that, what if any determination are you making as far as that?
I'm making the determination that the information that I have either shows no evidence or very little evidence that the injury that led to the cause of death was intentional. So I don't have any information to suggest that that was an intentional act.
And am I correct in saying that routinely people charged with, say, more of the homicides, it gets classified as a manner of death as accident, correct?
Objection.
Sustained.
Mayor Bertrand?
Yes.
Doctor, I'm showing you the documents as you review it, the couple finish.
Yes,
And do you recognize that document, Doctor?
I do.
And what do you recognize that to be?
This is a copy of the death certificate for Mr. John O'Keefe.
That's signed by yourself, is that correct?
Correct.
And as far as the listing related to cause of death, what did you list as cause of death on Mr. O'Keefe with regard to his death certificate?
Cause of death was blunt impact injuries of head and hypothermia.
And with reference to manner of death, what, if anything, did you list on Mr. O'Keefe's death certificate in relation to manner?
I listed could not be determined.
And as far as that listing for could not be determined, if you could explain to the jury why it was that you have that listed as a manner of death with relation to Mr. O'Keefe.
Again, the cause of death is something that I can determine by the autopsy. I did the autopsy on Mr. O'Keefe and determined that he had injuries to his head as well as signs of hypothermia. So the combination of those two was the cause of death. The manner of death has to do with the circumstances under which Mr. O'Keefe sustained those injuries. And I did not have enough information to be able to determine whether those injuries were accidental or not. And so my manner of death was undetermined or could not be determined.
And just from the spectrum that you had just talked about, sort of the 5 different manners of death, fair to say that you did not determine that this was either suicides or natural causes, correct?
Correct.
And so as far as your determination of manner of death being could not be determined, which of the two were you sort of in between?
The two manners of death that remain are accident and homicide.
Your Honor, may I approach?
Yes.
I want to seek to introduce in the minutes the next exhibit.
Objection.
Now, Dr. Scotty Bell, you had made reference as far as cause of death being a blunt force injury. Is that correct?
Correct.
At least one of the contributing causes. If you could explain to the jury sort of what you understand that to mean as far as what is a blunt force injury.
Blunt force injuries are caused by any blunt object. That is a very big category of objects. A microphone could be a blunt object. This bottle, if heavy enough, could be a blunt object. The ground can be a blunt object. So anything that doesn't have a sharp edge or a razor edge, not a knife, not a scalpel, is a blunt object. Blunt impact injuries are categorized into contusions, which are bruises, abrasions, which are scratches, fractures, which are a break in the bone, and lacerations, which are tears in the skin. So when we say blunt impact injuries, we could be referring to any of those or a combination of those four types. And all those are the result of impact of the body with a blunt object.
Now, we'll get more into specifics in a moment, just in general terms as far
See, Vince, I'm not a complete moron.
as from your external examination of Mr. O'Keefe's body, whereabouts sort of geographically on the body did you observe these blunt force injuries?
The majority of the blunt force injuries were to the face and the head, as well as to the upper extremities.
So, Giovanna, it's not so much that they have to decide between an accident and a homicide. They have to decide if Karen Reed committed a homicide. Really, that's the decision they're making. Because they can still decide, well, yeah, we think it's a homicide, but it just hasn't been proved that Karen Reed did it. So the binary isn't accident or homicide for the jury to decide. It's Karen Reed committed a homicide or Karen Reed didn't commit a homicide. So that's the binary for the jury. But if they decide it was an accident, well, even if Karen Reed accidentally killed him, that's still a homicide. Because, manslaughter is, basically the accidental killing of a human being by another human. And so even though manslaughter is accidental, it's still a homicide. So, like I said, the jury has to decide not accident or homicide. It's did Karen Reed commit homicide? And if so, at what level? DUI, manslaughter, or second-degree murder, or both?
The arms.
Now, starting with Mr. O'Keefe's head, what was it specifically, or where was it that you observed blunt force injuries to Mr. O'Keefe's head?
Okay. I observed a number of different injuries on Mr. O'Keefe's head, starting with his eyes. He had hemorrhage or bleeding on the upper eyelids of both eyes, as well as swelling of the eyes. He had a small laceration, a small tear in the skin on the right eyelid, again associated with the bleeding. He had some abrasions. Abrasions are superficial scratches on the skin on the left side of his nose, I believe. And when I looked at the back of Mr. O'Keefe's head, he had a laceration. It's a tear in the skin that was surrounded, or it was associated with an abrasion, a scrape.
Now, in terms of the extremities, and I'll start with upper extremities as far as his arms, what, if anything, did you observe in regards to blunt impact injuries to his arms?
He had, on the right upper extremity, he had a number of somewhat linear, somewhat patterned abrasions, scrapes, varying sizes, ranging from small, 2 to 3 millimeters to, I believe, 5 or 6 centimeters.
Oh, she's using metric. Sounds like a conspiracy.
Both on the upper arm and part of his forearm. He had some contusions or some bruising on the dorsal aspect of the right hand that I measured and documented. He had some he had a very small abrasion, I believe, on the lower extremities near the right knee, but I would have to look at my notes to be absolutely sure.
You can go ahead and look at your notes anytime you need to, doctor.
I can go into my notes?
Yes.
Okay.
You are an expert witness, after all. You can loudly shuffle through your notes too.
So as far as his extremities, I noted a 3 centimeter superficial abrasion to his right medial upper arm. That would be the medial aspect, would be the inner aspect of the right arm. I noted the abrasions on his posterior right arm and forearm. Those ranged from 3 millimeters to up to 7 centimeters. I noted 2 red contusions on the dorsal aspect of the right hand. Again, that's the back of the hand. A faint abrasion, a faint scratch.
I mean, Little should already have a copy of her report because she's reading from her report.
On the dorsal aspect of the left hand, and a small 0.5 centimeter abrasion on his right lateral knee, on the side of his knee, on the right side.
Now, I think you've defined it fairly well so far, but I'm just going to ask you, just for delineation purposes, if you could explain to the jury sort of what is the difference between an abrasion versus a contusion versus a laceration.
Okay. An abrasion is a scrape. It's a scrape of the superficial layers of the skin. A contusion is a bruise. So if I hit myself hard enough on my nightstand, I break blood vessels and under the skin, then I can end up with a bruise or a contusion. A laceration is a tear. Not necessarily a cut. There's a distinction between a cut and a tear. A tear in the skin is due to a blunt object, maybe the corner of the nightstand that's sharp enough to tear my skin, but not so sharp as a blade that would actually cut the skin smoothly. So we differentiate between lacerations and cuts because cuts are due to sharp objects, lacerations are due to blunt objects. And fractures are basically a break in the bone, again, due to blunt trauma.
I'm familiar with what is termed as an incised wound.
I'm sorry, I didn't hear you.
Incised, I-N-C-I.
Incised, yes.
If you could explain the difference between sort of the mechanism and sort of what you observe between a laceration and an incised wound.
Yes. So an incised wound is what I previously called a cut. So the analogy I like to give is if you have a loaf of bread and you're trying to cut the bread. If you take a very good bread knife, sharp knife, you will be able to smoothly cut the bread. If you take a hammer, which is a blunt object, and you try to cut the bread, you're going to shred it up. So an incised wound is a smooth cut. Knives, razors will cause incised wounds on the skin. A blunt object will cause a laceration. It will break the skin, and the edges will not be uniform, and there might even be some bruising around it.
Now, with respect to the injuries that you talked about as far as the abrasions on Mr. O'Keefe's right arm, how is that located in reference to sort of the circumference of the arm? And what I'm asking there is, was it on top, on the bottom, or everywhere?
I described them as being on the posterior right arm and forearm. So when we examine a body, we examine the body in what's known as the anatomic position, which is body on the table with the palms upwards. And so the posterior right arm and forearm would be what would be facing the table as the body is laying on the table, the backside of the arm and the forearm.
So the opposite of posterior would be what?
Would be anterior, and it would be this area right here that points up.
As far as
Medial,
interior of Mr.
lateral.
O'Keefe's right arm, what, if anything, did you observe as far as injuries there?
I noted in my diagrams and my charts that they were mostly on the posterior right arm and forearm.
Now, Dr. Swaybell, if I could turn your attention to the internal examination as far as the injuries that you observed there, what, if anything, did you observe during the course of your internal examination of Mr. O'Keefe?
Okay, the internal examination, I will start with the head. Once the skull was open and the head was examined.
She looks like she's wearing her wedding ring on a chain around her neck, which, if I'm, even with rubber gloves on, if I'm sticking my hands in dead bodies all day, makes sense wearing it in a chain around the neck.
And I noted that there were skull fractures in Mr. O'Keefe's skull, both in the back and the front aspect of his skull. I noted that there was recent subdural hemorrhage. That is blood that is under the dura, and the dura is a very tough.
I mean, the previous doctor with the tattoos, she was using a lot of medical jargon as well.
Protective cover that sits over the brain. I noted that there was subarachnoid hemorrhage. That's hemorrhage that is directly on top of the brain under the leptomeninges, which is a very thin membrane that covers the brain. And at that point, I removed the brain.
Also, your work wife gets jealous, right?
And I, instead of examining it right then and there, I saved it in a special solution and I sent it to our office in Boston for a neuropathologist to fully examine.
Who we heard from right
Is it your
before.
understanding that a neuropathologist ultimately conducted a fuller examination of Mr. O'Keefe's brain?
Yes,
And who was that neuropathologist within your office?
Dr. Stonebridge.
Now, with reference to the head, as far as the skull, you indicated that there were fractures as in plural, correct?
Yes.
And with reference to the fractures, what, if any, relationship did you know between the fractures that you observed and the laceration to the back of Mr. O'Keefe's head that you spoke about in your external examination?
So the laceration on the scalp that I observed was overlying the area of the skull that appeared to be fractured, or at least appeared that the fractures were originating from that point of impact and extending into the rest of the skull.
Now, what, if anything, as far as your observations of the skull and that point in which part of the skull was the originating fracture?
This would be on the back of the skull, slightly right of midline.
Is that the medical term that's referred to as?
I'm sorry?
Is there a medical term that's referred to as far as
Occipital.
rear sort of?
It's the right occipital.
And what, if anything, led you to that opinion that that was sort of the originating source of the multiple fractures in the skull that you observed?
Again, observing or looking at the skull fractures and their pattern, there appeared to be a central point with fractures.
I mean, right occipital, if it hit his right arm, it could be his head was turned. It could be right occipital it's what hit the hard ground.
Radiating or originating from that central point and going into other parts of the skull.
Now, in reference to that laceration in the area of the originating fracture in the back of the skull, what, if anything, did you determine in regard to impact in regard to that area of the head?
Well, the laceration along with, so the tear in the skin along with the scrape, because they were adjacent, are both evidence of blunt impact. So I knew at that point that Mr. O'Keefe's head had come in contact with a blunt object.
And that's, I don't know, Anne, but if it was hit by the Lexus, like I said, the right arm was hit, I could see him turning away. You know, if you're about to be hit and you don't have time to move, you still might reflexively turn away, and that puts the right occipital, the back right of his head, getting hit by the Lexus. But it also could be he gets spun around. That's what hits the ground first. So I'm not positive, but either of those could work. So
would that be sort of the point of impact between the blunt object and Mr. O'Keefe's head?
Right.
Now, with reference to the fractures that you would observe, how extensive were the fractures that you observed, multiple ones?
Well, there were multiple fractures. So by definition, multiple fractures in multiple chambers or parts of the skull. So I would say they were extensive.
Could I have a moment, Sharon?
Yes.
Now, when you're conducting this internal examination, is there sort of a division of the body that you're doing as far as what you're examining and in what order and sort of things that you're looking at from the internal examination?
Well, we examine everything, and usually we start in the external examination, we start from the head and work our way down. During the internal examination, we're doing two things at the same time sometimes. And so I start with the chest, move to the abdomen, and then the pelvis, while at the same time, we're working on the head.
All right, I'm going to.
And then he got up and ran back to the street at 34 miles an hour.
Pause you there for a minute. We're going to take a short recess and we'll be back.
I
think Judge needs to tinkle.
Like two, you don't have to, but you can step down if you want to, and I'd ask that you just call over the jurors.
Thank you.
I'll see counsel at sidebar.
Oh, she wants to tinkle with the lawyers. Because that was a very sudden pause. Like, she pounced. So it must be she has an issue, and we don't need a Jesse Weber jump scare. But yeah, basically I'm thinking, you know, it was his arm that broke the tail light. That explains the lacerations. And, you know, the arm was a more solid mass than just his arm because it was against his torso. This is my interpretation. And I think his head was turned and it hit higher up above the tail light. So that's, of course, just my interpretation. I am a lawyer, not a medical examiner. But based on everything I've seen, that's what I'm going with. It's possible. Yes, but she's reserved on one of them. The dog expert is in, but it's very limited. One of the experts is probably in. The other might be in, but limited. So Yes. Ish.
Thank you, be seated for the next step.
All right, Mr. Lally?
Thank you. Now, doctor, as far as the internal
Occasionally, blind Archer.
examination was concerned with regard to Mr. O'Keefe, starting with his stomach, what, if anything, did you observe of any significance in that area?
I observed that there were some small hemorrhages, small areas of bleeding in Mr. O'Keefe's stomach.
And are those described?
I mean, hitting the frozen ground, it can cause damage. Like, you can absolutely fracture your skull if you hit the frozen ground hard enough. And being hit by a 7,000-pound SUV at 24 miles an hour is going to throw you hard enough that the ground absolutely can fracture your skull.
In medical literature as a specific type of spot?
They have a name. They're called Wisniewski spots.
Ooh.
Wishnewski. And they have been associated with cases of hypothermia.
And how so? How have they been associated with cases of hypothermia?
They have been seen in cases of hypothermia. It's one of the findings that supports the diagnosis of hypothermia. They are not always there, and their presence doesn't definitively diagnose hypothermia, but they are one of the findings that, if present, suggest the diagnosis of hypothermia.
And based on your training and experience, based on other types of literature that you've reviewed in regard to hypothermia, what is, as far as these Wisniewski spots, and thank you very much for saying that until after you had said it. With regard to that, what if anything does it say as far as the causality of that, or how that occurs or is related to hypothermia?
We don't really know the pathophysiology of these spots. There have been various hypotheses. People have suggested that they are a response to stress. Some people have.
And I should just say, as a teen, 12, 13, 14, 15, I'd go out in the snow and play football with my friend, and we'd not pads, just winter clothing, pummeling each other, tackling each other into the snow. The snow helps break your fall. You hit that frozen ground, though, it hurts.
Suggested that hypothermia increases secretion of acid in the stomach, and that leads to these spots, but their exact pathophysiology is still under investigation.
Now, in addition to these areas of small hemorrhage in Mr. O'Keefe's stomach, what, if anything, did you observe in the pancreas?
In the pancreas, I again observed some more diffuse.
His arm. He's 6'2". His upper arm elbow is right at the height to break the plastic, and it's, as I said, I think his arm was against his torso, or at least pushed up against his torso. That would break it.
Diffuse hemorrhage of the pancreas and the tissues around it.
And same question with regard to the spots or the hemorrhages you observed in the stomach. What, if any, relationship to the
And as
the
I
hemorrhages and
said,
bleeding in the pancreas?
the ripples, the raised dots in the tail light, to me, that's what ripped his flesh. That's what caused the linear lacerations.
Have in relation to hypothermia?
Again, it's one of the findings that, if present, should alert the medical examiner to consider the possibility of hypothermia.
And as far as the observations that you made, as far as the hemorrhages in the stomach area of Mr. O'Keefe and the hemorrhages in the pancreatic area of Mr. O'Keefe, the sort of juxtaposition of those, what, if any, significance did that have in regards to your hypothermic diagnosis?
When the case was called into our office and when we accepted the case, it was reported to us that this was an individual that was found in the snow, covered with snow, and it appeared that he may have been there for a period of time. So one of the questions for me as a medical examiner is to determine whether there are any signs of hypothermia in addition to what I had already observed, which was the blunt impact injuries. And the combination of the gastric, the stomach, and the pancreatic hemorrhages strongly suggested, given the circumstances and how the body was found, that hypothermia did in fact play a role in his death.
Now, probably should have asked this first as a precursor. When you use the term hypothermia, what do you understand? What does hypothermia mean from a medical diagnostic?
Cold as
Right.
shit.
Hypothermia is a term used to describe low body temperature, by definition, 35 degrees centigrade or below. And there are levels of hypothermia, from mild hypothermia to severe hypothermia. It just basically means the body is losing heat faster than it can generate it.
35 is the standard. 98.6 is like 37, 38, isn't it? Or is it 40?
And typically, what would be the sort of core body temperature that would determine someone is hypothermic versus not?
We're usually at 98 degrees or 37 degrees centigrade.
Okay.
So anything higher than that is considered a fever or hyperthermia. Anything lower than 35 degrees centigrade.
So I was right when I said 37, and below 35, hypothermic.
Or 95 degrees Fahrenheit is considered hypothermia.
Now, if you could explain to the jury sort of a little bit about the type of diagnosis that is involved in hypothermia, and sort of what other sort of types of information you would be looking at in order to make that diagnosis.
Hypothermia is a difficult diagnosis to make, and sometimes it's a diagnosis of exclusion, meaning that all other possible causes of death have been ruled out and you're left with hypothermia. So a body that is found in the snow or in a cold environment and has a core body temperature of 85 degrees and is unresponsive or asystolic, meaning that there is no heart activity, could be a hypothermic death, or it could not be a hypothermic death. And it's up to us to determine by doing the autopsy what other factors are at play. So the example I like to give is a person with severe coronary artery disease goes out to shovel their driveway, suffers a heart attack, and drops to the ground and is dead within seconds. And no one discovers their body for a few hours during the storm. When they're found, they're asystolic, their core body temperature is 80 degrees, but the autopsy shows another reason for their death. It shows a massive heart attack, which is what killed them. They just happened to be outside after they died and they lost heat and their body temperature dropped. Doesn't mean they died from hypothermia. However, if you take a person, an elderly person, or any person, an intoxicated person, a person who is intoxicated with drugs, that goes out into bad weather, gets confused, loses their direction, isn't able to get to shelter, and they die, their body temperature starts to drop, they get more disoriented, they get more...
Yeah, the exertion from shoveling snow absolutely causes heart attacks. And this is, you fall and break your leg, that's completely survivable, or can be at least. The fracture severs your femoral artery. It's probably not survivable without immediate medical intervention. But, you break your leg, can't get out of the cold, get hypothermic and die. It's probably the hypothermia, even with other injuries. you die of a heart attack, drop dead immediately, and are found hypothermic, you're hypothermic, but that didn't kill you. The heart attack did immediately. You have massive trauma that, could be fatal, like say skull fractures, could be fatal, could maybe be saved. Combined with hypothermia, it's, did the skull fracture kill you? Did hypothermia kill you? Was it comorbidities? Who knows? Like, could John have been saved? If they had called 911 right away, would he have lingered in a coma for 3 days, nice and toasty and warm, and then died from the head injuries? It's hard to say.
Or confused, their organ systems start to shut down and eventually they die from hypothermia. So that person will also be found in the snow with a core body temperature of 80, 85 degrees. But when we do the autopsy, if we see those gastric hemorrhages, if we see that bleeding in the stomach, if we see the bleeding in the pancreas, if we look at their toxicology and we see that they were intoxicated with multiple substances, then we can determine, or we can opine, that the cause of death was at least partly due to the hypothermia, because they were still alive when they started losing heat, as opposed to someone who had the heart attack and was already dead when they started losing heat from the body.
And that could be John.
Doctor, when coming to your opinion in relation to the cause of death of Mr. O'Keefe, in addition to your autopsy, your internal, your external examination, what, if any, other materials were you provided, and what, if any, other materials did you review in relation?
I was provided with a police report, an investigative report. I was provided with some of his prior medical records. I was provided with records from the hospital where he was first taken by emergency medical personnel. And during the course of the autopsy, of course, I didn't mention this. We also, during the autopsy, collect fluids from the body that are sent to the lab for toxicologic analysis. And after a few weeks after the autopsy, we get a report from the toxicology lab. And in this case, I looked at the toxicology report. As I mentioned, all the information from the investigators, the autopsy findings, the neuropathology findings, and came to a conclusion as to the cause.
Now, as part of the documentation that you received from the investigators, did that include photographs of the scene as well?
Yes, it did. Some photographs.
Turning back to the toxicological findings that you received, what, if any, indication did those findings have, or did they indicate in regard to blood alcohol concentration with regard to Mr. O'Keefe?
Mr. O'Keefe had alcohol in his system, and I do believe, I don't have the toxicology in front of me, but in his blood at the time of autopsy, the level was 0.21 grams per deciliter.
Now, contained within those toxicology findings, there's also something listed as a vitreous humor. Is that correct?
Yes.
And can you explain to the jury sort of what that is, where that sample is taken?
Oh, we're into the humors, or are we getting into medieval medicine now?
From it, and why?
Yeah, that sample, the vitreous humor, is taken from the back chamber of the eye. It's one of the routine samples that we take in addition to blood from the body and urine. And it's, again, used to look for the presence of different drugs. In cases of alcohol intoxication, sometimes we will get a value for the vitreous, and sometimes that value might not be exactly the same as the value that we get for the blood. It gives us an idea of where in the curve of alcohol metabolism, the individual is.
And so based on sort of the disparity between the vitreous humor level and the, I'm sorry, I may not have asked, what was the level in the vitreous humor?
I believe it was higher, sorry, I just have to find it. I think it was 0.26. I'm sorry, I can't find it in his notes. I don't know if you have the,
May I approach?
yes.
Oh, yeah, copy of the toxicology.
Yes. It was 0.28.
Now, doctor, with respect to the disparity between what was contained as the DAC in the vitreous humor versus the other number from his blood, what, if anything, does that indicate to you as far as, or what, if anything, did you take from it?
That suggests that the level in Mr. O'Keefe's blood had been higher than 0.21, and that's reflected by the 0.28 that was in the vitreous. The vitreous metabolism of alcohol lags. It's a little slower, lags behind that of the blood and the.
So either he slowed down drinking after reaching his peak or continued metabolizing as he lay dying.
Circulation, the alcohol is metabolized in the liver, but
in which case, if this is evidence he could have been saved, he's laying there dying in the cold, metabolizing alcohol. That's, yeah.
The fact that it is higher in the vitreous suggests that the level in the blood was also higher at some point prior.
So at some point, whenever Mr. O'Keefe died, his level of alcohol was on the decrease. Is that fair to say?
Correct.
Now, with respect to, you mentioned that you had reviewed the EMS reports from Mr. O'Keefe as well as his medical records from Good Samaritan. Is that correct?
Correct.
And if you could just briefly for the jury explain your understanding as far as some of the terms within those medical records. Are you familiar with the review of Mr. O'Keefe's medical records that he was labeled as being in cardiac arrest?
Yes.
And can you explain to the jury what that means?
Yes, he was labeled as asystolic or in asystole, which is basically a flat line. So if you attach leads to the body, there is no electrical activity coming from the heart.
Now, with respect to Mr. O'Keefe, as far as certain vital signs were taken in the course of his treatment at the Good Samaritan, is that correct?
Yes.
Including a core temperature, is that correct?
Yes.
Would you recall what that core temperature was?
Yes. It was noted as 80.1.
So this is the point where I turned the stream on as I was setting up my stream. I remember her saying 80.1. In human terms, as far as core body temperature, that's what's known as cold as shit. You could also say cold ass shit because it's probably a rectal temperature.
And that was a temperature reading that was taken at 7:19 a.m. Is that correct?
It was taken.
You want her emo phase, Grey Duck?
Actually, this temperature reading in the records that I'm looking at was taken at 6:57 a.m.
And with respect to that 80.1 degree temperature, that's in Fahrenheit, is that correct?
Yes.
And so what, if any, relationship does that have, or what, if any, relationship does that have to your hypothermic diagnosis?
Well, that is the temperature. At this point, Mr. O'Keefe is asystolic, meaning he has no cardiac activity. That is the temperature of his body at the time that he was taken to, that he was examined.
Well, he had 6 or 7 Bud Lights at McCarthy's before the waterfall, but he is a big guy. So, of course, he didn't drive at all that night, so he might have pre-gamed at home.
By EMS and taken to the hospital. So it is a very hypothermic temperature. It is well below the 95 degrees, which we consider hypothermia.
Now, I believe you alluded to it earlier in your testimony, but with respect to hypothermia, what are some of the manifestations of that type of onset as it progresses?
Well, the first evidence of hypothermia, which we have no problem in this room, is shivering. When someone starts to get cold, they start to shiver to conserve heat. But then as the body loses more and more heat, there are neurologic consequences. People can get confused. We see this in the elderly all the time. They can get disoriented, and eventually at very low temperatures, below 90 degrees, everything ceases to function. The heart stops.
And would physical weakness be, or lack of strength be one of those manifestations as well?
Yes.
And how many different sort of stages of hypothermia are there from the beginning of or onset of progression to the end?
There is mild hypothermia to extreme severe hypothermia.
If I may have a moment, John.
Yes.
Now, with regards, as far as the type of clothing that someone is wearing when they're outside in these types of conditions, what, if any, relationship would that have with regard to the quickness or the rapidity of the onset of hypothermia?
Clearly, the more layers someone has, the slower they will lose heat from their body. The fewer
Clearly.
layers, the faster they can become hypothermic.
And what, if any, information did you have as far as how Mr. O'Keefe was dressed when he was found in the snow on the morning of the 29th?
The information that I was given stated that he was wearing a pair of jeans and a long sleeve shirt.
Now, with respect to someone as far as that hypothermia onset and rapidity of it, what, if any, relationship with the condition of the clothing? What I'm asking there is more sort of dryness versus wet clothing. What, if any, relationship with that?
Well, again, wet clothing or wet conditions will speed up the rate at which the body loses heat.
Now, lastly, with regard to this area, Doctor, in regard to Mr. O'Keefe having sort of alcohol on board in the system at the time the hypothermia onsets, what, if any, relationship does that have in respect to the onset of hypothermia and the rapidity of that?
Alcohol intoxication, it has been shown to inhibit some of the mechanisms that the body uses to maintain heat. So it's definitely a factor that is a negative factor when it comes to hypothermia.
Yeah. As I've said multiple times, Uber, even at surge pricing, is cheaper than I am. You know, pay $100 for an Uber at surge pricing or pay $10,000 for that DUI. And driving drunk is a douchebag move.
May I approach?
Yes.
He looks beaten down. It's exhausting. I'm exhausted and I don't have a personal stake in
Doctor, I'm
this.
showing you a single-page document. You can just review that, look up when you're finished. Do you
Yes.
recognize that, Doctor?
I do. It is a photocopy of the exam notes that I took at the time of autopsy.
Does that also contain a body diagram with relation to your notes as far as where you observed injuries on Mr. O'Keefe?
Yes.
Your Honor, may I approach?
Yes.
I want to seek to introduce him as next exhibit.
No objection.
Thank you.
And Your Honor, with the court's permission, if we could publish that for the jury to decide.
Okay.
I mean, the defense team is full of douchebags, so it's possible that they do drive drunk.
Doctor, there should be somewhere before you on the desk over there, laser pointer.
And speaking of douchebag moves and driving drunk, like, I don't know how much validity to give this report, but an even bigger douchebag move is having your 9-year-old child test positive for cocaine. That's like the height of douchebag moves, if true, Nick Ricada.
I mean, if you could, Mark, that just a bit, if you could focus in sort of what's top in the head here. Now, Dr. Scortibello, what's up on the screen? Is that what you have before you as the next exhibit?
Yes.
And on this, as far as the examination that you conducted, that also included certain measurements as far as height, weight, things like that, that you did with regard to Mr. O'Keefe's body, correct?
Correct.
And if you could, what did you record as your measurements for both height and weight of Mr. O'Keefe?
He was weighed by our staff as 216 pounds and measuring 73 inches, which is
Oh.
6 feet 1 inch.
Now, Doctor, if you could, using the laser pointer before you, direct the jury's attention to, starting with the front or the face.
Wait. Nick Ricada lives in Minnesota. You live in Minnesota. Are you Nick Ricada?
Area and then to the back of the head, but just with reference to the head area, directing their attention to what, if anything, you observed in the area of the head of Mr. O'Keefe.
In terms of injuries,
Yes.
would you like me to point out the injuries? So as I mentioned, there were ecchymosis, that's another word for collection of blood under the upper eyelids. On Mr. O'Keefe, the ecchymosis on the right eyelid was also associated with a very small laceration. Then there was an abrasion on the left side of the nose. And then on the back of the head, there was a 3 centimeter laceration. So this is the right side. It would be towards, the back lower side on the right side of the head.
And that laceration on the lower side, or right side of the head, is that in the same area that you observed what you described as sort of the originating skull fracture?
Yes, when the scalp was reflected, there was bleeding under the scalp in that particular area. And then when the skull was opened, that's the area that appeared fractured and appeared to have other fractures originating or radiating from it.
Ms. Cummings, if you wouldn't mind scrolling down to the middle of the torso. And Dr. Soybell, if you could again, using the laser pointer, just direct the jury's attention to what, if any, injuries you noted in this sort of middle torso or upper extremity portion of Mr. O'Keefe.
So on the right upper extremity, and again, this is the back of the body. We have this collection of linear abrasions. I think the battery is dead. That measured up to 7 centimeters and extended from the upper arm down to the middle of the forearm.
If I could interrupt you for 1 second, may I?
Thanks. This would be the abrasions.
Ms. Cummings, if I could ask you to scroll down for the lower extremities. Again, Dr. Soybell, if you could, again, using laser pointer, direct the jury's attention to what, if any, injuries you observed on the lower extremities in regards to Mr. O'Keefe.
The lower extremities didn't have a lot of injuries. There was a small abrasion on his right knee area on the side. And if you don't mind pushing the diagram just a little bit more up to see the hands, there were some contusions or some bruises on the dorsal aspects of the right hand and some very faint bruise on.
Wait. 2 centimeter, what is that? Is that a Michael Proctor word on his right hand posterior view? Is that a Michael Proctor word? She's in on the conspiracy. She's in the conspiracy. Yeah, I think Karen probably did it.
The left.
Thank you.
She done did
Ms.
it.
Cummings, you can take that down. Madam Mayor, approach again.
Yes.
Doctor, if I could show you what's a 2-page document, ask you to just review that a couple of things.
So you're saying it was the incredible G-forces from the 300-mile-an-hour car he was in? Makes sense.
Yes,
And do you recognize what that is?
I do.
And what do you recognize that to be?
These are copies of diagrams that I used at the time of autopsy to document some of the injuries on the face and the skull.
May I approach again, Your Honor?
Yes.
I'll want to seek to introduce in minutes the next exhibit.
Any objection? Objection. Thank you. Exhibit 644.
One or the other.
And Your Honor, may I return that to the witness?
Yes.
With course permission, if we could publish that for the jury.
Okay.
Yeah, he could run 34 miles an hour and get beat to death in the middle of it. Whoa, whoa,
One
whoa.
moment, Sean.
Whoa. Skull on the sheet. The previous doctor had a skull tattoo. It's all part of the conspiracy. And the Bushes are in on it because they were part of the Skull and Bone Society. Goes all the way to the top. The Pope is in on it. The Bushes are in on it. I'm seeing the picture.
Okay, Doc, before you go, you recognize what's picked up on the screen is the next exhibit before you.
Yes.
And if you could, again, using the laser pointer, direct the jury's attention to what, if anything, you observed or noted of significance in these particular diagrams.
So the upper eyelids, the areas of the upper eyelids on both
I can't remember how we decided the Pope was in on it, but the Pope is in on it.
sides had ecchymosis or blood under them. On the right side, there was a very small laceration or a small tear associated with that. Both eyes had some swelling to them. And then on the nose, there were...
If only OJ were still alive so he could tell us who the real killer is and write a book about it. Maybe OJ would title such hypothetical book if Karen Reed did it.
Two abrasions, two scrapes. One was small at 0.5 centimeters. The other one was 1 centimeter, and it was linear. And I noted them right there.
Coming up, you're going to scroll down there. And again, from the bottom right diagram for you, Doctor, if you could, use the right pointer, direct the jury's attention to what any injuries of significance you noted in that portion of the diagram.
This is the area where I noted the laceration to the scalp. I noted something called tissue bridging, which is a morphologic feature of a laceration. Is what makes it different from an incised wound or from a cut, because again, the skin is crushed and now it's more irregular. The edges are more irregular. And then above that laceration, I noted that there was a scrape as well associated with it.
True.
So that was one injury.
If the heads don't fit, you must acquit.
Doctor, if I could direct you to the next page of that exhibit before you. And Ms. Gilman, if you could, really sort of mark on the top of that diagram.
Yes.
Now, Doctor, before we get into that diagram that's up on the screen, if I could ask just a bit more, if you could expound upon when you use the term ecchymosis, what exactly does that mean in specific reference to the area of the eyes?
Ecchymosis are a word that we use to describe bruising.
Alan Jackson already has. Remember, he's a lizard in a human suit. So he probably did try it on for size. It was too big for him. So
orbital ecchymosis or periorbital ecchymosis or supraorbital ecchymosis just refer to the location of the bleeding in relation to the eye. When we see ecchymosis or bleeding around the eyes, one of the differential diagnoses, one of the etiologies is blunt trauma to the head, and specifically fractures to what is known as the base of the skull. And this, what you're seeing here, is the base of the skull.
Now, Doctor, if you could, using that diagram up on the screen, explain to the jury, when we asked first, as far as were you able to formulate an opinion to a reasonable degree of medical certainty as to how the injuries within the skull and the brain?
I mean, I'm a cyborg, so I support this statement.
Interacted with each other, in particular, interacted also with the ecchymosis.
I do think I need to become a Kansas attorney and apply to the same prosecuting agency that Jared Regier and Devin Canfield work for. And that way you put us all in a lineup and say which one's the cyborg. Because I think it would be a funny exercise.
Describing your origin.
Well, I guess I'd be the obvious one because cyborging indicates some human aspects, and you know, Regier and Canfield are both products of Disney Imagineering.
So the injuries inside the skull, this is the base of the skull. This is, think of it as the tray where the brain would be sitting on top. The brain has been removed, and now we're looking at the...
So you're saying if the Tilt-A-Whirl would just let little Alan Jackson on, he'd have a cheerier disposition?
The bones. Right here is where I noted the skull, one of the skull fractures to be originating or starting with fractures. These are linear fractures that are extending or radiating from this one point of impact. This is known as the posterior fossa of the base. These two chambers are known as the middle cranial fossa, and this area is known as the anterior cranial fossa. As you look at this, the eyes would be sitting back here. So the eyes are actually very intimately associated with the anterior cranial fossa, which is very thin, and the bones are quite thin and friable. So an impact to the back of the head, as was in this case, because we do have a laceration and we do have an abrasion. So we know that the head impacted something blunt with enough force to break the skull and enough force for those fractures to propagate or radiate into the middle cranial fossa and also the anterior cranial fossa, which is the front chambers of the base. When the anterior...
I believe they'd make me take my leg off for that. Like for an MRI.
Cranial fossa are fractured. As I mentioned, they are very thin bones. Blood can seep from this area into the soft tissues and manifest as hemorrhage or bleeding or a contusion or an ecchymosis around the eye when you look at the person face. When you look at their face. So it is a well-known fact that fractures to the base of the skull can present with orbital ecchymosis. And that particular manifestation has a name. It's called raccoon eye because it resembles, I guess, what raccoon eyes look like. But emergency room physicians are always very alerted to any hemorrhage and any...
And, you know, I don't hold it against him that he represents despicable clients. It's the job. And, you know, even despicable people have a constitutional right to a defense attorney. It's if you put on a despicable defense, that's what I'll judge you on. And so, and here in Utah, raccoon eyes are the ski goggle tan.
Bleeding around the eyes because it could signify or it could mean that there's a much bigger injury inside the skull, and that is not just some bleeding around the eyes, that it actually is associated with a skull fracture.
So the ecchymosis itself, as far as the sort of drainage or seepage of blood, that's coming into, that's what causes the eyes to sort of swell up, is that correct?
Correct.
And doctor, if I could ask you with reference to, if you could illustrate with the laser pointer on the diagram up on the screen, as far as the subarachnoid hemorrhage, subdural hematoma, as far as the...
Yep, you don't have to be hit in the eyes to have raccoon eyes. You, hit to the side of the head can do it.
Bleeding within the brain, what, if any, impact that has on the skull as far as the fractures are concerned, or just building up of pressure itself?
Subarachnoid hemorrhage is a thin layer of hemorrhage on top of the brain, directly on top of the brain under the leptomeninges. The main effect, or I guess one of the effects that subarachnoid hemorrhage has, is that it is very irritating to the brain and can lead to seizures. Subdural hemorrhage is hemorrhage that is due to veins.
And Naven, that's exactly why I find him gross, is I think he's in on calling everyone else the murderer. I think he's in on the public out of court smear campaign against the witnesses. And to me, that's what's gross. I don't like his antics in the courtroom either, but I severely dislike him because of the out of courtroom antics.
In the dura, that very tough protective cover on top of the brain that are broken and leak blood into the space between the dura and the brain. That kind of injury, given enough time, you can have accumulation of the blood, and you can cause significant shift into the brain. That's not something that we had here. Here we had some subdural hemorrhage, but not enough that it was what we call space occupying. But it was present. So it was due to bridging veins in the dura being injured from the trauma, from the fractures. And in terms of the effect that all
they aren't social media stars, so I think you're safe from Janet this once.
These injuries have the subdural and the subarachnoid and the skull fractures. Anytime the brain is injured, it responds by swelling. And the skull is a closed space without the ability to expand, unlike the skin, where you can have a bruise or a significant amount of blood accumulate under the skin. In the skull, once the brain starts to react to the injury and it starts to swell, there's nowhere to go except for down. And that's the foramen magnum. That is the area where the brainstem and the spinal cord will run out. Spinal cord connects, obviously, the brain to the rest of the body. And this is one of the few spaces that the brain can try and squeeze into because he has nowhere else to go. So herniation, brain swelling and herniation are a general response that the brain has to any sort of trauma.
Yeah, you'd think our intelligent designer would give us a better, defense mechanism up there. Like, we're terribly designed creatures. So fragile.
Very much. You can, so we can have the lights back on.
Yeah, I mentioned on Monday, my cousin's husband was just in a motorcycle accident. Slammed into the back of a stationary vehicle, a truck at 45 miles an hour. He has raccoon eyes. I'll tell you that. Of course, he did, I think, break his nose on his helmet. Broke a whole bunch of other things on the gas tank.
May I approach Sister Richard?
Yes.
Doctor, with respect to the head injury, specifically the fracture, what, if any, opinion can you give or can you say in regard to the type of force or amount of force necessary to cause the fracture to the skull that you observed with regard to Mr. O'Keefe?
I can't really give you a number. I'm not a physicist. I can tell you that the skull is...
What? You don't have a degree in physics? What good are you? It would be funny if Melanie, or if Attorney Little, not Melanie Little, other Attorney Little got up. You don't have a degree in physics. You don't have a degree in this, trying to belittle her like the previous couple witnesses.
Is a pretty thick bone. It takes considerable amount of force to fracture the skull. So that was a pretty considerable impact.
Now, with respect to the injuries to Mr. O'Keefe's head and the onset of hypothermia, what, if any, opinion do you have with regard to the timing of those respective to each other?
Well, I do believe the injuries, the blunt impact injuries, were sustained first. These are not injuries that are immediately lethal. This is not something that would cause death in seconds. And therefore, Mr. Keefe may have been incapacitated by the injuries, or
I hate driving in all of Utah County, frankly. Lehigh is scary. You know, when I went to my cousin's wedding a couple weeks ago, it was in Highland, so I had to get off at that first Lehigh exit, and I hate that. I just that whole Timpanogos Highway and the interchanges. Oh, I hate it. Utah drivers suck. Utah County drivers suck even more. Like, even within the Salt Lake Valley, my theory is drivers get worse the farther south and the farther west you go. So basically, you get to Harriman and you're taking your life in your own hands. So Utah County is within the state of Utah. It's where Provo is. Stay out of it. It's bad news. Just avoid Utah County if at all possible.
knocked out, if you will, and was not able to get himself into a warmer environment, and therefore hypothermia set in, given the environmental conditions and given the clothing on the body, or the lack of clothing, I should say, no big jacket or anything like that.
Now, when you say something as far as some type of injury being immediately lethal, you give an example of that?
The one that forensic
Provo is a weird place.
pathologists like to use is a gunshot wound to the head that goes from one side to the other, disrupting the neural systems of the brain and causing the person to immediately drop and die within seconds or milliseconds. This is not that kind of injury. This is an injury that took a little bit of time to develop, as is manifested by the fact that we have some bleeding, which means that the heart is still pumping and blood is still coming out of the vessels.
And so I guess to that point, as far as what was it from your examination and your findings and your review of sort of the overall materials that leads you to believe that the head injuries happened prior to hypothermia setting in?
Again, the findings of hypothermia, the blunt impact injuries, if someone is, it's not completely out of the realm of possibility that someone becomes hypothermic and then falls as a result. But the hypothermia would continue along with, the brain injuries that took some time to develop. So in my opinion, I believe the impact, the injury to the head came first. Mr. O'Keefe was most likely incapacitated or unable to move into a warmer environment, and then the hypothermia set in.
Exactly.
And if you can, what, if anything, can you say as to the sort of, in contrast to sort of the bullet to the head or the instantaneous death, what, if anything, can you say as to the time that this would take to manifest itself as far as the injury to the head and the hypothermic state?
Again, I can't give you specifics. I would say this was definitely in the matter of minutes, many minutes, or hours.
So basically, with immediate intervention, he might have been saved.
I may have a moment, John.
But she's not a physicist. She can't answer it.
Now, Doctor, you had mentioned that at some point you had reviewed some photographs from the scene where Mr. O'Keefe's body was recovered. Is that correct?
Yes, I was shown some photographs.
And from the photographs that you were shown, what, if anything, of significance did you observe or lack thereof in the area where Mr. O'Keefe's body was recovered?
Well, based on those photographs, limited number of photographs that I saw and I was shown, there didn't appear to be a lot of disruption around the area where I was told that Mr. O'Keefe's body was found.
And that lack of sort of disruption in the snow around where Mr. O'Keefe's body was found, what, if any, significance would that have to you as far as from a diagnostic perspective?
Well, it suggests that he really didn't travel a very long distance once the injury was inflicted.
And as far as anything related to footprints, drag marks, anything like that, did you observe anything like that in that area?
On the pictures that I saw, no.
Now, from your extent of your examination of Mr. O'Keefe's body, What, if anything, that you observe that would indicate any sort of altercation or a fight or anything like that that Mr. O'Keefe was?
I didn't see any major signs of what I would call a significant altercation.
And with regard to that, as far as signs, what are some of the signs, and what would you be expecting to see, and what was lacking as far as your observations of Mr. O'Keefe?
I looked at Mr. O'Keefe's hands. As you saw on the diagrams, I did document that there were some contusions on the dorsal aspect, very vague and faint contusion on the left, and contusion on the right hand. That particular contusion has a central little pinpoint mark that may suggest that it was due to attempts to get IV access on his hand. That's a very common place, but I didn't see any bruising on Mr. O'Keefe's knuckles. His nails were intact. I didn't see any breaks on his nails, and I didn't see any fractures or feel any fractures on any of his hands.
So no defensive wounds.
Now, with respect to the diagrams that were up on the screen before, as well as your observations from internal examination, you observed some fractures to Mr. O'Keefe's ribs, is that correct?
Yes, he did have some fractures, I believe, to the 4th and 5th ribs near the sternum. It's a very common location for CPR-associated fractures.
Okay.
And so I believe you just alluded to it right there, but as far as...
Yeah, try to avoid needing CPR. It's violent. It breaks ribs if done right.
Any fractures to Mr. O'Keefe's ribs? What, if any, opinion do you have as to the origination or causality of those rib fractures?
As I mentioned,
Only alpha radiation from me, Grey Duck.
those are very consistent with the resuscitation. We see those quite often, given the history that I was provided that extensive resuscitation was attempted. I documented those as most likely due to resuscitation.
Now, doctor, with regard to
Most likely.
Just by way of contrast, you talked a bit about the significant impact or the thickness of the skull. How does that relate to the area of the ribs that you're talking about as far as can be fractured in resuscitative efforts?
Huh?
I don't understand the question.
Let me rephrase. What is the difference sort of between the thickness of the bone in the skull versus the thickness of the bone in the ribs?
The skull in general is a thicker bone. It requires more force.
Now, doctor, if I could, are you familiar with a medical term known as vasodilation?
Yes.
And can you explain what that term is and how it relates to Mr. O'Keefe's condition?
I can explain what the term is. Dilation means opening up. Vaso refers to blood vessels. So vasodilation is the opening up of blood vessels.
Usually, at least in the extremities, the cold would cause vasoconstriction. So
to bring more blood to the extremities or any part of the body.
And again, that's a bit of an unfair question as far as relations, but so how does that manifest itself as far as someone who's in
you cracked it.
colder conditions or has that sort of onset of hypothermia? What, if any, relation does the vasodilation have to that?
Well, you can see vasodilation. You can see vasoconstriction and vasodilation in hypothermia. Initially, the blood vessels will constrict in an attempt to reduce blood flow to the extremities so there's no heat loss. Anyone who has Raynaud's knows what that feels like. But then ultimately the blood vessels will dilate, bringing more blood to the extremities. Again, the normal regulatory mechanisms that the brain has to maintain our body temperature are disrupted when you get into those very low temperatures. And therefore, sometimes in hypothermia, you can see very, very red extremities due to vasodilation.
And with regard to the redness due to vasodilation, is there also a whiteness, sort of discoloration to the extremities that can be observed in hypothermic patients as well?
That's been described as well, yes.
Now, with reference to when you make your observations of Mr. O'Keefe, why is it that, well, let me ask you this. You didn't see any signs of vasodilation or white fingertips or anything like that, is that correct?
Correct. I rarely see signs of vasodilation, especially if someone has died in the hospital.
And can you explain to the jury sort of why that is?
So for two reasons. In this particular reason, Mr. O'Keefe was taken to the hospital and attempts were made at rewarming the body. So he was given warm intravenous fluids and attempts were made to bring the body temperature.
So version 3.0 of the CPR dummy is going to have sputum and stuff coming from the mouth, so you don't freak out, because that'll be gross.
Up with the hope that the heart would start working once that happened. Also, I did not physically see the body until Monday morning. And therefore, I can't really comment on vasodilation or any effects that hypothermia may or may not have had acutely on the body, because I'm seeing the body.
Wait, you didn't perform the autopsy minutes after he arrived at the ER? Just like Trooper Guarino didn't conduct his analysis until he conducted his analysis? Conspiracy.
Hours after death, and already the body has been transferred from the scene to the hospital, stored at the hospital, and then transferred from the hospital to our facility. So there's just too much time between when the body was discovered to when I looked at the body to make any reasonable comments on whether there was vasodilation or not.
Mayor Pro Tem?
Yes.
It's shocking. Shocking. Probably at the Pope's instruction. Yep. Just, I can't believe this, Massachusetts. That's malpractice. Surely.
Doctor, I'm showing you a series of 5 photographs asking you to do those without finishing.
Yeah, couldn't they have done it at the whatchamacallit barracks?
I'm actually going to see counsel at sidebar for me, please.
And he got it from the Pope. You know, the Pope and the Bushes and Verizon and the Illuminati, the Skull and Crossbones, they all told her to wait until Monday. They all told her to wait until Monday because that was the conspiracy. I mean, I assume In-N-Out's autopsies are better than its burgers. Am I right? My sister-in-law loves them.
And having looked at the photographs, it makes sense that we break for today. We'll start fresh with this tomorrow rather than showing these two folks now. So thank you. So
Yeah, you may as well have the gruesome photos after breakfast instead of before dinner.
we are going to end for today. We are on track. Maybe we are definitely on track for finishing this case next week, partly because of staying all day tomorrow and some of the work we did today and on Tuesday when we walk. So please follow the 3 instructions. Do not discuss this case with anyone. Don't do any independent research or investigation into the case. If you happen to see, hear, or read anything about the case, please disregard and let us know. We'll see you tomorrow. Thank you.
Well, and they used the magic healer to heal those injuries. Don't forget, they didn't just create new injuries, they healed the dead body.
It's all right.
Is she gonna be smiling once the jury's gone this time?
Doctor, you can file out right after. Thank you.
Aaron O'Keefe isn't smiling. She looks heartbroken.
Thank you. It does seem like the appropriate place to stop. Does anybody, so we're still in session? Does anybody need me for anything now?
If we could just approach briefly, just
Okay.
regarding scheduling your.
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, Aaron O'Keefe, that's a look of distress on her face. Like, Paul has sat stony faced the entire time. But Aaron just looks heartbroken. And definitely the duck-billed resting bitch face platypus. She probably even has the venom glands, just like the platypus. What are you smiling at, you leaky balloon knot? Ooh. Yeah, and it's like it would be bad enough us seeing it, but of a family member, it just it would be brutal. There's a reason Erin O'Keefe was studying her water bottle. There's a reason there's the four of them there and then the rest empty. I'm assuming Beardy McBeardface here at the end is a court employee, court security, but I'm not positive. He could just be an O'Keefe family member, and it's like, well, this is the comfy seat, gonna sit away from everyone else. It's good to see though that they do have removable pads. Presumably the O'Keefes brought the pads themselves because the Reeds don't have these blue pads. Never noticed them before because they've been satin. So I would too. I wouldn't even be muting my microphone when I did it like I do for you guys. You know, I'm considerate like that. So that being said, I think I've blathered on long enough. Lazy Boy, another great Utah company. But yeah, it's just one smile from her, so apparently it's not too funny. So I told you, Vince, we're out well before midnight. You know, it's only 11:40 on the East Coast. So yeah. Tutti frutti to you too, Wicket. And so that was a bad day for Karen Reed. Just plain and simple, bad day for the defense. It was a bad day for the O'Keefes as well, but for a different reason. So, as usual, do all the YouTubey things. I'll see you tomorrow. And yeah, I don't have a lot else to say. Certainly nothing to the defense. So yeah, have a good night. Do all the YouTubey stuff, and I'll see you tomorrow. Bye-bye.